The spotlight is on Sandown Park tonight for the 2024 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heats. It's a thrilling showdown where the best of the best race for their chance at glory. It's the moment when the biggest names in greyhound racing step onto the track, each vying for a coveted spot in the prestigious 2024 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. The excitement is building and the competition is fierce. Join us for a night filled with top-tier action and the best entertainment in racing as we blaze through 8 nail-biting heats. The 2024 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heats. Let the chase for victory begin.
Good evening and welcome to night 2 of the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival. We're live from Sandown Park tonight for the sport of greyhound racing's biggest night of racing. It's our best night with the heats of the Melbourne Cup, our greatest race, and also, of course, the Bold Trees, the greatest race for the Stays. Hi, I'm Gareth Hall. James Vandermark joins me once again for night 2 of the Dream Chasers. And for racing fans and greyhound racing fans, this is the best night because every race is worth something.
I honestly think tonight is the night of nights. This is, if you're a racing purist and you just love seeing fast dogs run fast, as Peter Moody would often say with his gallopers, this is as good as it gets. You've got 8 Group 1 heats of the Melbourne Cup, 4 Group 1 heats of the Bold Trees. It's sort of just jam-packed talent from start to finish. Every race means so much, as you said. Top 2 getting through in the Bold Trees, but I love the fact the Melbourne Cup is cutthroat. It's a series where you have to win to get through to the final, and we often see a lot of race series where they go to semi-finals, give them a chance to potentially lose a race but still win the final. But I like the Melbourne Cup. It's the most prestigious race in the game. It is as good as it gets, and these heats tonight, I think there's winners to be found, but they are jam-packed, full of depth and full of talent. It's an amazing night of racing ahead.
Yeah, there's no tomorrow. You've got to win tonight to get into the biggest dance of all, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And Jason Adams was sensational on Top Gun night at the Meadows. He covered plenty of ground, catching up with all the participants before and after the race. Some terrific interviews after the Group 1s there at the Meadows on the opening night of the Dream Chasers Festival. And he's with us once again. And he's got a mate who's a little bit taller. He's got a little bit of swagger about him. Felix Van Hoff. Hello to you, Jason Felix. And happy Melbourne Cup Heat night.
Hello, G, and everyone tuning in at home. This is the night of nights. This is an unbelievable card of racing. You're not wrong about this height. I need a box to stand on. This is totally uncomfortable. Felix Van Hoff, great to have you here at Sandown Park. And as far as I understand, the first greyhound meeting you've been at for a while.
Well, the last greyhound meeting that I was at was the Phoenix at the Meadows, and we actually celebrated so hard when Wowshe's Fast came home that we broke the barrier. So I think I'm only banned for another 2 months. Only another 2 months, and then I'll be back on track there. But we're here tonight. Sportsbet loves it, mate. We're giving away up to $100,000 as well to punters. They're going to be spinning the wheel. It is all going to be happening. What a fantastic night.
It's going to be great, and it's going to be action-packed. And one thing you pointed out when we were off-air leading into tonight was there's no sort of interruptions between races, is there?
There is no Ronan Keating going on tonight. Gareth might break out in a song at some point, but there's no breaks. We go bang, bang, bang. As you said, all the races mean something. We absolutely cannot wait.
Looking forward to it. Felix will be upstairs speaking to the punters, the Calcutta's happening, so all the colour from there, and I'll, of course, be out in the field getting the latest from participants.
Love it, Jason Felix. They'll be entertaining us throughout the night, especially Felix, who's just a loose unit, James.
Well, look, to be honest, I'm a little bit concerned because GRV put together this show and they've been able to get 2 people that have absolutely monstered Jason, made him look very small, and 2 very good-looking men as well. And I don't know, I think Jason's a little bit concerned out there, but they will have plenty of fun. And obviously, on a more serious note, Jason will be getting all of the in-depth intro and analysis and everything we need to know about all of these runners tonight on track with those pre-race and post-race interviews as well.
So conditions tonight, as you can see, it's a little bit windy. It's been a hot day in Melbourne in the high 30s, and there is a chance of some rain a little later on. Will the wind play any part in tonight's racing?
To be honest, right now it's a strong tailwind up the home running. So obviously from the 500 metre start, the Melbourne Cup heats, they're going to get that on 2 occasions. Therefore, they're going to have fast time. times, and that's potentially going to suit the dogs who can get out and go, the explicits of the game, who can make their own luck, run 28.90 with a double tailwind. They might go 28.70. So you're not going to catch greyhounds like that if they get out in front. But as you said, last year I think it was absolutely storming. We had horrible weather, so hopefully we don't get any of that. But the temperature has eased off. It was about 36 degrees, down to about 22 now. But we're struggling to keep the paperwork on the desk with that wind. So I think it's going to favour the front runners, to answer your question.
You always get a little bit nervous because there's so much up for grabs. People dream of having a Melbourne Cup runner. They dream of having a Melbourne Cup winner, and it can be heartbreak tonight. You can get unlucky and you can miss out on a chance of making the final, or you can get a little bit of luck and then you can make your way into a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup final. But this is the Sports Holy Grail. There's a couple of new races now, like the $1 Million Chase and the Phoenix towards the back end of the Dream Chasers Festival. But when you ask greyhound participants right around the country, what race do you want to win? They say they want to take that cup home, James.
The funny thing is, the more trainers I speak to, the Phoenix is closing in. But I think if you ask every single trainer, when they have a 3-month-old pup and say, what is the dream of this dog, and you as a trainer, they all say we want to win a Melbourne Cup. There's no doubt about that. It's the most prestigious race in the game. We're going to see greyhounds from all around the country race tonight, and I think that sort of just proves how important this race is, not only for Victorians, but for across the great country that is Australia. So it's going to be exciting.
It's been a great start to the festival. Big energy. It was out of form mid-year, rocked up here at Sandown in the shootout and broke 29 seconds. They don't break 29 seconds unless you're a dead-set superstar. So he was the star last week when we came to Sandown for the first time. But on the opening night, we're at the Meadows for shootout night. And we also had the Hume Cup over the 16 or 600 metres for the middle distance greyhounds. Let's relive the Hume Cup. And it was a terrific race on this particular night as well. Dan Hibbert was calling the action. It was a run to the first turn. You needed to get to the first turn here, Jimmy.
You're right, mate. Zipping Kai was the greyhound who bounced in front. The greyhound that I bred sitting up second place. Great thrill to see West Star run a really competitive race. But this is a little bit similar to, I think, what we're going to see a lot of tonight. Zipping Kai jumping straight to the front, controlling the race. Ethanol Volume got to second, but was no match for the greyhound, who was just able to set the tempo, blitz along and control the race from start to finish. And this was a pretty impressive performance all of the way for Team Daly, who had one hell of a night.
They Quinella that race there, the Hume Cup at Group 1 level on the opening night. And then we get to the shootout for the stayers, or the Top Gun for the stayers, I should say. And this was a race that you have to be invited, of course. In Kenya All Class, there was a small question mark over the trip. But Kenya All Class was the last dog picked for this.
To be precise, was not picked. Was number 9, and one of the greyhounds pulled out about a week before. So effectively, he was the last dog picked. He slid into contention, drew box number 4, missed the kick, and then his field sense for a young dog who I reckon had the most knockers going into this race, that the fact he maybe shouldn't have been there, he put that to bed. He clips over the heels of Drill Sergeant here, and yet
he needed to get past Drill Sergeant
right here. He did, but he was able to do that, and that's no easy task, because Drill Sergeant's the type of canine that when the pressure comes on, he responds. You see it in the gallopers a little bit when the leading horse will sort of be plodding, something comes up alongside, they go again. That's Drill Sergeant. So it was impressive, Kenya All Class, to get past, and look at the run of Alice Babe, the 5. If she gets through, maybe she wins it, but she doesn't.
Kenya All Class full of heart there, because there was a question mark whether he would get the trip, and he did. Terrific scenes as well after the race.
There's nothing better than a trainer winning their first Group 1. I carry on like that when I win a Tier 3 in the bush. So, and you could honestly, you could understand and you could know the way Jess was feeling, even the way she spoke after the race. She's been involved in greyhound racing her whole life, and then her father passed away, I think, at an early stage in her life. So it obviously meant a lot to her. A whole family of race dogs successfully, and now she is a Group 1 winning trainer. So how good is that?
Jess Hopkins, that interview after the race, it was emotional with Jason Adams. Her grandparents won the shootout or the Top Gun all those years ago, and that was the race that she wanted to win as a young racing fan growing up. It was the Top Gun that she wanted to win, and she got the chocolates there a couple of weeks ago. And then we went to the Top Gun for the sprinters. Jason Thompson had 4 runners. Explicit had to jump from box 8, and it's a difficult job in this class to do that, but he was able to get across in the early part, but he just couldn't quite cross. And Excavation, the Adelaide Cup champ was too strong in the end.
Yeah, I want to break down this race as we watch it. Excavation box number 2 had a slow beginner Megatron in 1 who missed it. Look at Explicit's turn of pace. He draws up outside. Flying Zulu number 3 just did enough to keep him off the rail. Now, I don't think he would have caught Excavation. He was high rolling from the start. Sections were off the charts. I think he went, was it 17.50 off the back, 29.51. They don't get caught from there, but Explicit was just, I think, a victim of circumstance. He was stuck on the outside. He had no chance to wind up. Now, of the others, look at Blue Camaro, the yellow. Once he got out, absolutely stormed home. He was a massive eye-catching run, but speaking of eye-catching runs, I might hand it back to you, Hawley, because I think we're joined by Racing Royalty now.
Yes, Sportsbet's very own, the man that they call the Peacock. The greyhound sensation when it comes to tipping as well, Mitchie Abaya. Hello to you, Mitchie.
Gentlemen, good to be with you. And I tell you what, how many flies have attracted to your back?
You know what it is?
Mate.
I got it dry cleaned.
Yes, after the pizza.
After the pizza spill. I whipped it out of the little paper bag that they give you, or the plastic bag. Plastic bag, that is. Anyway, I chucked it on in the toilet upstairs and had a look, and still stained. So they hadn't cleaned it properly, hence the flies are gravitating toward it. But a little bit of water, a bit of a rub, and it's come up all right.
Yes.
Probably could have done that myself and saved the $15.
I've never seen you with such a beard either.
No, I was inspired by you. Hey, I need to break something down with you before we move on. 92 not out, 8 short of the 100.
Well batted.
Caught. I was out.
And then, not out at this stage. And then you're running late for work. You've got to be on at 6:15, and you sense that you got to try and get to 100. So you slap one straight down over the bowler's hat. Caught down the ground, mate. What was going on there?
Yeah, to be honest, everything was saturated. Gloves were like...
160 balls, mate. Haven't you heard of hitting him a bit quicker?
Well, mate, we were 3 for 30 chasing 260. What do you want me to do? Just go...
What a hero.
Play the sacrificial...
Did you end up winning?
Yeah, we did. We won 6 down, so it paid off in the end, didn't it?
You're an opening bat, aren't you?
Hero.
Yeah, opening bat.
Yeah, the way the Aussies are going, you should be getting a job for the next Test match.
Do you know the worst part about it was that normally we play at Lilydale, being a home game at Lilydale, but every year they schedule our home game when the Lilydale show's on, and they use the grounds.
Yeah,
so we had to find a replacement ground, Warburton.
Yeah,
okay.
An hour and a half away.
Yeah, a little bit further.
Well,
hey, I got asked to play cricket today.
Did you? What, at fine league?
I haven't played for 20 years.
No.
I looked at the temperature, 35. I said, nah, boys, I'm busy.
It's a tough time to be a cricketer at the moment because you've got
sits on shoulders.
Yeah, you got the spring racing carnival, and then you got the greyhounds and the harness have got their carnivals. It's just tough. You can't play cricket till after January, if you ask me. Now, box stats are important here. We went through it at the Meadows last week, and it was still obvious that if you drew the inside in these type of fast class races, it's a big advantage. And they tell me, Mitchie, that Sandown's a bigger advantage to draw the inside.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, G. Look at the stats there. 117 wins off box 1 over the 5:15, 23.7% off box 1 here at Sandown Park, 16.9 off box 2, 10 and 12 off boxes 3 and 4. And the only other draw, box 6, which they used to do the challenge years ago. If you had 3 box 6s win on the night, I think it was a free meal or something like that. But you look at the stats there, it just shows how vital drawing inside, especially over 5 and 600 here is. Over the 700, I think the further out you draw, you get a cleaner run into the first turn. Sometimes those grounds off the inside could go to the rail, get buried back, and then they have to try and push off at some point.
Do you think this even probably becomes more relevant tonight with the fact that they are top line dogs too, so they all can run?
Couldn't agree more. And you want to be drawn well. To be honest, I think Excavation's probably the best drawn dog on the card tonight, and look at the statistics off box 8. So yes, sometimes you can have the great draw, but depends what's drawn around you as well.
It's a big night for Jason Thompson, our Premier trainer. He came into the Dream Chasers Festival, I think, last year, and he had a couple of big guns, and he started off with favourites, of course, and the Top Gun and the Shootout, and he had a host of big chances in the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and we had to wait nearly all night until Tim Zhu got the cash. He's got some big guns in tonight, but he hasn't been favoured by the draws, really. He's got a few box 8s.
I reckon he'd be happy, though, to just see his greyhound that he believes is the fastest greyhound that he's ever had explicit draw somewhere near the inside.
He'll win tonight.
Tonight's his night where he bounces back, and then if he draws inside next week, it's his Melbourne Cup to lose. So
big energy or explicit?
I'd be with explicit, Big energy, look, there was a few people knocking... Well, there was a few people knocking the fact I hadn't put him in the top 8 for the Phoenix yet.
Yeah,
but,
that's ludicrous.
But I think at the moment, in a 4-dog field, he's near unbeatable. But when the pressure goes on, and we saw that in the Melbourne Cup last year, thought he should have won the race.
You know what I love, boys,
had his
about
chance.
tonight? I want your strong opinions.
How can you leave him out of the top 8?
I can't believe you're leaving Big Energy out.
And you know who I put in?
And you put that Anthony as a party's dog.
Yeah,
The
Hotel Whiskey one.
Yeah.
Tim Zoo. I reckon Tim Zoo is going as well as he ever has. He
Okay.
won an Australian Cup, but he just can't draw a box.
The young owners who are in Tim Zoo, they text me every day on my show Giddy Up on SEN Track, and they're just they're saying that Tim Zoo will win the Melbourne Cup. They keep on pounding me saying, Gareth,
I don't think he
you've got to
can
keep
from the
on
pick.
mentioning him. No, I don't think he.
Box 8's tricky, but
He's a big time performer, that
he
dog.
is. He is. There's no doubt about it. But
Hey,
I can't believe they left him out.
there's the lure there. They're about to get onto the track here for the first race, which is the heat of the Bold Trees. I remember this time last year, we all thought one of the greatest ever bets on Melbourne Cup Heat night was Palavar King. He was about $1.40. He couldn't get beat. He's the best greyhound in the country when it comes to the staying distances. And would you believe he got beat, James?
And you know what? Even
And then he won
funnier?
the
And he won the final, and
Yeah.
Jack Smith said the heat didn't really matter.
No, and he says, what did he say?
You don't win the prize money in the
as long
heat.
as-
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
right.
exactly
as long
right.
As you make it through.
So we've learnt we're probably better off playing an all-in bet, I reckon,
Yeah.
than having a bet tonight. But here's the speed map thanks to Sportsbet. We've got the 2, which is Sky Manelli, the visitor from interstate, racing at WA up to Queensland, now here to Melbourne town. Only a fair trial over the 595 here at the track. I think Reiterate will definitely go forward the 4. The 7 and the 8, Ethanol Water, and also Passmark to go forward. And I reckon Lethal Sniper, it's not going to sit that far back up over 700 metres. So let's go have a look at Lethal Sniper. This is winding the clock back a while. 4 starts ago. Look at it from the red. 29.39 it ran here in a sprint race. Got the nice run there. That's the key, I think, for this chaser. But watch the closing section here, Hawley. On a track that was pretty wet this night too. Just screams out, I want to run 700 metres. I want to be a Group 1 type of dog. Look at the last 100 metres. Just sit back. Don't even say anything. Just watch it.
Straight past it and has romped him.
Yeah.
Who ran second on that occasion?
Nothing strong. Sprightly Sian.
Yeah.
But still, the sections were there. The sections were there.
No doubt. Can he stay?
We'll find out
Do you
in
know
7 minutes.
What I've learnt from these nights over in recent times is that you got to follow the big kennels. They stand up and be counted for. And the daily camp, they do that on this night. And they've got Ethanol Water engaged here. Jason Adams, I think, is ready to go to have a chat to a few of the major players and the handlers before they head to the start here for the first heat of the Bold Trees.
Thanks, G. Certainly right. Obviously, the top 2 from each of these heats advancing to the Group 1 final next Saturday night. First up, Tammy Sharp. Reiterate, this boy have been umming and ahhing about him over 700 metres. What's the confidence of the camp of his ability to run out a strong 700?
Probably not tonight. He's a bit underdone, so we'll see what happens after tonight.
He can speak on behalf of Passmark, who will jump from the pick. He's been underrated for a period of time, but you think the page has turned? Now people know how good he is.
Yeah, definitely underrated. His page has turned and he's been showing some good ability out of the boxes lately, so hopefully he can jump to the front or close enough so he can put in a good run.
And on this boy, you bred him as well, so how special is he to you?
He's very special. His mum's at home tonight, probably sit on the couch watching the coverage.
That is absolutely outstanding. Tammy Sharp there with Reiterate. And speaking on Passmark as well, Steve White with Lethal Sniper. There's a lot of talk about this boy. His trial times in recent months. How confident are you of his impact on this series?
Oh, look, if we can get through tonight, he'll be a lot better next week. Like, this is another big step. We've just been taking steps week after week with him, and things are good. So let's just hope he can continue on tonight and injury-free, hopefully.
Steve White there speaking about a Lethal Sniper. And lastly, Josh Formosa. Ethanol Water. She hasn't been as good as what she was when she initially stepped up over 700 metres. You done anything at home to get her way out of the box a bit better?
Oh, no, not really, but it's just a bit of racing over this distance now. She should be settling into it, and if she can get a good start early, she should be right in it.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers, mate.
So there's the last word, guys, ahead of Bold Trees. Heat number 1, on with Passmark, but the X Factor, clearly with Lethal Sniper.
Top 2, lads. Who makes it into the Bold Trees final?
Lethal Sniper and Reiterate for me. I've gone 5, 4, 7, 8, Mitchie.
Lethal Sniper and Ethanol Water for me.
So you're tipping Lethal Sniper after you just potted me.
Yeah, I think
The
I
replay.
actually, to be honest,
I think I traded from the cricket today.
yeah, I think you're right. I've sent my tips through.
You right?
Yeah, I'm
You
good.
feeling all right?
I'm good as gold. I'm just looking at yours and I'm thinking, I actually tipped the 5 or the 7 to win this. So
Who are you with?
You know, I'm with Team Dailies.
All right.
Yep.
Ethanol water.
You just take the Quinella.
And you want you to put 5 on my tip. I probably didn't even have ethanol water in my
Here we
top
go.
2 on there.
See what Mitchie sent in. What time did you send this in? Last night?
Is it 5?
Yeah,
8?
lethal sniper. Yeah, I've got ethanol water. You must have got mixed up with my tips. No one
Mitchie.
really
I tell you
cares
what,
about when I'm tipping, but
The yellow probably can't win. It's got Essendon coloured tape on.
Yeah, I know.
The red and
Well, it might win the heat. It just won't win the final. It won't make the final,
White
though.
Dogs, so St Kilda just as bad.
he's become the voice of the Melbourne Cup, Daniel Hibbert. Let's head upstairs for the first on this massive night of greyhound racing.
Ethanol water in his last 2. He's at $5. Reiterate is at $6. And he's been $10 into 6 on fixed odds. So he's had support. Payback 21, Sky Manelli 23. Thanks, Gareth, and welcome to the best night of racing for the year anywhere in the world. This is Melbourne Cup Heats night. 4 heats of the Bold Trees to kick us off as always. And 4 heats with smaller fields than usual, but the depth is absolutely brilliant. And it's first and second that will go through to the final next week. 250 Lethal Sniper, the favourite. Ethanol Water at $2.80 and Pass Mark at $5. Reiterate $6.50. So they're the top 4 in the market. Lethal Sniper has won 3 of its last 4, so in ripping form. $2.80 Ethanol Water, second hitter Pass Mark last start. And $5 about Pass Mark, who's won 2 in a row here at Sandown over this trip, beating the Top Gun winner and Ethanol Water in those 2 races. So his form is hard to fault. And he is the 3rd pick in the market. Reiterates, had 4 goes over this trip for a couple of seconds. It's at $6.50. This is the first of the night. The Bold Trees, the first heat of the Bold Trees. They're the first 4 races. And then the 8 winner-take-all Cup heats. Win and you're in. Not so much with the Bold Trees. First and second will qualify for the Group 1 final next week. Set to go on a massive night. They're set. And they're away, and slow to go Payback and also Sky Manelli. Flying out was Lethal Sniper along with Reiterate on the inside. Ethanol Water gets to 3rd. Pass Mark is 4th. A length Payback and about 8 lengths away to Sky Manelli at the rear of the field. Lethal Sniper with the lap to go. Leads 3 lengths on Reiterate. Ethanol Water is 3rd. On the inside was Pass Mark. Then came Payback and tailed off Sky Manelli. To the back, they complete a lap. It's Lethal Sniper. A length in front. Reiterate closes. So does Ethanol Water as they reach that bottom turn. Pass Mark is right up behind them around the turn. Ethanol Water goes up, takes the lead. Trying to push through was Pass Mark, but Ethanol Water's away and she goes through to the final with a big win. Ethanol Water beat Pass Mark and Payback. 4th in was Lethal Sniper ahead of Reiterate, and then came Sky Manelli, and the time is 41 and 71. Number 7, Ethanol
Water salutes in a different sort of fashion to what we're used to seeing from her. Usually on the speed and doing her best business from that point of view. But tonight, Joshy Formosa, she's come from off the pace. How encouraging is it for you to see that?
Yeah, very encouraging. She just got clear early and she could just sort of find her way into the race, and they come together a little bit, and she was just sitting in the right spot, whipped around them, and she hit the line well and went decent time too, so happy with that.
She's mixed up the way that she's actually handled her racing over 700 metres. Do you think now she's getting more runs under her belt? She's becoming more seasoned and, I guess, being a better all-rounder over the trip?
Yeah, even though running without luck lately, she's been sort of figuring it out. Now it just shows she's ready to go, and I think she should be a good showing next week, no matter what box she draws.
Good job, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Joshy Formosa there on behalf of Team Daily, guys, with Ethanol Water. She's promised a lot. Could this be the series where she starts to deliver?
Yeah, big effort by Ethanol Water. She was in a lovely spot, James Vandermaat, and she looked the winner about here, I reckon, because Lethal Sniper started to shorten up his stride, and the 4 Reiterates, he looked like he was going to win, but the 7 far too good.
Yeah, look, clearly the superior stayer, and this is why I love 700-metre racing. It's a real test of attrition, and you look at the 600-metre form, and until they go 700 metres, you just don't know. Like Lethal Sniper's sectional run homes at 600 suggest he'll go a long way to running 700 metres. I think the fact he led so softly was probably his undoing. He really burnt the candle early, but I think we're learning as we go, and Ethanol Water just sort of proving that you need that grounding over 700 metres coming into a series like this. And I will get out to the plasma a little bit later on to analyse what you need to do to win a Bold Trees, and maybe a dog like Ethanol Water sort of fits that category.
I was.
Who'd you tip, mate?
Well, I told you. I said I was with the 7 in the end, but my tip was with the 5 on the graphics. But Daly's perfect position.
Yep.
She got in the right run at the right time. When you are a greyhound that's finding your way over 700, the last thing you want is to lose a run at some point, get chopped out for a run. You just want clean running, like she got 41.71. Lethal sniper, fold up like a deck of cards.
It did. One thing I want to mention, Team Daly, they're renowned for working their dogs fairly hard, as in at home, and they give them runs up their straight track at home. They haven't really had many great stayers over the years, but their training method would suggest that they would be able to train good staying greyhounds, and here's a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think they pop up with the odd one. I'm trying to think. They had a good stayer years ago. I'm trying to think of the name.
Few and far between though, for how many good sprinters
they have. They've had a stack of dogs, and they probably mainly target those 500-metre group races, don't they?
All right, then Ethanol Water wins the first of the heat to the Bold Trees. Passmark gets a pass mark, all right, because Passmark is in the final as well of the Bold Trees next Saturday night. We'll take a quick break. This is night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival. In fact, this is the 3rd night of the Dream Chasers Festival. We'll come back and preview the second heat of the Bold Trees straight after this. There is Ethanol Water absolutely destroying her rivals in the opening heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trees. Passmark gains a start as well. She's also got a spot in the Group 1 next week. So 2 bitches there, 1 and 2 in the Bold Trees Heat 1 there on this magical night of greyhound racing. Payback was third. Lethal Sniper led them up, but faded over this trip for the first time. So 7, 8, 1 and 5 the numbers there after the first at Sandown tonight. Looking forward to the second heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trees. We'll preview that race in just a moment, but let's relive the shootout of last Friday night at Sandown Park. There were 4 wonderful greyhounds doing battle in this contest. Right, Big Energy, Vincent Bale, Blue Camaro and Hector Fawley here, James Vandermart. Talk us through this shootout for 2024.
Well, it was a little bit of a case of 2023, wasn't it? We'll see that replay in a moment, but Big Energy just bullying opponents in a small field when he gets room to move. Vincent Bale got straight to second, Blue Camaro third. Hector Fawley, I think, was the disappointing run of last week's shootout. But what did you make, firstly, of Hector, and secondly, of Big Energy back to his brilliant best?
Yeah, Hector Fawley was disappointing, I'll agree with you. And I think when the draw came out for tonight's card, you would have thought, well, the old Hector Fawley would be right in it. But after seeing this last week, he actually stepped quite well last week, plateaued, and didn't run on. He normally make ground on those.
He still ran 29.30.
Yeah,
and how much does a visibly disappointing run stop you from then putting a bet on him tonight, in your opinion?
Well, you've got to think that every other greyhound is as good as the others that he's just raced against last week. So if he couldn't beat them last week or couldn't make ground on them last week, what's he going to do with the run tonight? Because he didn't get touched, really. He might have got held up, lost half a length.
I agree,
The other fellow, though, was blistering. Big Energy. He looked the better the night last week and went straight to the front. Will he do it tonight? Don't know.
So explain what's the difference between Big Energy in 2024 and Big Energy back in 2023.
Nothing.
Now, he was too good in the shootout last year. Then he went on to get into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup final. But this is him defeating greyhounds like Alpha Zulu, Hector Fawley here, and Trez Spondo, who was coming off a victory there in the Top Cup.
What's so extraordinary with Big Energy is not the fact he's won back-to-back shootouts, but the fact his form had just tapered off completely. 3 months ago, you wouldn't have wanted the dog in your kennel, realistically. Like he was going, you might have still wanted him in your kennel, but he wasn't the dog that he was 12 months ago and what he is right now. But it's a credit to the Greenos. They sent him over to Adelaide, had a stint there with Benny Rawlings, didn't perform that well, and then he's come back and he's jet propelled. But like we see here, box 1, clean air.
Yeah.
That's the key to Big Energy. When he gets clean air, he's always been the greyhound that if he gets a little bit of room to move, he's got as good an acceleration and as good a strength as any greyhound going around, and he proves it with his time.
There's a couple of points with Big Energy. How many times he broke in 29 seconds?
Yes. Last 2 starts as well.
Is it 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, and he's last 2 in succession.
His first split is very good, but he plateaus through that first turn and explodes down the back. He's putting away great dogs last year, through that little almost second section. That's when he does his best work. But as you said, his form had tapered off. But the thing I loved about the training of Big Energy, they tried him over 600, they tried him over 700, they tried to keep his mind switched on.
But do you reckon they were doing that as a little bit of we're running out of options, so let's go to 700 with him?
I reckon that they just wanted to try and get him out in front, get him out leading. And now look at him, he's absolutely flying. You probably can't say that they go hand in hand with, raising him up and trip and the form he's in now, but it's at least giving him a chance to get out in front. Yes, if greyhounds run past him, they run past him, but at the moment, nothing's running past him, are they?
So with Big Energy, and we saw he broke 29, and only the good greyhounds can break 29, but that was under the conditions there of the shootout where there's only 4 dogs. We saw in last year's Melbourne Cup that you don't necessarily have to be the strongest or the fastest dog. You might need to be the smartest dog that gets the breaks at the right time. So they could go 29.30, 29.40, and that's good enough to win a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. So it's not necessarily how quick you are. Sometimes you've got to be in the right spot at the right time and because it's hustle and bustle. You need to toughen up in a way in a final like the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
You've hit the nail on the head, Gareth, because for one greyhound that springs to mind is a dog by the name of Ando's Mac. He wasn't necessarily the quickest greyhound in the world, but he was a front runner, and he won a Melbourne Cup, I think, at about 29.40, 29.45. Yep. So you don't have to run those ridiculous times, but I think it's handy to have what Big Energy can do in the locker. And you know what I really like about Big Energy coming into this year?
Yes.
2 starts ago, I'll show the replay a bit later on, but he jumped from box number 7. He came hurtling across the field. He went 5.09, did it the hard way, won by 11, and went 28.99. And Daniel Hibbert nearly fell out of the broadcast here because he was that excited that Big Energy was back.
I've got to get to Felix von Hoff in just a moment. Explicit $6.50 with Sportsbet in the all-in market. Excavation $8.50. Big Energy $9. Lakeview Emily at $12. Smooth Plain at $12. Deadly Avenger at $14. Vincent Bale at $14. I can go on and on. Is there any value here
There's 3
for
plays.
the future? Yes, let's go.
I'd have 3 bets there.
Yes.
I'd back Explicit.
Yep.
I'd back Excavation.
Yes.
And I'd back Lakeview Emily.
Yes.
And then the rest of them next week you'll get more than what the all-in price is. But speaking of value, I think Jimmy, what did you give a long shot? $7.50 the other day.
Who's that?
Didn't you give a long shot that you said your all-in market $7.50?
Oh, in
long
this?
shot?
No, look, not for the all-in. No,
I might have got some bad market.
No, not for the all-in. No, I do think the price of $7.50 on Explicit, $7.50 was it?
Yes.
$6.50 now.
$6.50 now. I think that's pretty generous because he's going to go around at even money tonight. If he draws and he runs what we know he can, $28.90.
Yeah.
He then draws
tonight.
1 to 4. He then draws 1 to 4 next week. He's your even money favourite.
Well,
2 into 2 is 4. You're getting $6.50.
But even 3s next week.
Yeah.
What's here tonight? $1.60?
Yeah.
$1.90, I think they'll be.
Can't be.
He's $1.60 now with Sportsbet.
Cannot.
Anyway, we'll discuss that in just a moment because I think he's a good bet Explicit at the $6.50. And we've got the box draw for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup after the final heat tonight. But Felix von Hoff can explain what this Calcutta is tonight. Felix, I know you love a Calcutta.
I absolutely love a Calcutta. I'm here with a very special guest. Before I introduce him, I just want to let you know, Gareth, we've been to a lot of racetracks around the world, but the food on offer over here is some of the best that I've ever seen. That was down, it may have been $18, but it's well worth it. I just wanted to point that out one before we get to the special guest. Lincoln, who's going to be running the Calcutta, I've been told one of the best auctioneers in the Southern Hemisphere. Is that true?
Oh, mate, I've been very fortunate to work at a bunch of different places right across the world, and this is one of my favourite venues. We make the trip down and each and every year. This is sort of my 3rd year back here, and just love being a part of what is a great night here at Sandown Park, and it's good to be back.
You're walking around here like a celebrity as well, may I add. They're trying to tear his jacket off him at one point. Now, the Calcutta for horse racing, obviously, we know exactly who's going to be in it. And this is for the Melbourne Cup. And for those who
Yeah, so a little bit different with the greyhounds. We sell a heat, so there's a group of dogs in each heat. So we'll sell 14 lots tonight, and if they buy the lot 1 heat, and the winner out of that heat goes into the final of the Melbourne Cup, then they're entitled to their prize pool if that dog goes on to win the Melbourne Cup. So it's a little bit different. It takes a little bit more getting your head around, but makes it really exciting because you get more than one chance to be a part of the big prize pool at the end of it.
Absolutely fantastic. Surely, Gareth, Terry Bailey's rolling around here somewhere. He's the king of the dogs, I'm told, so he's got to be somewhere. But anyway, Lincoln, he's going to do a fantastic job today. Back to you.
You enjoy that pizza. Terry Bailey will be dreaming one day to have a runner in a Melbourne Cup. Well, of course, the superstar race caller. He's been kicking home some winners recently, I think, at Healesville, hasn't he?
Yeah, not only that, he's actually going that well. He's actually sent a few of his greyhounds to trainers.
Okay.
Jason Sharp has a few, so I think he's keeping the fast ones himself, the great TB, and sending the slow ones down there. But and mind you, he's sending the slow ones to a trainer of Morton, who had a place getter in a Melbourne Cup. But he's going good, TB. You can tell. Look, I see a fair bit of him now at Healesville. He's up there trialling, and you can just see the passion and the excitement. There is nothing better, in my opinion, than seeing a greyhound that you train to run and compete, travel at full flight, and then come out and win a race, mate. It's so special.
No, he's great for the greyhound game. He's passionate. I love his opinion, TB. Does a great job at racing.com, and we wish TB the best of luck. I'll give him a dog once he wins one at Sandown, however, TB.
Yeah, you want to make sure he can train first.
Let's have a look at the speed map for the second heat of the Bold Trees.
Heat number 2, one Kanya Amy expected to be on speed. I'm going to go against the Sportsbet speed map and say the 2 Shadows of Blue in this race will probably challenge the lead.
That last week,
and then be headed by Iron Atlas, who I reckon is going to zoom to the front and then struggle to run out the end of 700 metres. So Kanya Amy just tucks in from box number 1, hopefully sits 3 back on the pegs or leaders back, and from there can be hard to beat. Check out this replay though. Kanya Amy, box number 8. Have a look at this. Moving forward, past mark who's already qualified ends up winning the race. Watch this for a check. 3 wide, trying to work around. The 3 runs off the track, completely checks Kanya Amy back to the end of the field, and from there you think, well, we're gonna run last, maybe second last. She ends up making ground, ends up getting beaten 8 lengths. But what I'm getting at here, number 7 is Ella's Babe. We all know she is one of the strongest greyhounds in the country. Look at the margin between Ella's Babe, the 7, and Kanya Amy, the 8. 4 to 5 lengths at this point in time. And Kanya Amy, well, you look at the run of Ella's Babe, she probably should have won the Top Gun. So the effort from Kanya Amy tracks her home, ends up getting beaten about 3 or 4 lengths off the back of Ella's Babe, but lost no ground. So this is my best bet of the night based on that run there.
I run into Troy Little, who's one of the most successful professional punters in greyhound racing in any code that I've come across. Without hesitation, he said Kenya Amy is his best for the night. But what I want to ask you about this market as we go to a sports bet market update here, Mitchie Bay, is my favourite girl from Queensland, Valbicella. Where is she at the moment? In this small field, can she bounce back?
I think so. I definitely think she can bounce back. She's a class greyhound, one of my absolute favourites in the game. But Kanya Amy's run the other day, $2.30 into $1.95. She is fires $4 into $3.80. Valpolicella's gone the other way, $2.90 out to $3.90. So if you like her, there's some value there. Shadows of Blue, 12 out to 16. Iron Atlas, $16. Did touch 18s back into 16. And Wild Cash, $18. How's this promo? It's so good. All races, run second, get a bonus bet back. So if you like Kanya Amy going back, if you run second, bonus bet back.
Let's catch up with Jason Adams, who's catching up with the handlers before the second heat of the Bold Trees.
Thanks, G. Good contest this year's, and clearly at the top end of the market, there's 3 to beat. One of them's Kanya Amy. Gerald Lanigan, this girl's got big raps. I know there was probably disappointment that she missed out on a Top Gun, but how ready is she to strike in a series like this?
No, she's perfect. Very fit. Loves this track, loves the rails, so, she's got everything going for her, but it's a good field, so she'll have to do everything right too, so.
Plenty of sharp judges consider her the best of the night. Is that something you agree with?
Oh, I'd like to think so, yes. But they all get beat, and as I said, there's good opposition, so she's got to do everything right.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
The guru, Gerald Lanigan there. Let's have a chat to Tony Zammit. Tony, Valpolicella, she was pretty good in this series last year.
Yeah.
We've spoken a lot about the way she's going over the past few months. How do you think she's feeling right here, right now tonight?
Oh, mate, she's really stirred up. I didn't give her a look at the stir up tonight because she's really fired up. She knew as soon as we got here, she just wanted to take me to the kennels out of the car park. So she certainly remembers being here before, that's for sure. So yeah, I'm hoping she might get a little bit of room to move early, and she's got a strong finish. So hopefully she'll be there at the end.
Well, you've got to get on your bike, mate. It won't hold up the field. So get into it and good luck. Tony Zammit there with Valpolicella, the superstar from Queensland. She's getting into the latter part of her career, boys. If she was to win this series, although she's probably considered one of the better stayers we've seen in recent years, that would go to a new level if she's to wind back the clock over tonight and also go into the final next week.
Hello to all our Queensland viewers here tonight. They'll be cheering home Valpolicella tonight there for the Zammit camp. She's at $4 with Sportsbet, but let's run through these runners, lads, quickly. Kenya Amy, she's the favourite for the boy from Swan Hill, Manny Tony Lanigan.
Yeah, it's a great story, isn't it? Matty started off training a few greyhounds in Swan Hill, then he made the move down to Geelong, worked with Jeff Britton for a while. Now he's gone out on his own, and here he is heading toward a Group 1 Bold Trees with maybe the best bet of the night. He's won 155,000 with this girl, so she's already been there, contested the top races. I think draws absolutely perfect.
Shadows of Blues at $15 for Jeffrey Britton here, Mitchie.
Yeah, the handler needs to put his what do you call it, vest
He's
on.
under 18, mate, so we can't promote sports betting.
Is that what it is?
That is exactly what it is.
Right, okay. I thought he might have just put it on the wrong way. So there you go. Good pickup.
See,
by you,
Mitchie
Jim.
works for Sportsbet, so he's always trying to promote.
No, I just thought someone had handed him one that was inside out. But it was a good run last time out at the Meadows. Went bombed it, really. We expected it to set a lot further. But
anything else annoying you with these handlers as they?
No, nothing. I just saw it and I was like, what?
All I want to bloody know if it can win this greyhound.
Can it win?
It can win.
Yeah, okay. What about Iron Atlas, the 4?
I don't think it can win, but if Sportsbet could frame a market for the first section leader, I would be having a pretty large bet on Iron Atlas to lead the race.
Val Palchella, she's the second favourite or equal second favourite now at 420 here, Mitchie.
Yeah, the run at the Meadows was good, made some ground, got a long way back. Used to actually settle quite forward months ago when she was at the peak of her powers, but I could see her returning to form tonight and putting a good foot forward.
I'm not 100% sure she's going as well, but what I do like for her, Hawley, is the small field. 6 greyhounds I think is a huge plus for her.
Wild Cash the 7, James.
I don't really know what to make of this boy. I'm not sure he's Group 1 class, but he's still a very, very good dog.
And then She Is Fire for Mark Moroney at Mountain View is the $4.20 second favourite now, Mitchie Abaya.
Yeah, I just don't know where she's going to get to in the run, and the tricky part is there is speed in the 4. Could hold her out and probably relies on leading She Is Fire. What, 29.66 here, exhibition trial?
I think she needed to do more in the run home in that trial, to be honest, but could have been just a first up run, having a field around the track, but 41 starts for 24. You don't want to put a line through a greyhound with those stats.
Tips here for the second heat of the Bold Trees.
One, an absolute special. Best bet of the night. If it wins, I go home. If it loses, I go home from the 5, 2 and 8.
You know what I need to do is check. I'm 1, 2, 8 and 5. So I'm with Kenya Amy as well. Party Pup is what we'd call it on SCN track.
Okay.
He's full of promotions, isn't he, tonight, our man, Mitchie?
Kenya Amy, box number 1, hopefully gets the job done because this is the best bet of the night. I'm hoping Val Palchella can run a big race for the Queenslanders. It will be a better Bold Trees if she's in it, James.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But hopefully Kenya Amy's in it after an impressive win tonight.
Daniel Hibbert calling the action. Here he is for the second heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trees.
Back in October, beating She Is Fire, 5th behind Exploded in the Sydney Cup. They are the top 3. $13 for Iron Atlas, and then 15 Shadows of Blue, 21 Wild Cash. As they're about to move into the boxes for the second heat of the Bold Trees. And the first heat taken out by Ethanol Water in brilliant fashion. Passmark running second. They're both through to the final next week. This is heat number 2. The first and second of each of the 4 heats of the Bold Trees through to the Group 1 final next week. Kenya Amy into $1.80 now on the fixed odds, and she's won 10 of 33, 1 of 4 over this trip. Her best gallop 41.95 comes off a 6th behind Passmark and a win at the Meadows before that. Moving in for race number 2, the second heat of the Bold Trees. Overcast conditions here. It's a lot cooler than it was earlier in the day, and the breeze has certainly dropped to what it was before, so it's quite pleasant here at Sandown at the moment. And the green light is now turned on for heat 2 of the Bold Trees. Favourite the red, they're ready. And away, Kenya Amy jumped well for the inside, hustles through to keep the lead from Iron Atlas, who goes up on the outside, and railing through was Shadows of Blue, and trying to get over also was She Is Fire. Favourite lead, Kenya Amy, but gets off the fence. Shadows of Blue's gone through and takes the lead with a lap to go. She Is Fire third, Val Palchella fourth, but clipped heels there. Wild Cash went up on the inside, and Iron Atlas at the rear. Shadows of Blue's been left with a big lead going down the back, completing a lap. It's 5 in front. Kenya Amy's trying, so is Wild Cash. Val Palchella to the outside. Iron Atlas was next, but they've got a job to catch Shadows of Blue. They're starting to reel it in. Shadows of Blue 4 in front. Kenya Amy's trying hard. Shadows of Blue's hanging on and will get in. Shadows of Blue won beat Kenya Amy. Third across the line. Val Palchella dived at Wild Cash, and it's a photo. They got clear on Iron Atlas, and She Is Fire. And a bit of an upset in the second heat in 42 and 30. Number 2,
Shadows of Blue. He's promised a lot. His 600-metre form's been very good. And now it's time to go over 700. Nick Britton, did you have pretty high hopes with his chances tonight?
Well, you don't know what to expect, really. It's only his second run over 700, so I was just hoping he could get to the front early, and, yeah, he's managed to hang on.
We know your parents are the famous Angela Langton and Jeff Britton. Do you think these greyhounds gain lengths when you handle?
Oh, I wouldn't
say yes.
Yeah, sure.
Good job, mate.
Thank you.
Nick Britton there, the representative for his mum and dad, Jeff Britton and Angela Langton with Shadows of Blue. The time's a bit fair, so I guess for one like Kenya and one like Kenya Amy, I should say, boys, a little bit disappointing in my opinion.
You make a good point, Jace. Mitchie Bayer and James Vandermark trying to analyse and break down this race. And as Jason Adams pointed out, when you have a look at the time, 42.30, this favourite's been disappointing.
Yeah, look, she's been disappointing. She did get a little bit of a pressure bump when Shadows of Blue went past, and whether or not she just didn't handle the pressure of Shadows of Blue going past, and then she copped a little bit of a drag. I still think if that doesn't happen, she wins the race, but either way, she still would have only gone 42.15 when I would have predicted a 41.5, 41.6. So it was an underperformance. There's no doubt about that for the favourite.
bitterly disappointing. When you look at the run, you can say, okay, well, she's been okay, but then you look at the time, 42 and 30, and you're like, gee, hang on a second.
Well, the winner of this heat is effectively 10 lengths slower, 10 lengths slower than the first heat. So she was disappointing.
I ask you this question. Val Pichello, she wasn't at her best tonight, but she was finishing hard. Can Kenya Amy win the Bold Trees after that?
No.
All right, then. We'll go to a break. Nothing.
She'll come out and win, but on that, you would not think so.
No.
Yeah.
And Shadows of Blue, talking about brilliant staying trainers, Jeffrey Britton and Angela Langton, they are
Looks
very,
similar
very
to
good.
the one George Ferrucci used to have.
Yes. Let's take a break. This is night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival, of course, the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival. 2 heats down for the Bold Trees of 2024. It's one of those nights, you know, not necessarily the best greyhounds turn up and get into these finals. You've got to be at your best 2 weekends in a row. And tonight, it was Shadows of Blue who causes the upset in the second heat of the Bold Trees. And he says, well, I'll see you next week because I'm in a Group 1 final. Welcome back to night 2 of the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival. That was heat 2 of the Bold Trees. So there was an upset. Shadows of Blue for Jeffrey Britton leading all of the way, basically, defeating a disappointing well-back favourite, Kenya Amy. Val Pichello was 3rd and Wild Cash back in 4th, 2, 1, 5 and 7. We might be knocking Kenya Amy just a little bit here after she finished 2nd as a well-back favourite in her heat. But this time last year, Palawa King was the greyhound, Mitchie Bay, that was defeated as a $1.40 favourite before rocking up in the final to defeat his rivals and do it pretty easily. James Vandermark, he loves the plasma.
He loves
the plasma and he loves to analyse a race. Let's cross to you, James, because you are reliving last year's Bold Trees.
You know me, Gareth. I love to work very, very hard, so I've been on the move, and I'm sort of channeling the old Thrill of the Chase days where I used to dance around the plasma and try and find a winner. I wanted to show you last year's Bold Trees because I think this race could be the lead-up race to last year's Top Gun, I should say, Top Gun Stayers, the Bold Trees. They draw a line beside each other. They're both effectively the same race. As you see them coming for home here, this is Palawa King, Ritza Piper, Moraine Susie and Val Policella. The top 4 greyhounds jostling here in the Bold Trees last year. They were the top 4 across the line in the Top Gun. So I'm starting to read between the lines, and I think, well, if you've got Palawa King, you've got Ritza Piper, you've got Moraine Susie, and you've got these type of greyhounds jostling for winning positions in a Bold Trees that have all done so well in the Top Gun. Clearly the form line into this year's Bold Trees that we need to be looking at to find the winner, claim the Bold Trees this year, is through the Top Gun, which was night one of the Dream Chasers. Now, Kenya All Class won that race. I've gone through, I reckon he's obviously one of the key contenders, but in the next heat, Allah's Babe. Now, I reckon if you go back and watch that replay of the Top Gun Stayers, she probably should have won the race. She then goes to the Bold Trees. If she can front up like they did last year, I reckon Allah's Babe could go a long way to winning this year's Bold Trees. What do you reckon, boys? Not a bad first up run at the Plasma?
Yeah, I thought you were superb, James Vandermaat. Allah's Babe was unlucky, but my concern for Allah's Babe, Mitchie Abaya, I look at her form line. She was fourth and maybe should have won the Top Gun. She was down the track, then she was second, then she was third. Her winning strike rate's not great of recent times. Is that a concern?
Yes and no. I think the big thing is that the smaller field's going to suit massively. There is speed in the race which will drag her into it. So, look, I think wins tonight. But that's me. I tell you what, geez, that music's
Yeah, that
loud,
band, yeah.
Yeah, he's roaring.
He's no Coldplay, but he's okay. He's okay. Let's have a look at the speed map here for the third heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trees. He is rocking the joint, the band anyway, whoever's doing it tonight at Sandown Park. Talk us through this speed map.
There's your speed map. Let's have a look through this. Number 7, they've got the leader, Drill Sergeant. That is spot on. Will lead. Allah's Babe, I don't think will settle second. There's no chance of that. Flying Envy will look to push forward as well, as will Mapunga Infrared. So I think the 2 and the 7 are the ones that will push forward. I think Allah's Babe will just take a sit on them and be too strong. But yeah, the hard thing is where and how far off does Allah's Babe get?
Well, this is the next step to the Plasma, Mitchie boy. Let's have a look at Allah's Babe. Box number 5 gets back in the field, which is a pretty normal style for her. She's ducking and she's weaving, finding trouble through that corner there. 6 off, 7 off the leader, which is Drill Sergeant, going through the first couple of 100 metres of the race. But I just love the fact that last year this was such a strong form race into the Bold Trees. And look, you even look, Ethanol Water goes around in this race, then comes out, wins the first heat. So this is the most recent Group 1 for stayers leading into the Bold Trees. Not only that, it's a hand-picked field. Look at the 5. If she gets through, does she win it? Does she win it if she gets through?
Oh, you'd say yes, but you can't take anything away from the winner.
I don't think she wins. She hasn't won in her last 6 starts. She does get close.
Yeah, very close.
And the Ennis camp, Brooke Ennis and Jamie Ennis, they're wonderful trainers as well.
Yeah.
But they can find a dog, as I well know, being part of the SEN team for the Phoenix, that can find some bad luck from time to time.
Yeah, and Amron Boy came here to Melbourne Cup heat night, was just beaten, was something beat. Brooke Ennis was, as I called it back then, like a prick balloon. She was so deflated, but maybe tonight they can have a little bit more fortune with Allah's Babe. We might have to get them to turn the music down there.
Maybe just a little bit.
Plenty of atmosphere here.
I feel like I'm screaming.
Oh, I can't hear a thing.
Now, as we saw in that previous heat when Shadows of Blue won, and you had Kenya Amy that finished second, we've seen it last year. These greyhounds might be firm favourites and they might be in good form, but to win Melbourne Cups and to win Bold Trees, you need to be the best greyhound for 2 weeks in a row, basically. You can't afford to have a bad night.
That's the challenge, and we probably saw it last year with Callaway King. If you're going to have a bad night, make it tonight, but don't make it bad enough to not get through. And maybe we're knocking Kenya Amy, and maybe she hasn't had the perfect preparation, and maybe next week she might go a little bit better. But I think as a form analysis, you can only suggest and read what's on the paper and what you see in front of you. And I think with Kenya Amy, it was plain tonight. So we maybe don't put a line through her, but we definitely tread carefully if you do like her next week based on tonight's run.
Yeah, I think just the disappointing part was the time factor. I didn't think the run was that bad in itself, but when you're comparing times with other times, then you think to yourself, well, she's got 10 lengths to make up.
Yeah.
We've got to look forward now. This is the market, the sports bet market for the third heat of the Bold Trees. Talk us through this here, Mitch. Is she too short, Allah's Babe, now?
Look, to be honest, I don't think so. I'd be including in all multis Allah's Babe, $1.65, did touch 160 and is now $1.60. Drill Sergeant, 280 out to 350. Mapunga Infrared's had a nibble, 850 into 650 out to 7. Flying Envy, the same, 10 into 850. Pig Widgeon, 41 into 31, and Poor Lulu, $51 holding that price. But Allah's Babe has drawn the race that she wants to win. Should be winning. The price is there.
Small field.
If you want to take the $1.60, then I would be saying that $1.60, and many will say, how can you say $1.60's value? Probably should be $1.30 or $1.40 in this field. But Yeah, the promo, don't forget it, all races, run second, get a bonus bet back, all here at Sandown Park and across the calendar.
You jinxed Kenya Amy because we all thought she was a good thing. Well, you boys thought she was a good thing. And then obviously with that tremendous promotion there by Sportsbet, she did finish second. So you got a bonus bet, money back. So
and then we put that money back onto Ella's Babe now, I think, because she was my second best bet of the night. The only knock I have on her is she is a back marker. So no matter how good and how much the race looks like it's going to suit her, you still need that little bit of luck in running.
We'll see what Brooke Ennis has to say. And there, look at that. Pete Widgeon's ready to go. Here's Jason Adams catching up with the handlers before the third heat of the Bold Trees.
Thanks, G. It's a really interesting conversation, isn't it, around Ella's Babe and her Top Gun Stays performance and even the Sydney Cup prior to that. But we know she's got one hell of a motor, and if she's going to win, it's sooner or later. And these are the conditions that are going to suit her to the ground, being a 6-dog field. Brooke Ennis, firstly, I need to ask you about the Top Gun Stays. Have you gone back and watched it 20 times and tried to work out how she didn't win, or you've just put a line through it? I'm not watching that again.
Look, to be honest, I've been through those races a lot the last 2 years, so, you know, you wouldn't be human if you didn't get disappointed. You wouldn't be human if you didn't watch it and think of 25 excuses. Was the run there? Probably. Am I pretty unlucky as a trainer? Yes. But look, that's racing, and, you know, it is what it is.
And going into tonight, I'm sure your confidence would have been high in fields that are much better than what she meets here tonight. So do you expect her, or one, just to qualify, but particularly win this one?
Yeah, look, I think she's drawn well enough. The small field will help her. You know, look, her run last week probably wasn't anything fantastic, so I want to see some, you know, big improvement off that. But look, I think if she just can get out wide and stay out of the way of the ones that will be stopping early in front, that'll be the key to her.
Good luck. Fingers crossed for a clear run.
Thank you. I need it.
Brooke Ennis there with Ella's Bay. We might cruise further down the parade yard here. Another person I want to speak to is Terry Earnshaw, who's got Flying Envy jumping from box 5. She's been one that's always been suited to racing over a long distance, but not necessarily in this sort of class. Tell you what, before we get to Terry, let's speak to Shane Drummond, who's got Drill Sergeant. And Shane, it was just a classic Drill Sergeant performance in the Top Gun Stays. I'm sure expecting much the same here tonight.
Yeah, if he gets around the first corner, yeah, he'll give them a run for their money. They might come late, but let's hope he's up there, eh?
Indeed, you've done a great job with this boy for well over a year now. Does he surprise you at all now? He's getting long in the tooth, he's getting old in age. Not too many grey hairs, probably less than what I've got. But does he still keep surprising you?
He does, yeah. I only trialled him a couple of weeks ago and he probably run what he run 6 months ago, you know, at Bendigo over the 500. Just think, wow, you know. But anyway, it's just him. He loves it, you know what I mean? Loves to be on the track, so it's good, yeah.
Well, credit to you, mate. Good luck.
No, I'm going to need it. Thank you.
Shane Drummond there with Drill Sergeant. So good race this, guys, but I think I agree with you. Like, Ella's Babe, if she gets clear, she's going to be so hard to beat. She's the fastest stay in this race, and clearly the small field is going to suit her.
Yeah, she's an exciting dog, but she is definitely going to get back in the field, so there is always that little element of luck required. Pigwiddian leads them out from the inside draw there for the Cockerel Kennel. They've just continued to produce city-class performers. They've got a good line, Hawley.
Yes.
They just keep on producing dogs that can run, and this is another one, Pigwiddian, that traces back through their line, through Polyjuice Potion. And from box number 1, look, the run last start behind Passmart was actually good. Held Ella's Babe in the run to the line, so it might be the Smoky.
Do you know what? I've just got a feeling Drill Sergeant get the job done here. We saw it in that previous race, Shadows of Blue. Now, I don't know what I enjoy watching my greyhounds, and I'm not an in-depth form analyst like you guys, but sometimes I think in these staying races, if you're out of trouble, it can be a big advantage on a night when it's hard to make up ground, I reckon. He might be able to steal it here.
I'm still trying to work out how Kanyarami lost, because I've just gone back and had a vision of that replay I showed last week where she's chased home Ella's Babe, she's led and been beaten. So
yes.
I think sometimes you can do the form, but it doesn't always eventuate that way.
What about
They're
this?
animals.
I'll ask you a couple of questions, and forgive me if they're a bit naive. Hot day, will that affect some dogs?
I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
If anything, I'd say the warmer weather the air, they generally just run faster. So
Yep.
I wouldn't say it affects them. Although in saying that, there's no doubt dogs can struggle to acclimatise to Queensland. So,
Yep.
but when they've been in warmer weather, although it was 35
humid
today,
today,
so,
and it's
yeah,
like-
They're going to be in a kennel inside.
they would have been in aircon throughout the day and then transported in an aircon vehicle to the track to be in aircon
100%.
kennel. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it shouldn't affect them for the one run.
And then they're not coming out of 15-degree kennels out to 35 degrees, are they? It's cooled off by
It
now.
has, yeah.
Yeah.
No excuses.
No excuses. So wind conditions, no, really. That doesn't
No.
like if you're out in front, is it difficult to make up ground?
Yeah, I think you want to be on speed where they've got the tailwind up the home running, which we have tonight. So that's probably going to play against Ella's Babe. I don't know if there's too many.
Shadows of
form.
Blue stole it just before.
He did. Yeah, getting through that corner, the post the first time is when he made his move, and maybe off the back of that tailwind he was able to use it. Mapunga Infrared's an interesting runner, another one for Jeff Britton. Only 11 starts and goes up to a Bold Trees heat.
Can you watch a dog parade and think, like in the horses, sometimes you go, well, let's sweat it up too much and do not want to be on, say, Vauban before the Melbourne Cup?
Not really. They don't really sweat up as such. You might see them sort of, I guess, salivate from the mouth a little bit more than others, but they don't necessarily sweat up like a horse, so it's a little bit harder. I reckon very, very hard to look at the parade yard and say this is going to win the race, because some of the best-looking dogs are the slowest dogs. That's what they say about me anyway.
Yes, let's head upstairs. He's Dan Hibbert for the...
Tips
quickly.
Tips,
sorry.
I want to cut in because this is the second best bet of the night. 4-7-5-1 for me, and I'm happy to play the Sportsbet same race multi, the 4 and the 7 both to run top 3.
I'm with the 4 as well. I'm with you. I think the surprise could be Pig Widgeon. Good feature.
I reckon too.
Podium.
All right, then let's head upstairs. Here's Dan Hibbert for race number 3, the third heat of the Bold Trees.
Start steps back up to this trip for the second time in its career. And they are the only 3 under double figures. $12 Pig Widgeon, who was third hit to pass mark at a big price last time out. Mapunga Infrared had a stewards trial here and went 29 and 50 over the 5.15s. Had 3 wins from 11 career starts. $21 Paul Lulu, the outsider of the field, steps up to this trip for the first time tonight. But Ella's Babe, the favourite, $1.60 now on fixed odds. $4.40 for Drill Sergeant and $8.50 for Flying Envy. So they're the only 3 under double figures for the third heat of the Stayers Group 1 here at Sandown Park. About to get ready. Heat number 4 to round out the Bold Trees, and then the 8 heats of the Melbourne Cup. The first leg of the quaddie is heat number 1 at 2 minutes after 8 o'clock tonight. So they're moving in for heat 3 of the Bold Trees. $1.60 for now, $1.50 for Ella's Bay. She continues to firm at every call. $4.40 for Drill Sergeant and $8.50 Flying Envy. Field of 6 for the third heat. First line secured, second line in. Just about ready. There's the green light. The lure rolls for the Bold Trees third heat. Ready to run. Favourite wears blue. Sets. And away. Ella's Babe second last to leave. Pig Widgeon was last. Best out Mapunga Infrared will lead early. Paul Lulu showed really good speed and has dashed around to take the lead. Flying Envy's got a lovely run through on the inside. Pig Widgeon next, followed by Drill Sergeant. And Ella's Babe is last. A lap to go. Paul Lulu went very hard. Stays away for the rail. Flying Envy's got the inside run. Mapunga Infrared's trailing. Then Drill Sergeant off 3 off the lead. Ella's Babe is going to go wide. Back on the inside was Pig Widgeon. Flying Envy charged off the back in front. Ella's Babe got to second. Got around the outside of Pig Widgeon, but it's all Flying Envy around the turn. 4 in front. Ella's Babe is mowing it down, but it's Flying Envy by 3. Ella's Babe second, Pig Widgeon third, 4th in Mapunga Infrared, and then came Paul Lulu and Drill Sergeant, 41.74 the time. Number 5,
Flying Envy wins heat 3 of the Bold Trees, and a man who would have a big smile on his face, Terry Earnshaw. Terry, you're always a great judge of your own greyhounds. Did you come in tonight thinking you'd be able to knock off one like Ella's Babe?
Oh, yeah, very confident in her. She's always trials well. A couple of months ago, it was the quickest dog around run home at South Australia there, Angle Park. So, yeah, definitely got the talent. And as you can see on the clock, she's done that her first 700.
You put a lot of work into your greyhounds. You breed them, you do all the work, you get them to the big stage, Terry. So how satisfying is that to come here on such a big night and win such a big race to qualify for a G1?
Oh, it's always satisfying to get up on the big races. So, yeah, no, we're real happy.
Fingers crossed for the box draw for Terry after Flying Envy wins heat 3 of the Bold Tree Skies, and Alice Babe's through. Wasn't the clearest passage of all time, but she's through.
Alice Babe, she didn't have the best of luck, but she does make the job difficult for herself, doesn't she, Mitchie Bay? Nothing away from Flying Envy, who was off and gone and put that race away a long way from home.
Yeah, she just got a long way back, Alice Babe, and ran really wide here coming past the grandstand, so probably lost a couple of lengths. To be honest, when they went down the back, you thought, geez, hang on a second, it's all set up for Alice Babe, and thought it was home, but this greyhound Flying Envy was off to the races. 41 and 76 is the time.
Yeah,
I think can be a big, or play a big part next week.
All right, then. So Flying Envy wins heat number 3 of the Sportsbet Bold Trees. The favourite, the odds-on, another odds-on favourite going down in a heat of the Bold Trees, Alice Bay, but she wasn't disgraced. She was back in second. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the final heat of the Bold Trees straight after this. Welcome back to the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival Night 2, and we just saw Flying Envy. It's been a great night for the bitches there tonight. They've won the first 3 Bold Tree heats, and she led them basically all the way, Flying Envy, defeating Alice Babe, who was a disgrace, James Vandermark, back in second.
Yeah, look, she was a little bit disappointing in the sense that it was a field of 6 and she got a long way back, let the race unravel. Flying Envy got on her bike, and to be honest, though, the time 41.76 sort of proves that Flying Envy is going to be a genuine stayer, and to have a first go at a 700 in a heat of a Group 1 and do that was impressive.
One of my favourite families in greyhound racing these days is the Whelan family. They're the pride and joy of Meetung and Gippsland. I'm still looking for an invite to the Meetung pub, but hopefully Harley can give me an invite. Harley Whelan, of course, he trains Lakeview Emily, who gets box 1 in her heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Harley, welcome to our coverage here on racing.com. How are the nerves for a young trainer looking to try and get their greyhound into a Melbourne Cup final?
No, they're not too bad actually. So, she's here. We'll try and let her do the talking. So,
does it make it any easier because you had Lakeview Walter as the sort of, I guess, the inaugural kennel superstar, and he took you on a journey across Australia? Does that, I guess, make it easier to come to a night like this and just take it all in and let the dog do the work?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think after you've been in a few, you kind of learn the drill of just do your normal routine, and that's the best way to have it, really. So, hopefully she can rock up tonight and do her thing. It'd be nice.
Walter came from nowhere, really, didn't he? And then he made it into a final. And you were the talk of Meetung. You were telling me before that everyone in Meetung would back your greyhound, and they couldn't pay. They punters out at the local pub.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but no, they have a bit of a following down there. So no, it's good. Everyone gets a bit of a thrill out of it. So no, if you can supply that entertainment in the town, why not?
There's not a lot that happens in Meetung. They got the hot springs down there, which are very good. Do you head down there after a big win? An afternoon in the hot springs after a big Melbourne Cup success, maybe?
Nah, we just go down the pub and have a few beers down there. It's about the best.
I couldn't imagine you in the hot springs, to be honest. But hey, I just want to talk about Lakeview Emily tonight, because I reckon when the draws come out, I remember once I had a runner in a Melbourne Cup heat, and I was driving a golf cart having a bit of a whack of golf, and she drew the red in a Melbourne Cup heat and nearly drove into a tree. I got that excited. Now, what was it like when you firstly saw the red and then you see Grand Tourer, one of the renowned wide runners of the game, draw box number 2? You must have, if you were playing golf, you would have nearly driven into the trees, correct?
Yeah, we're actually coming back from Warragul Trials, and Christine was watching the box draw live, and she goes, "Oh, we've got the red going off," and I was like, "Oh," she goes, "Grand Tourer too." I said, "Oh, that's even better." You know, I knew the name straight away. I thought it's a definite outrunner. So, she's got the box. It looks like it's going to play cover for her, but she's couldn't have got it tonight. It's our grand final. You don't see many teams win the grand final after losing a prelim. So tonight's a grand final. She's got look. The box sure looks perfect for her. But yeah, they're all good dogs. She's got to rock up and do her thing. So yeah.
Compare it to the other dogs that you've had in your kennel. Where would she rate?
Nah, she's the best.
She's the best.
Better than Walter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
She gets box 1, as you just pointed out. You win Melbourne Cups, and sometimes you need the luck with the draw, because if she draws box 8, she's in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, well, she's actually funny you say that. She had 6 starts in box 8. She's won 5 of them and come second. And
how many at Sandown?
Yeah. Well, she's like she won last week at the Meadows off box 8. Yes. She broke 5 early, so it's she can kind of do it from wherever. But to get the red, I suppose you just don't rely on that luck of trying to cross something on your inside. So she's got the draw. Let's hope that she can use it.
Confidence levels coming into tonight must be high on the back of her last 2 starts. She just misses the field in the Top Gun. She somehow misses the field in the Silver Bullet.
Yes, that's a disgrace. You can state your case now, Harley, and
Well,
say
let's not worry about the past. let's talk about tonight. She's drawn the red. We get to a Melbourne Cup next week if she wins tonight, and then talk down the barrel because there's 5 slots available in the Phoenix, the final night of the Dream Chasers. What would you say to the slot holders right now? Sit back and watch the show in race 10?
Yeah, we couldn't be any more confident. We feel we've got her as good as she can be. There's no excuse for her tonight, but if you're a slot holder in the Phoenix, what I'd say is she can break 5 early. She can do it from the inside. She's broken 5 here from the 4, so she can do it from the middle. She can do it from the pink. The current 2 Phoenix slot holders that are locked in is Excavation Explicit. She's come up against them 3 times and she's bet them every time.
Lock
Sold.
her in.
Sold.
I tell you what, you could sell. That was sensational, Harley. So, and you get a drink card for the next year at the Meetung Pub.
Yeah.
We'll organise that.
Could you imagine if this crew get their dog into the Phoenix? Would you get a bus maybe from Meetung?
Yeah,
it's about 5 hours to the Meadows. Will they all come down?
Dad and I have got the minibus now. There'll be definitely a minibus there. So
it's organised.
Nah, it's if she wins, I'll shoot you all down the Meetung Pub for sure.
Oh, beautiful.
Hey, Harley, it's great to see you living your dream, mate. You've got your dream greyhound.
Yeah.
You go and get them tonight. Book yourself into that Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We'll see you for the draw, then we'll see you next week. And then I think you'd be able to get a slot for the Phoenix if you can do that in the next couple of Saturdays.
Yeah.
Say good day to the family for us, mate. Well done.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Yeah, there's Harley Willen, trainer of Lakeview Emily. Terrific family. They are living their dream. And the best part about it, the youngsters of the family starting to come through and train these dogs.
Oh, look, to be honest, I just love the story that they are willing to train greyhounds from a location that really isn't friendly to training greyhounds in the sense that you're 3 hours from a metropolitan track.
Sportsbet update here, or a market update for Heat 4 of the Bold Trees. Mitchie Abaya, what price we're getting for the Top Gun staying winner of a couple of Saturdays ago?
Gentlemen, into $1.85 is Kenya All Class. Let's have a look at the plasma here. I'll try and do as good a job as Jimmy did. $1.95 into $1.80, back out to $1.85 is the C. Smith owned Kenya All Class. Number 2, Black Silencer, $4 into $3.70. Ritzer Piper, I was with last time out, $4.80 out to $5. I reckon that represents some value potentially each way, especially with the promo of Sportsbet. Shake and Bake, $6 out to $6.50, and Finish Jewel, the 5, $19 out to $23. All the Rage is the 1. Don't forget, remember, gamble responsibly. The favourite here, Kenya All Class, if you like him. You can have a bet on him at $1.85, and if he runs second, you get your bet back in bonus bets. The Sportsbet promo, they're absolutely fantastic. Got any issues with punting, call the Gambling Help online number on the screen.
All right, Mitchie, it's been not a night for the odds-on favourites, James Vandermark. Can that just turn around here with the Top Gun staying champ, who was the last dog into the Top Gun, would you believe?
Yeah, look, it's a big chance with a good draw. I'm just a little bit worried about Mitchie. He said, don't forget. And then he almost forgot what he was about to say, I reckon. Now, man, Mitchie, he's had a big day on the tools up there. You did nearly forget, didn't you?
I was just saying to the guys, when you stand in that corner there, you feel like you just don't know where to look. There's like a screen here, there's the camera there.
Don't give away all our tricks.
And then the big,
you know what it is?
No, but the screen's like parallel. I was looking like
4 hours whacking cricket balls around. I completely missed the speed map, but that's irrelevant. It is.
I was on radio this morning, forgot my name.
There you go. We all do it.
I got out what I wanted to say.
Hey, Shake and Bake expected to go forward with Ritzer Piper. Now, I reckon that speed map's the key, because if Ritzer Piper crosses to lead, I reckon they don't run her down.
No.
But if she doesn't and the inside brigade start to hold up, it might make the race for Kenya All Class. Now, let's delve into the history books. Kenya All Class, he once had the red over the 515 metres here. And have a look at this, just hustling through. He ends up going ridiculous time. And look at the turn of pace once he got moving. A little bit...
The dog in front is a high quality rocket out.
He is, but he's also a greyhound that doesn't find the line overly strong. But he's in a Melbourne Cup heat tonight, motion sensor, drawn box 8. And look at the zest and the acceleration of Kenya All Class. He might just about be the most exciting young dog in the country right now, especially as a stayer, because he's just so exciting to watch. And look, he's won the Top Gun at his first 700-metre race. He'll probably advance top 2 into a Bold Trees and be a real genuine contender. And our man C. Smith, he actually Corey sent me the trial ticket of this dog. Had a 500-metre trial and nearly broke 29 seconds.
I saw that. I think Corey Smith, the part owner, was bragging to everybody.
Yeah,
Should have been in the shootout.
Yeah, you know what he's trying to do, though? He's sending... Normally, people want to keep that information in their back pocket because they say, well, I'll try and get a bet on. We don't want too many people to know. Smithy's trying to get a Phoenix slot, I reckon. So he's saying, oh, look, 29.05. Wouldn't that be a story?
Well, he should get off his backside and organise a Phoenix for the Stayers.
Yeah, there should be.
Yeah.
There should be. But how good would it be if he wins a Top Gun Stayers and then he comes out, wins the Bold Trees, and then we see him in a Phoenix and he somehow runs a big race in that? Because he could. He's fast enough. And we saw Hector Fawley, with a touch of luck in running, he could have won the Phoenix last year, and he could be this year's Hector Fawley.
Here's Jason Adams catching up with, of course, Jessica Hopkins, the trainer of Kenya All Class.
Thanks, G. I am with Jess Hopkins, and Jess, come over here. This boy, he hasn't raced since the Top Gun Stayers, that the boys have alluded to a trial last Monday night here at Sandown. Tell us more.
Yeah, he trialled. It's only over 500 though. So obviously another 200 metres, but yeah, he went easy, 29.06. But as I said, it means nothing tonight. Yeah, he's got to run the extra 200, and look, he's as tough as teak, this dog, and I'm sure if they come at him at some stage, he'll be kicking back.
We know he leaves nothing out on the track. He's a small field at disadvantage. Maybe he could blow the candle out too early.
Well, yeah, it's funny. Now we've drawn box one, I would have loved a full field, but I could be changing my mind after 50 metres if he blows the start. So if he's in front, I'll be wishing there was 7 trying to chase him and maybe get in a bit of trouble. But, yeah, look, they'll be really blowing themselves up trying to chase him. And then it's, yeah, if those strong ones can get him late.
Could he get better over 700?
Oh, yeah, for sure. The more he has, the better he'll get.
Jess Hopkins there with Kenya All Class. I want to get a word from Steve White, who has Black Silencer. And Steve, we saw this boy on Top Gun night in a graded 700-metre race. On face value, I thought he was disappointing. What was the view of the camp?
No, they were very disappointed, but the thing is he travelled over that day and he was obviously a little bit flat, and the run really flattened him after that. So it's taken us a good 4 days to try and get him back on track and everything. So, no, he seems all right. He trialled good on Tuesday, so, you know, he's hoping, but, you know, the red goes pretty good.
When you say he trialled well on Tuesday, over what distance and where was it?
500 sail.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Steve White with their Black Silencer. One more. Paul Bartolo, Ritza Piper. Now, she ran last in that Top Gun Stayers, but it wasn't a bad run, was it?
Yeah, but she had her muzzle jammed in her mouth.
Oh, there you go. So what sort of impact would that have on her?
Well, if you see her coming around the turn, her tail was going around. She was trying to shake it off. But Bernie, to catch her, it took him ages to get out of her mouth. So she did have an excuse.
So in all fairness, put a line through that run, and we should see her best tonight.
We should, yes. Thanks.
Paul Bartolo there with Ritza Piper. So there's the latest from this field ahead of the 4th and final heat of the Bold Trees, boys.
I love Paul Bartolo. He's been a legend of the game. He said, Jason Adams, he gave him that look and said, mate, she had excuses, genuine excuses, and that's why these interviews are gold, James Vandermeer.
100%. Well, that's the inside word you need, isn't it? I thought her run was still good, to be honest. She was in front of Kenya All Class early and found trouble, then ended up a long way behind him. So, and maybe at that point's when the muzzle became dislodged. But he's no stranger to big race success. He quinelled a Melbourne Cup here this time of year. Betty's Angel and Miss Minnie Mouse. So this is obviously the staying version, but
just got done in an Oz Cup as well. With who was it?
Favourite of yours, wasn't it?
No, was it Dewana Penny or something?
Dewana Penny, I think.
Yeah, might have been. Yeah, he. You know the thing I love about him? He's just so honest.
You know, tips. I just wanted to quickly get to this. I've gone 1825.
Yep, and I'm 1842.
I'm tipping 8 now, Ritza Piper.
At the price.
At the price. I can't back Kenya All Class at $2 when you're getting $6 thereabouts on the pink.
No, I'll tell you what you're getting. Sportsbet $7 and $2.38.
I'm back in the pink.
Are you?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm still tipping the red as the dog to beat, but at the price, when you're having a wager, I'm now going with the 8.
So am I now, after that information. You could see the swagger in Paul Bartolo's walk there.
Yeah.
And he's confident, so I agree with him. This is the final chance for these Sayers to qualify for, I think it's the best staying race in the country, the Bold Trees.
It's at the best time of year, I reckon,
Correct.
too.
So
the Sandown Cup probably draws alongside of it, but one of the best, at least.
Let's head up the stairs to Daniel Hibbert for the final heat of the Bold Trees.
The outsider of the field. The favourite, Kenya All Class. The Top Gun winner has won 14 of 22. He's had 2 goes here for a win and a second. 42.08 is his best gallop. He's the favourite. 370 for Black Silencer, who was fourth to Shake and Bake at the Meadows as an odds-on favourite last time out. Won at Angle Park before that. He's had 2 wins from 5 over this trip. $7 Shake and Bake, who's won twice at the Meadows with a third in between. Beat Virat last start in 42.63. He's won 2 of 4 over this trip, 11 of 39 overall. $8 for Ritza Piper, who was last in the Top Gun and is looking to bounce back after that run. Has won 20 of 58. She's a Group 1 winner. She's had 3 goes over this trip for 3 minor placings. So this is the last of the heats for the Bold Trees. The first 2 will go through to the final. $1.70 for Kenya Class and $3.90 Black Silencer, the top 2 in the market. And Kenya Class, the Top Gun winner. He was brilliant in that Group 1 victory at his last start. He's trialled here since. He's going extremely well. He was the 9th runner into that Top Gun. He was able to get into the field and make the most of his opportunity. He's got to win or run second to make sure he gets through to another Group 1 final tonight, and he's $1.70 to do so. Black Silencer has been in good form, was 4th last start and an Angle Park winner before that. And Ritza Piper can never be discounted. A Group 1 performer, she is at $6. They're getting set. The last heat of the Bold Trees. Green light. Lures on the roll. Favourite is the red. Ready to run. Set. And away, Kenya Class jump well on the inside. He will hustle through and he will keep the lead. Finesse Jewel trying to get around the outside of Shake and Bake. And then Ritza Piper second last. Black Silencer was last. Kenya Class goes like the wind with a lap to go. Went 6.03 to the first mark and 15.38 past the post. He leads by 3 lengths. Finesse Jewel is second. Third is Shake and Bake. Black Silencer gives the leader half a dozen. Last of all was Ritza Piper. Halfway down the back, it's Kenya Class, still 3 in front. Finesse Jewel is running out of its skin, and now Black Silencer starting to run on. Kenya Class's chips in again. He's 2 in front, trying to come through Black Silencer, but Kenya Class, a half a length on Black Silencer, who roared home at the finish. Finesse Jewel ran a mighty race in third. Shake and Bake was 4th. Ritza Piper last. He's gone 41 and 56.
41 and 56 for Kenya Class. He was first out, first home, and Jess Copsons, he got a little bit tired, but there was pressure and he kept kicking. How proud of you are you of him with that?
Yeah, goosebumps. Thanks, Paul. I'm just in awe of the dog. Like, as I said, body control here on Monday night over 500 metres. Would be competitive in a Melbourne Cup heat. And she's at 5 stuck with him. Like, he didn't get a long way in front. But, like, he's run nearly 30 dead to the 3rd mark, which that's as quick as they go, so he's entitled to get tired. And it's nice to see him out in front, the one getting tired and the one getting in trouble and storming home. So, yeah, onwards to next week.
And we know when greyhounds are initially sort of starting their staying career, it can be questionable and sort of inconsistent as to how they pull up. From the runs that he's had over 700 metres, has it been as easy as it looked?
Actually, yeah. That's probably been the biggest shock, is how well he pulls up the next day. Sorry, I'll wait for the tractor to go past. Like, he pulls up the same tomorrow as he does if I trial him at 300 at Hillsville. And as I said, that's why I'm just in awe of him as well. Like, he trials 1650 up Hillsville. That was it. He's only had a look up there. Like, 300 metres, can run that. The next best was 1720 that day. Actually, Mitch Abaya messaged me that day and goes, geez, well, something went good today, and I didn't let him know who it was because it was his first run back from his Achilles. But yeah, I got goosebumps today. I didn't cheer and make a bit of a moron of myself tonight. I was quite nice and quiet.
Geez, Mitchie went like that.
Yeah, I kept my lip sealed there, Mitchie. Sorry. It was about August last year when he, or this year, sorry, when he trialled that. It might have been a bit earlier, but yeah, he's just a freak over any distance really, and it's just special to train him.
Well, go and get him. He's been super. Good job.
Thank you.
Jess Hopkins there after the winner Kenya Class. That was very good. We know this boy's good boys, but that could be one of the more convincing performances he's had, at least over 700 metres.
Jessica Hopkins and her enthusiasm and her passion's become nearly the story of the Dream Chasers Festival so far. And her dog that she loves so much, Kenya Class. He won a Top Gun for the stayers, and then he did all of the work. He made his own luck tonight, James Vandermaat. He smashed the clock. Yes, he got tired, but he's been winning his races in these staying events mid-race.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going to do, though, to be a genuine stayer. stay, or he's just going to try and break their hearts. Now, he hit the back section at 30.01.
Yes.
That is absolute. I don't think we've ever seen a stayer break 30. So it would have to nearly be a split record at that point. In saying that, he's gone 41.54, which is an extraordinary run. It's the fastest by about 3 lengths, barring the runners-up who gets within about a neck of him at the end. But to run home in 11.53 and still run 41.54, like 11.53 is nowhere near what you need to run to win a Bold Trease. But he is just so quick through the marks, and hence I think he could be a Phoenix contender, that he breaks them up. It was great to see him to lead and dominate a race the way he did. But in saying that, standing here live when they went down the back, I thought he's on real tired legs.
Yep.
He looked to be struggling, and yet he's now had 2 700-metre runs. He found a little bit more to hold off Black Silencer, and he'll go into the final next week as the favourite. Yeah, the one to beat, because he's going to burn through the first 3 quarters of the race. And if you're backing him next week, you're going to pull the whip at the 75% mark and try and get him home.
But he's kicking. He kicked in the Top Gun, and we thought he was going to be in trouble. So he's finding a way to win over the staying trips quickly, lads. Before I go to the break, the Minister, Anthony Carbines, will be joining me straight after this. Who wins the Bold Trease before the box draw?
Ethanol water.
I don't know.
Ethanol water's
I
got
don't
2
know.
strings to the bow, I think.
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Well, you're paid to have an opinion.
You can sit on the fence sometimes.
Yes.
No, I'd probably say, well, Black Silencer was a good run, because I thought he was the best bet of the night last week, and I thought he was horrific on the first night of the coverage. Top Gun night, he was only in a mix 4 and 5. Stephen White, I rate as one of the best trainers in the game. He's had him back in his care for about a fortnight.
Come on, Jimmy. I'm pulling the splinters out. If not...
Oh, Kenya All Class Black Silencer, the pair.
Kenya All Class, James's tip, ethanol watered.
Black Silencer.
We'll go to a break.
Yeah,
He'll
got
change his
rubber
mind
arms,
again. There's Kenya All Class and
Ethanol
Jessica
water.
Hopkins. They do it again, and they're in the Bold Trease final of 2024. Welcome back to night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival. We're live on racing.com here for the best night of greyhound racing. We just had the 4 heats of the Sportsbet Bold Trease. Kenya All Class, he'll start the favourite in next week's Group 1. He was sensational tonight. He won the race mid-section and he paid $2, $1.60. Black Silencer second, finished dual third. So Black Silencer went close. He finishes second. He qualifies for the final. And Shake and Bake was back in 4th. The first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, not far away. But before that, Victoria's Minister for Racing, the Honourable Anthony Carbines, joins us here on racing.com. He's been a busy minister of recent times, especially here in Victoria. Minister, thanks for joining us. Welcome to the best night of greyhound racing. But first of all, you're at Cranbourne today. We watched the action on racing.com. It had it all really there today.
Look, there was a lot of hot racing, but we had a couple of fires just to keep things interesting, but really wrapped for them. It was just fantastic for the locals as well as the Meteorite. Just a great race as well, and the Cranbourne Cup. They're really pulling it together at Southside Racing. They deserve a lot of support and a lot of thumbs up for the work that they're doing. They're really leading from the front.
You've got a couple of pretty important portfolios in the state of Victoria, including racing. And racing's had its challenges of recent times. We saw the annual reports from the 3 codes in this state, and they've all lost money. How would you suggest how greyhound racing's going in this state, first of all?
Well, you always had to cut your cloth, I think, to suit the times.
Yeah.
And GRV are doing a fantastic job with Peter Duncan and Stewie Lang and the team. They're leading a great organisation, and I think we've just made sure again tonight that some of the concepts that we have, Melbourne Cup, Phoenix and the like, working really well. Great support from both our participants and race goers, and I think we're going to see the best of that, not only through the heats tonight, but again next week. And slowly but surely, we're getting more people back.
Yep.
The wagering's settling, and I think that things can only get better as the economy improves.
And greyhound racing, especially for the last decade, it's been a dramatic rise. You got a lot more people punting on the sport now. The prize money's unbelievable. You got participants turning up here tonight racing for some great prize money, and then $1 million Melbourne Cup next week.
What we've seen is the increase in prize money and returns to participants, and that's through a lot of hard work and dedication from them. But I think also provided opportunities in some of our marketing to get those who are race goers to get involved and actually buy a dog, get involved and be part of the action rather than just maybe punting, but also get right in there and have a bit of a say in something and own a dog as well.
It's such an exciting sport to get involved with. I've got a couple of dogs. Unfortunately, they're not quite good enough to be...
Not in the heat tonight?
No, not quite good enough, Minister, to be in here, be here at Sandown tonight to be racing for a Melbourne Cup berth. But that's the dream. We've got to keep the dream alive. But I want to have a chat about the welfare situation with this sport as well. I know your government works closely with GRV, and GRV pour in a lot of money to make sure that these dogs, who are loved and cared by their owners and their trainers so much, get the best of care.
We've seen our commitment of $1.6 million for our track and trace program, which we'll have up and running for make sure we can track our registered dogs, look out for them, and we'll have that program up and running by early 26.
Yeah.
That's $1.6 million in track and trace program. So we want that accountability, and that's critical for growing the support in our sport and supporting and protecting our participants who love their dogs and do great work.
Yeah.
But we want to look after them not just in their racing time, but afterwards. And we've seen 2,500 dogs have been homed post their racing career this year alone. 1,000 of those through the GAP program.
And the GAP program's been a huge success. I live in the CBD or in South Melbourne, and every second dog I see walking the streets of Melbourne town is a greyhound.
I sat down there having a coffee locally the other day. Greyhound's licking me on my hand there, and someone said, you got dogs? And I said, no, but I spent a bit of time at the track.
Yeah.
And everyone's got a story of why they've chosen to get involved and buy a rehomed greyhound, and they've been out to the GAP and they've done really well. And I just think everywhere you see it, it actually is a support for the sport when people are out there just down the milk bar and there's a greyhound and people love their dogs.
And for the viewers at home, and especially they're involved in greyhound racing or harness racing and thoroughbred racing, I guess they've all got their little challenges today, like most codes right across the country. But what would your message be to them?
Look, I think we're very thankful and grateful for those who commit their working lives to their passion into sport, whether it's across the codes, but people are very committed. And we know that they need the backing of both the government, but they need the backing of the GRV or HRV, Racing Victoria. They need to know that we've got your back. We're supporting our welfare programs. We're promoting our sport. We've got great innovations and racing opportunities. We want them to be supported to do the very best they can, because we can't put the show on without them. And their passion and drive. I was on the way in tonight, bumped into Jackie Greeno, and I wished her luck for the Cup as well next week. She said, I've got to get there first, Anthony. And so probably big energy for mine in the last to
big energy. We're getting on, Mr. Carbines. Hopefully it goes as quick as my paper's just blown off my desk tonight. He broke 28 or 29 seconds there last week. So
very impressive.
Yeah, well, we wish you the best of luck tonight on the punt. We'll catch up with you. Are you coming next week?
I've actually scored a week off. Eden Foster's going to look after the top for me next week. But hoping maybe the Phoenix a bit later on into December.
Well, Minister, thanks for coming down and having a chat to us, mate, and we wish you the best of luck tonight, and keep on doing a great job.
There you go. Thanks a lot, and good luck with the racing tonight.
Yeah, there's the Racing Minister for Victoria, Anthony Carbines. Let's have a look at the speed map here for Heat 1 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and there's the market. Vincent Bale at 260, Field Day at 340, Sipping Megatron at 7, Power and Glory 750, Buddy Manelli at 9, Transcendent, the Pride of WA at $13. Mitchie, who are they backing here? Does any of these prices surprise you?
G'day, G. Vincent Bale, 240 out to 260. Field Day for trainer Jason Thompson, 290 out to 360, back into 340. I think really well drawn tonight is Field Day. Zipping Megatron was massive last start at Sandown, 650 out to $7. Power and Glory, a tad disappointing last time out, $8 into 650. My play in the race, Buddy Manelli, made this race last year. Box 1 Bandit loves it here at Sandown Park and is as strong as a day as long, $9.50 into $9. Transcendent is $13 and firm. Van Wyck, I think, is a good little each way play, or include in a same race multi, $26 and out to 31s, and then My Anarchy Boy, $51 into 35. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number that was on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. And don't forget our promo. Bet returns, all races, run second, get a bonus bet back. How good is that? If you like one in this and want to have a play, don't forget you'll get a bet return back if you do run second, and that applies to next week and the Phoenix night as well.
Let's get ready to rumble now. This is the first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Just got to change my microphone. I hope that's okay. Now we're right to go for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heat 1. Let's have a look at the speed map here. live from Sandown. What a perfect night it is for greyhound racing. Talk us through this speed map here, James.
Yeah, it's an interesting speed map. I reckon there's not a lot of data on my Anarchy boy, so he's right out the back there. Greyhound, who's been doing most of his racing in WA. Of the speed runners in the race, the two expected to go forward, Vincent Bale, he's been airborne, this young pup. Power and Glory, he's the interesting runner. I'm not sure he's going to lead the race, but he does accelerate once he gets going. The other forward runner is Transcendent, another of the WA visitors. Field Day, box number 4 there, probably just on the back of the speed forecasted from Sportsbet. If he steps like he can, he could almost go straight to the top early. But I think the way this race is set to be ran, I think Vincent Bale's going to get the nice run from box number 2. He looks to beat the red-out Buddy Manelli, who'll hold a nice run to the inside. He's going to get room to move. And look at the acceleration of Vincent Bale from box number 5 here. Just slots in behind Big Energy, and then he tracked his move absolutely everywhere he went to the post. Got past Blue Camaro, who's the $1 million chase winner, Mitchie. So to get past him and then hold him, we saw the way that he finished off in a Top Gun Blue Camaro. So Vincent Bale, he looks the real deal, and this was a supreme runners-up effort from a dog running fast time in defeat.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if he leads. Does he cross the red? I don't think he crosses the red.
I think he does.
You reckon?
I think he does.
Yeah, I'd have the red just holding him out. He's a 3-length better dog off box 1, but Vincent Bale is drawn beautifully to strike. And definitely. Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, it's humming. Absolutely airborne. But
he can't run 18.60.
Field Day does map. The Field Day does map really well here to put himself right in the race. No speed in 5 and 6. The only concern is Van Wyck's got a little bit of speed coming from out wide. I reckon that is your same race multi-dog, Van Wyck. Top 4.
Is this the toughest heat of the night to kick off proceedings?
They're all tough in their own funny way, aren't they?
I think it's tough on the early speed and where greyhounds.
I don't think it's the toughest one to find the winner. I'm pretty keen here on Vincent Bale. Look, best bets have both run second tonight, so thank goodness for Sportsbet and their money back offer. We can keep on going, Mitchie boy. But I just think Vincent Bale 29.07 here last start. He won the Cranbourne Cup 3 starts ago, and then he just got beaten by Hector Fawley in one of the great RSN Silver Bullets. So you look at his last 3 starts, there's not too many greyhounds that have gone Group 2, Group 3, Group 3.
Who are you tipping? You're tipping the 2.
I'm with the red. I reckon the red's a great each way. Well, place heavy play. Yeah. I can't see him missing the podium, Buddy Manelli.
You'll get a nice run through, Buddy.
Yeah, he did it last year too, didn't he? At a big price to qualify. And as we've seen on several occasions here on Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heat Night, the better the inside, or you draw closer to the fence, it's a much easier assignment when you're taking on these dogs that can run similar times to the first bend.
Well, stats-wise, look at he's had 22 wins in his career, Buddy Manelli. 14 of them have come off boxes 1 and 2.
And the stats
it's a
you
huge
mentioned
play.
here as well earlier in the night, you brought up the stats for Sandown Park, box number 1, 23% winning strike rate. So a quarter of the greyhounds that step out of box number 1 in every 4 are coming home a winner. And although it's a Melbourne Cup heat, it definitely brings him into contention. You put Buddy Manelli in box 8, I would be betting my bottom dollar you wouldn't have him in his top 4.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
He'd be 50s. I'd have him marked at 50s. But just the way he, as I said, he's a 3-length better dog off box 1. And the thing I love as well, 34.40 at the Meadows. It's not slow. It's not absolutely elite. It's not your 34.10s, but it shows that he's strong. If he does sit there and he's in a spot to strike, I think he can.
What about his stats here at the track? 19 starts, 7 wins, and only 2 placings. What does that tell you?
Well, he's probably had 7 wins all off box 1 here. Yeah. Probably
inside draws, so you pretty much take him. But would you back him for a place in this, or would you?
I would. I'd be betting on a 1x3 basis, 1x4 basis.
Yeah.
This is the last chance we get to back our bet into the all-in market.
Yep.
Just recap your all-in plays once again with Sportsbet.
I'm having a 1-pronged attack. Just a 1-pronged attack. Guess who it is?
Well, I'm explicit.
It's going to be explicit.
Is, yeah. 650, I think.
I'm explicit, Excavation, and Lakeview Emily as the 3 all-in plays I'm having.
See, I don't think there's huge value in all-in betting these days. I almost think you're probably better off just having a bet tonight and then having a bet next week.
650 with explicit. He starts $1.60 tonight.
Yeah, of course. That's
and then if he draws the box number 1 in the final,
red next week,
he's $1.80.
Yeah, and it's huge.
So that's good value.
He's the value, I think, in the
all-in. So is Excavation. $2.30 tonight.
Do you want a smoky from me? So Corey Smith, who's tuning in at home, can stop calling me Splinters. I reckon I'm not tipping him tonight, but Epitomise could be the dog that just goes to a complete new level. I don't like the draw for him, hence I've sort of gone half against him tonight, but I did check the all-in market around 30-1, 20-1. I was hoping for a little bit more, and I might have had something smaller.
So he's virtually saying I'm sitting on the fence with Epitomise as well. He said I'm half against him, but I'm half for him.
I'm an adopted WA racing fan and Miss Envy for the
spent a bit of
Shinners.
time there, didn't you?
I spent a little bit of time. I my first greyhound in WA. We won didn't win a Perth Cup, but we made it into the Perth
Very good
Cup.
dog.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it was. Let's head to Jason Adams, who's ready to catch up with the handlers before the first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Thanks, Gareth, and it is game on. There is no better night of racing, and these superstars walking out on the track, it's hard not to be excited. Let's do the rounds. Luke Adams zipping at Megatron. He was awesome last week. First look at the track. How much confidence do you take out of that run last week?
Yeah, heaps. He got around safe last week, and he was good on the clock, and he's come through the run really good, so he's raring to go.
Same plan of attack. Missed the start, dropped to the fence.
It's probably his only hope.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Luke Adams there with zipping at Megatron. They're all down the other end of the parade yard here, boys, so don't let it do a hamstring. Trying to catch up with some of these connections. Mason Kaufman has Vincent Bale, who, of course, was really good in the shootout last week. Mason, I mean, the run 29.06 like he did and still be beaten is just almost rude, isn't it? How'd he come out of that?
No, he's had a perfect week. Couldn't ask any more of the dog. Any other race besides last week, he probably wins. But yeah, no, he's had a really good week at home and expect him to go good.
Superb. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Mason Kaufman there. Let's go over chat to Ken Burnett, who's got Power and Glory, the very, very promising sprinter from New South Wales. Ken, last week, his first race here at Sandown Park. How much do you take from that?
Well, you know, this is his third go tonight, so give him a bit of a look. He didn't like the first time when he went round, but he's hopefully he's learned a bit now, so I hope he's a bit better this time round.
He's generally regarded as the type who's tardy to begin and wants to use a bit of the track. Is that your view? And if so, how does it impact his race tonight?
Yeah, well, I think he's not badly boxed where he is, because I think he likes to use the middle of the track doesn't like dogs coming down on him, so it'll give him a bit more of a chance tonight, I think.
All right, you're getting caught into line, so good luck.
Thank you.
Ken Burnett there with Power and Glory, and game on, boys. How good is this? Melbourne Cup heats, winning you're in. Let's go.
Bring it on, Jace. You pump me up. Let's get ready to rumble here. James Vandermart, who are you tipping?
I was nearly falling asleep until we went to Jace. He is just getting us all up and about, isn't he? I'm pretty keen here on number 2, Vincent Bale. I think class will rise to the top. He'll make a statement. He'll probably firm up as one of the real genuine contenders in next week's Melbourne Cup. 2 from 4 field day. If he happens to jump, it could be another Thompson runner into a Melbourne Cup. I've gone 3 for 3rd, my Anarchy Boy. I just think the draw could see him get lucky early, and number 6 zipping Megatron up for a top 4. But I don't mind Buddy Manelli if you want to throw him in as well.
I'm 1 4 8 and 2, mate. I've got Buddy Manelli on top.
Hold out Vincent Bale early?
I think so.
Well, there you go. Mitchie's going with the red. I'm going with the 2. The inside draws to the floor in Heat 1 of the Melbourne Cup. One of the great races. I think maybe the greatest race in the game, to be fair, the Melbourne Cup, and this is where it all begins.
It is the greatest race. It's the holy grail for the sport. And this is the first heat. And this is like preliminary final weekend in the AFL, the NRL. If you lose, there's no tomorrow.
You heard Harley Whelan.
Yes.
You won't win a grand final without winning the prelim.
Correct. Let's head to Daniel Hibbert, who's become the voice of the Melbourne Cup for the opening heat.
Survive in advance time. All you've got to do is win. Doesn't matter how you do it. As long as you win, you're into the final next week. $2.50 for Vincent Bale. He's been in ripping form. He draws box 2, and he will be the favourite for the first heat of the Melbourne Cup. Second elect on the fixed odds will be the blue field day for Jason Thompson, and it won here last week in 29.19. The series is about to begin. The green light is on for heat 1 of the Cup. They're set, ready. Racing, beginning quickly was My Anarchy Boy. Speed, Buddy Manelli on the inside, and right there was Vincent Bale to the first turn. He just clipped heels, and Buddy got away again. Buddy Manelli leads it by 3. Transcendent gets to second. Third on the inside, zipping Megatron. Then came Vincent Bale. Further back to Field Day. A gap then to Van Wyck and Power and Glory. Long last, My Anarchy Boy. Buddy Manelli tackled by Transcendent. They're a mile in front of the rest. Transcendent and my Buddy Manelli. Transcendent, Buddy Manelli. Buddy kick. Buddy's going to do again. Buddy Manelli's into the Cup. He beat Transcended. Third across the line was zipping Megatron just ahead of Field Day, although that's pretty close. Then Vincent Bale, Power and Glory and Van Wyck, and the time is 29.58. He's into the
Lynn
Cup.
Smith, Buddy Manelli through to the Melbourne Cup, and you said don't do it to me. You make big races, you got to do it. How good was he tonight?
Really good, really good. He just loves the red, doesn't he?
Did you feel worried when Transcendent loomed up on his outside?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? No, I'm just wrapped. He's such a good, honest dog. You know, he keeps on finding when you think there's nothing left. He just keeps on going. And he's really hard to actually run down once he gets in front. So
You've been a good trainer for years and years, and now you've made back-to-back Melbourne Cup finals. How satisfying is that for you? I mean, it's one thing to be proud of the dog, but yourself, one of the sport's biggest races, and you've made it 2 years in a row.
it's not me, it's the dog. It's just the dog. There's such a good backstory behind him as well, you know, that he wouldn't break in to start off with. They put him out in the paddock and they sent him back to break him in again, and he still wasn't going to go. And just the last run he did, he was basically signed into Gap. So he's just been an amazing story. It's got nothing to do with me, it's all the dog. So I just hope this year he stays on his feet.
And gets an inside draw for your sake.
Well, he had an inside draw last year too, and he didn't stay on his feet. So no, I just love him. Great dog.
Hey, as much as you won't say it yourself, pat yourself on the back. You've been great with him, and he's justified it tonight. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Lynn Smith there, boys, after the winner, Buddy Manelli, and Mitch, pat yourself on the back as well, mate. You've landed that one beautifully.
What about that start to the night for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup with the heats? Now, I love these stories. We didn't know this last year with Lynn Smith. So Buddy Manelli didn't break in, not once but twice, was nearly going to be retired to Gap because he didn't want to participate, and then all of a sudden he's made 2 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup finals, and box 1 he goes, like, you don't have to break 28 or 29, do you, to make it into a Melbourne Cup final. He's gone 29.57.
I honestly think it's probably a note for all trainers. A lot of trainers don't go for a Melbourne Cup with dogs that can run that kind of time, but if you get the right race and you put yourself into the race, he's proven it. He's gone back-to-back into Melbourne Cup finals. Did it last year, jumped from box number 1, and he does it again this year. So it's a credit to... he went 5.06, 29.44, so he's actually gone a little bit slower this year, but credit to Lynn Smith. She's not taking too many pats on the back there, but what a wonderful training effort. He tumbled in the race last year, the Melbourne Cup, so she took her time with him post that. But to go and make 2 Melbourne Cups with a greyhound that, as we heard a moment ago, was almost on the Gap program awaiting for a couch, it is as good a story as you'll get. And Mitch, you're going to have to pay my doctor's bill, mate, because you jumped on my back. And what was worse, Vincent Bale got checked, and that's who I was on. And then he started jumping all over me.
Well done, Mitchie.
Yeah, well done, mate.
Great tip.
No, it was...
$50 massage bill coming your way, I reckon, for my sore back.
All right, that's fine. Mate, if my 60 kilos is not able to be held up by your frame, there's some serious issues. But I thought he would step well. I just, when you go back and look at the tapes of him off box 1, he is such a better dog off an inside draw. Did I think he would lead like that? No. But did I think he would put himself right in the race? Yes. And I tell you what, that $2.25 was money for old Rope when he was down the back in first.
You know what surprised me? Don't want to be negative, but I almost thought he would have gone quicker.
So, yeah, no, I'll agree with you on that. Spot on. I thought he would have run 29.30.
40s, 30s, around about.
But
if you run 34.40 at the Meadows, you should be running 29.30 here.
Well, if you go back 5 starts ago, he's won off the red and gone 29.42. So he's more than capable. Lynn Smith's a very, very good trainer, and what an amazing story.
The best of the night, then, that was best of the night, 29.42. I thought he'd go quicker.
There you go. What a start to the night. There'll be many a story that's produced tonight with these heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, but it'll be hard to top the story of Buddy Manelli. He didn't break in twice, and now he's made it into a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup final twice after that all-the-way victory to kick off proceedings. And look at Lynn Smith with her favourite boy there after winning the opening heat. Heat 2 coming up next here on our coverage of night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival with the best of the nights at Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heat Night. Welcome back to night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival. Heat 1 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup has been run and won. And Mitchie Abaya, he should have made a ton in his local cricket competition on Saturday, but I reckon this is more satisfying, tipping a double-figure winner to kick off proceedings with Buddy Manelli. And Lynn Smith, she told the story to Jason Adams straight after this race. It was an emotional Lynn Smith. This dog didn't want to get broken in once, and then they tried again. And he was hard work. They nearly retired him to Gap, but they persevered. And now tonight he makes his second Sportsbet Melbourne Cup final. Talking about great stories, Jess Hopkins, so far, if you ask me, she's become the story of the Dream Chasers Festival with her superstar stayer in Kenya All Class, who took out his heat of the Bold Trees. He won, of course, the Top Gun Stayers on the opening night, and Jess joins us here. You'll be dancing to... The band is on fire today, but you're on fire with your dog, as I say hello to you, and congratulations.
No, thank you. No one wants to see me dance.
Were you expecting that tonight? He was devastating in the early and middle sections.
Yeah, his third split's as good as they go. Like, I actually just asked someone if it was at the record. I know Hector went pretty quick here one night. But yeah, he just, even talking to James before, he just keeps fighting now when he sort of almost hears them coming. But yeah, I'd rather be the one out in front and them need luck behind me to beat me.
He's gone 30.01 to that third section. Tornado Tears 30.02, 41.16. So just puts a little bit of put it into some perspective that how good he has gone. And James and I were saying here, look, he looks on tired legs, but he just kept throwing them out. And 41.56 must absolutely please you.
Yeah, it does. Also, that shows how good Tornado Tears was to run home as quick as he did. But yeah, as I said, I'm just so proud of him. To run those splits, keep running, and yeah, run. I can't remember what the first heat ran, but I think he's qualified fastest, so sort of gives us some confidence for next week.
Could he win it? The boys, and they know a lot more than I, Jess, but they're telling us the way that he trialled there on Monday night, that he could win a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, let alone a Bold Trees.
On ability, he could.
Yeah.
But it would depend on how he began. You can't run dogs down in Melbourne Cups generally, so look, if he did step and run, 5 or even 8 for him, yeah, he could probably run them down, but I mean, I'll say yes because I'm as biased as anything, but I don't think he's running excavation or explicit down.
I'll put you on the spot here, Mitchie. Would you give him a slot in the Phoenix?
I would because it would add another element to the race. It's not,
but it's not about elements. It's about if you think he could win, and you don't waste your money.
No, I agree, but you have to think and say, well, everyone's going to go for greyhounds that can run 5 O's to the first marker, 17.50 down the back, and then try and break. Well, 29.60, but in the point of difference. The point of difference is he could sit off him, still blow him away through that middle section like Wow She's Fast did the first time she won it, and then they're not going to catch him if he finds the lead. So I think they thought the same thing with Hector Forley last year, that they wanted to try and come up with something different, and he could be the perfect dog to do it. It's amazing that he can trial 29.06 and then come out and run 41.56. It's yeah, not many that can do it, but he's one of the lucky ones.
Well, I think you deserve a slot now. I think it'd be great marketing for the Phoenix. But you've got to win a Bold Trees first of all. Yeah. What draw do you want?
I'll take the 1.
Yeah.
But like in those staying races, you just want to get around the first turn clear. It doesn't really matter if you draw 1 or 8. Just want to settle in that first 3 or 4.
Will he get better next week? Do you think he'd be stronger on the way home?
He should. We kept, obviously for the Top Gun, had him at his peak for that night, freshened him up a little bit. Obviously trialled him here Monday night, and yeah, I left a bit in the tank, so hopefully, I mean, if he runs what he did tonight, it'll give him something to catch.
Are you enjoying the challenge of training a genuine Group 1 star?
Yeah, I think there was actually more pressure with Panama Canal than with this dog. He's just so easy to train, this dog. He's just no frills, and he's just fast. A fast animal, 300 to 700.
I'll tell you what, I've had the pleasure of hearing some of the pre- and post-race recordings Jess does for the owners, which is a fantastic experience.
Yes.
She brought the thoroughbred landscape to the greyhound landscape, which is awesome. It doesn't happen that often, but doing radio with Corey Smith, obviously being a part owner, I get to hear some of the pre and post race and the honest assessment of how the dog is going or has gone and then did race. It's fantastic for owners. And for me, the question I have for you, Jess, during the week you say we're going to give him a 500 here at the track. Is that just to sharpen him up? For those at home that don't know, is it to sharpen him up, or do you try and do something and say, well, he's going to run over 700, there's no point trialling him over 700, we might flatten him, and we want to try and get him stepping better after he did bomb it in the Top Gun?
Yeah, well, it's interesting, like, he'd had one 500-metre trial before he raced and had never trialled over 500 again. So while he was racing 500, he never trialled 500. But 2 weeks between runs, he needed a hit out. As you said, 700 would have flattened him. Even 600's far enough, like, just a nice 500 hit out. I did a lot with Alfie Moon.
Yep.
And I think Jason Thompson said it, I read something like 10 years ago, that in between on what he does for each distance, and obviously Peter Jovanovic's a big help for me. I ring him, what do you reckon? Sort of after the run behind pass mark, you probably heard that post-race where I was a little bit dejected and was like, maybe we just don't even accept for the Top Gun.
Yeah.
And then has slept on it overnight and thought we'll leave it in the selector's hands, and we missed out, and then we got in and won it.
Well done, Jess. A month's a long time in greyhound racing, as you pointed out. You weren't even in the Top Gun, and now you're the favourite, of course, for the Sportsbet Bold Trees. Enjoy the ride next week. Looking forward to you announcing your slot in the Phoenix. Make sure you give us the exclusive, Jess. But we appreciate your time here once again, and you keep on smiling and getting the job done with Kenya All Class. It's great to see.
We better just make sure Corey stays a long, long way away from the Phoenix selection process.
Yeah. Look, Sportsbet are here tonight, so come and see me upstairs. But yeah, for smiling, the crying after Top Gun.
No, we love it. Don't change this.
I usually keep everything to myself, so I'll probably start that again.
No, you got to be
Mad Carlton supporter too. So.
Well, she's going better than the Blues. At least she can get the job done on the big stage. Good on you, Jess.
Thank you.
Jess Hopkins, the trainer of Kenya All Class, who is the dog to beat in the Bold Trees final next week. Clint Hutchison. Hutchie's a superstar. He's watching the coverage. Cheerio, Hutchie. You stick with your WA Greyhounds. Race 10, number 5, Miss Envy. I reckon we can tip Hutchie tonight. A little later on. He's probably having a couple of Scotch and Cokes as we speak. Drinking responsibly as well. Let's have a look at race number 6, which is heat 2 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. James Vandermaat, take it away.
Yeah, just over here at the Plasma, back where it all began when we were talking about the Bold Trees. Now, I just want to take one more look at the Bold Trees, because I said there were 3 greyhounds only remaining right now that are heading toward next week's Bold Trees. This is Kenya All Class. It's he, Ethanol Water and Alice Babe. They're the 3 that raced in the Top Gun stayers that now remain a live chance in the big one next week, the Bold Trees. And I reckon this is where he's won it. The first 2 300 metres, he breaks them up. He goes 4, 5, 6 lengths in front. I've done some research. Tornado Tears 30.02 off the back. 30.08 Hector Fawley when he charged through the marks at his 700 metre run, and this guy went 30.01. I reckon it's a record off the back straight, hence he went 29.06 in a trial over 500. But look at the way he fights. He fights like a tiger. Black Silencer was a massive eye-catching run. I think they were both the 2 runs of the heats. There was a few others that have gone good. The Earnshaw Greyhound, one worth keeping an eye on as well, and obviously Ethanol Water. But right now, he's had 2 big 700 metre runs. He won the Top Gun. He now won a heat of a Group 1. His 700 metre runs before that Kenya All Class were just for fitness. Boys, this is becoming the Kenya All Class show. I reckon Hector Fawley with a 30.08 off the back at Sandown Park, then went on 6 months later to almost win a Phoenix. He was desperately unlucky. I know I'm getting a bit of ahead of myself on the Dream Chasers show, but I reckon he can win the Bold Trees next week, yes, but I reckon he can win the Phoenix as well, Kenya All Class. So slot holders, take note.
There you go. Everyone's jumping on this Kenya All Class bandwagon. Who would have thought the greyhound that wasn't getting a start in a Top Gun for the stayers, they're telling us he should be in the best sprinting race, because it's the best sprinting race, because usually you get the best dogs in the Phoenix because it's a slot race, should be in the Phoenix.
You know what the interesting part's going to be is that Excavation will probably come out now and run 28.95 and say, hang on a second, guys, you get a bit ahead of yourself here. Look, it was super tonight, Kenya All Class, but when you come up in a race like the Phoenix, if you do get selected, it is awfully hard to win it. And then you need the right run in the race when you're running against such class.
Let's have a look at the market here, the sports bet market for Heat 2 of the Melbourne Cup. Excavation's done nothing wrong. He is the Top Gun champ. He won an Adelaide Cup. He's just got to overcome the most trickiest draws of box number 8, Mitchie.
And I think he does. There is speed in 5, 6 and 7, and the 6 and 7 both hunt down to the fence. So Excavation, 250 into 235. I'm still staggered at the price. I thought he should be $2 or even shorter. Sunset Fraser's drawn beautifully for where he wants to be. $3.80 out to $4. Hector Fawley, $3.20 out to $4. I could see him drifting late, maybe out to 6s if you like him. I'm a Mustang's $8 out to 9. Bagman $8 out to $9.50. Then you get to the double figure plays. Paul Petrov 61 to 23. Blue Goose Boy 31 and He Shines $61. Looks hard there with the squeeze. All races run second, get a bonus bet back. Chances are you're about to lose for free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. What a promo that is, mate.
It's kept me going. It's kept me going a few seconds early in the night, Hawley, so we can continue on with our money back from Sportsbet. Great initiative for the battlers like myself that can't pick Batty Manelli at 15-1. But let's bring up the speed map here, because I reckon the speed map and the way this race is going to be ran could be the key. Sunset Fraser, yes, out fast, box number 1.
Yep.
Hector Fawley, box 2, will be looking just to slip in. If you're a harness racing man, you'll be looking to get the leaders back and sprint lane home. That's how Hector Fawley, if he's going to win the race, he'll have to do it. He should have won a Melbourne Cup heat last year.
He'll win if James Herbertson's driving him.
Well, that's right. He's going all right, Herbie. Or what about Sugars, the Candy Man?
Oh, yeah, the Candy Man.
I'm a Mustang, out wide, number 7. This could be the key to the race. Box number 7, early speed, explosive early speed. And look at this. This box number 5. Carves across. Now, what we're getting at, we're going to show the actual head-on vision of this as well. Look at this.
Oh, this is
highlighted. Should have stayed at the plasma.
Yeah.
Watch this. Bang. Jump beautifully. Straight across to the inside. Now, this number 5 is I'm a Mustang. Draws box number 7 here. Now, normally, boys, we suggest if you're in box 8, you are no hope in a Melbourne Cup heat. Excavation, the Top Gun winner, is in box number 8, but the plus is he's got number 7, I'm a Mustang. You just saw it there. I even see it here. Look, having to try and work around, but you always want to get down to the inside with I'm a Mustang. So I think the 7 in this replay, it was the 5.
Can we go back? Can we get him to just go back to that? Because there's actually another greyhound in this race that won that race.
Yes.
And look at the run that the 6 gets.
Yeah.
So
Which
Sunset Fraser won that race. And he was drawn outside. So if we can go back to the start of that race, if we've got the capacity to do so.
And he goes on to win it too after working hard, Sunset
If
Fraser.
we can go back to the start, would be fantastic. Just to see
he got the run, didn't he?
That's exactly right. That's what we're
Mitch is getting
alluding
at.
to. So
Here we
box
go.
6, keep an eye on the run box 6 gets, right?
Because of what
There
the
is-
5 does.
There is ample space there to muster and hit top speed, and he's still creating that room for the 6 to get the run. So keep an eye on box 6 here. Look how much room there is to work with there. Yes, the 4 came out, but
And who's getting the room tonight?
Excavation gets that room.
There we
That's
go.
the way I've mapped it. That's the way you've drawn it.
Well,
up
he's
as
a
well.
moral then, after
Well, he's
looking
not a
at
moral.
that.
Hang on,
Gamble
Gareth, hang on.
responsibly.
He's not a moral because he's box 8. I reckon
Yes.
if he had box 2 or 3 with him underneath him, I'd nearly say he is the M word, but he's a very, very good chance.
It's a big night for Jason Thompson. He's our premier trainer, and he's got a host of big-name greyhounds going around here. And if he can get Excavation to win from box 8, the kick-off proceedings, it's through the covers for 4. He could just dominate and have 3 or 4 in our great race. Do you want the Bold Trees box draw?
Let's go through it. Let's go through it.
I told you I'd deliver.
Can you start out wide for?
All right then.
Do it back.
Yes, all right then.
Here we go. From 8.
Flying Envy.
Box 8.
Pace.
7.
The rail.
Allah's Babe.
Drawn well.
Box 6, the upset of the night, who caused the upset, Shadows of Blue.
Yep.
Race 5, your dog, Ethanol Water.
Looking good for Kenya.
Yeah,
4, Kenya Amy.
Oh, I thought he was going to be Kenya.
3, Pass Mark.
Oh, Kenya
Drawn
all
the
class. He's going to win the Bold
2,
Trees.
Kenya All Class.
Yeah. Who's the red?
Black Silencer.
Oh,
Box
Straight to the
1.
front. Straight to the front, the 2, and the 1's going to get a beautiful run.
Yeah. Do you back Black Silencer to cause the...
Yes, I think he
not
could
the
cause a
upset,
bit-
turn the tables?
He would definitely be worth a bet, but if you're backing Kenya all class and you want to get on early with Sportsbet, the plus is he should be straight to the front early.
Well, I'll tell you what, the old splinters here, he couldn't choose between the 1 or the 2. Now they've drawn 1 and 2.
I'd back them both. I reckon they'll both
Have
be
you
over
put
even
Mark
money.
Delbridge in your top 5 trainers yet or not?
Oh, no.
Hey, let's break that down. Who is the best trainer with dogs tonight, in the sense that who do you think has the biggest chance to get more than one runner into the Melbourne Cup final? That's a great question.
Jason
Jim.
Thompson.
Yeah, of course he does.
What about Anthony Azzopardi?
No, JT's runners have drawn better.
All right, let's go through them.
Drawn better.
Just quickly. I know
Jason-
we've got to get to Jace. He'd be chomping at the bit, but
Yes.
explicit box 2 should
Yes.
be winning.
Beautifully.
But look at this. Inconspicuous a chance. Race 10, number 3,
Now-
Anthony Azzopardi.
All right, then. Hey, we'll get to Jason because they're important. Then we'll discuss this
This isn't
after
important.
that. No, not quite
Paulie.
yet. Jason Adams, take it away.
Thanks, Jay. And with Ian Cockrell, Hector Fawley. And Ian, there's been some general conversation around since that shootout run last week that your boy was disappointing, which is a bit harsh given he's gone 29-30 odd. Were there any excuses?
Yeah, he did. He had his muzzle caught down the back. Probably didn't help him.
So when you say caught, what does that mean?
He was caught in his teeth, so he's stuck with his mouth open. So that didn't help him. He still ran 29-39, so it's nothing to sneeze at. He's not a robot.
And as a dentist, did you check out his chompers after that?
Yeah, he's all good, mate. He's ready to go tonight, so we'll see how we go.
How do you think this race plays out?
Look, the speed map's good for him tonight. If he puts it all together and, the pink doesn't get across, he's a huge chance.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers.
Ian Cockrell there. Let's go and walk down the parade yard here. I tell you what, a lot more Ks here at Sandown than what I've done at the Meadows 2 weeks ago, that's for sure. Craig Solkin's got Sunset Frazier, who, as we saw through the great analysis of Mitch Abaya just before, Craig, this boy went from box 6 last week, won tonight. He's not beginning that well. Does box 1 get him out a bit better?
Yeah, hopefully tonight, you know, he's not been going great out of the box. He's been roaring up to the bend. So, you know, to get across where he did last week from box 6, hopefully box 1 will be a bit better tonight.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Craig Solkin there with Sunset Frazier on behalf of Jeff Britton. One more to speak to. Shona Thompson with the favourite in Excavation, the Top Gun champ, the Adelaide Cup champ. Shona, Mitch Abaya is bullish on this boy. He thinks he's drawn really well and should be much shorter than he is in the market. I think he's up against it. Stack of speed inside of him. What's the camp's thoughts?
I don't think you're ever drawn really well when you got box 8 here at Sandown, Jace. So, look, you'll need to do everything right from out there tonight.
Good luck.
Thanks.
There's latest guys from the parade yard ahead of Heat 2 of the Melbourne Cup.
So they're heading to the start here for the second heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. I'll give you $20 to spend here, James.
I'll have 15 to win on Excavation. I'll have $2.50 each way on Hector Fawley because of what Ian Cockrell said. That's why we get the insight from
Correct.
Jason Adams. Muzzle lodged. It didn't work for Ritzer Piper tonight, though. That's the only concern. But muzzle lodged in the shootout could have slowed him down.
You've got plenty of money in your back pocket after tipping Buddy Manelli in the first heat.
I think Excavation wins, but I'll go exotic here for you, G. Actually a trifecta. 8 to win, to beat 1, 2, 3, to beat 1, 2, 3. How does that sound for you?
We need Excavation to win. He's the Top Gun champ. He's the Adelaide Cup champ. You want the best dogs in the Melbourne Cup. He's got to overcome box number 8, but let's hope he does, because if he does, he could be in for one hell of a year if he could win a Melbourne Cup on top of what he's already won this year.
To be honest, if he draws inside, if he wins tonight, draws inside underneath of
Odds on.
say they both get through, he'll probably run favourite for the Melbourne Cup. That's how important this is. Depends on what he's against. But if he does get through, I think the Thompson Kennel will be giving a little cash payment to the connections of I'm a Mustang, who could make the race for him.
Good money.
We need to
the red.
Yeah, money for the red. That's Sunset Frazier. We need to mic up these handlers. The last word before they put their superstars in the box.
Well, Shona's actually leaning over, chatting to the 7, saying, just do what you normally do. Just do what you normally do.
Here's Dan Hibbert for the call of Heat 2 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
This is the second heat. The favourite wears pink, Excavation. Sunset Frazier and Hector Fawley are now both at $4 for heat number 2. They're all in. Green light. Lure on the roll. Heat 2 of the Melbourne Cup. Set. Ready. And away, beginning well out wide was Excavation's got really good wheels. Speed from Sunset Frazier's going to hustle through. Hector Fawley follows the paint. On the outside of it was Paul Petrov. And then came I'm a Mustang. Further back, Bagman, Blue Goose Boy, and He Shines. Sunset Frazier's gone hard. Leads out 4 lengths on Excavation. 3 lengths away then to Hector Fawley running on from Bagman. It's Sunset Frazier. Excavation has got a lift. Sunset Frazier. Excavation's running out of time. Sunset Frazier beat home Excavation. Hector Fawley motored home at the end. Bagman ran 4th. Next in was I'm a Mustang ahead of He Shines, and then came Paul Petrov and Blue Goose Boy. And there's a run, 28.99.
Mark my words, that is one of the best runs we have ever seen at Sandown Park. Craig Solkin, I'm not sure if you're aware, that boy Sunset Frazier has just broken the second sectional record held by Fernando Bale. He is unbelievable. Did you expect that?
Look, he's been great all week. You know, we've had a real good build-up with him. You know, and thanks to Dave for sending him over to us. You know, we're really glad that he sent him over. He asked Jeff a long time ago, and Jeff said yes. And for him to do that, it's great for Jeff and Angela. You know, the amount of work they do is, you know, unreal. You know, Jeff would be out all hours of the night checking dogs and doing stuff at the farm, you know. And for a dog to go like that is, yeah, unreal.
It's relentless, isn't it? The work they put in to get these sort of results is terrific, but not only them, but the whole team. You're a part of that. What sort of boost does it give the whole crew for the week leading up to the Cup?
Yeah, like, it's really good, you know. We've been lucky to have a couple of finalists before, and, you know, to have another one is just real good for everyone, you know.
Good job.
Cheers, mate.
Sunset Frazier, boys. That is incredible. I never, ever thought he was a greyhound to break 29 seconds, let alone The back split record of 1836 that was set by the great Fernando Bale has been broken. I didn't think we'd see that tonight. Sunset Frazier's done it.
The money came late for Sunset Frazier. Spare a thought for excavation. He's gone out of this world from box 8. And he had the audacity to go after Sunset Frazier after he broke the clock. You explain that for us.
I literally
We're
give
lost
up.
for words.
I give up.
I love this game.
I sit there and
Doesn't matter what
I sit in
code.
front of a computer on an internet that is so slow, and I watch thousands of replays, and there's no way I could have forecast him running 18:35. Absolutely zero way. Down the back, I thought excavation will win this by 4 or 5 lengths, and then I thought, well, he might struggle to pick him up, and then Greg Doyle walked past. He said he's gone 18:35 off the back. What a winner! I mean, is he as good as Fernando Bale? Is he as good as Fernando Bale?
No.
Right now, he has to be.
Who the
winner?
Last week,
he did
was
it once.
all out in 29.60. He was out of tickets.
I'm actually going to have to jump off set and go grab a glass of water. I'll be back.
Yeah,
boys.
I'll give you a bottle of water.
Here we go. We've got a bottle. You haven't drank that, have you?
I don't know.
So I'll explain this. I'll ask you another question. On a big night like this, I know we've got to get to the break, but this is unbelievable, folks, watching at home. He's smashed the record down the back, and he's defeated the record off one of the all-time greats.
And
what's the biggest surprise that you've ever seen on a racetrack?
Probably that.
That would go close to
Not only that,
honestly, 28.99.
would he not be in your top 20 for a Phoenix coming into tonight?
He probably wouldn't have been.
He's now the number 1 seed.
So like Jason Gillespie
Legitimate.
but he was well backed. He started 350.
He had
Someone knew.
It was just the draw, but not to be able to run 28.99.
You know what annoys me, mate? We've done the form on excavation to get the clean air. He's got the clean air. He's run, what does he run? 29.01 and he's been rolled. The game can be brutal. That's why we love it. But I tell you now, that section, 5:01, 18:35, if he reproduces that from an inside draw next week, it's curtains.
So that's the Melbourne Cup. You've got so excavation from the draw's probably gone. He could well go the biggest out of any greyhound tonight and still not make the final.
Maybe barring the winner of that race though, because
but if he had the inside draw excavation, he wins, doesn't he?
I don't think he does because he had the chance to. He never really made contact with the winner of the race. The winner just had too much brute speed. And if you look at it this way, Sunset Frazier was not even spoken about in the top 10 for the Top Gun. Excavation won that race, and yet he's come out and just made an absolute statement tonight.
I thought we were just wiping the floor with him with our plays. You had each way Hector Fawley. I had the trifecta, 8 to beat 1, 2, 3 to beat 1, 2, 3. Down the back, you thought, hang on.
Well, I was
absolute
Cornella.
curtains. This is curtains. I thought he was just going to run him down for fun.
He's just delivered one hell of a knockout punch. Jeffrey Britton, will catch up with him in just a moment. Sunset Frazier, the performance that's left everybody speechless after taking out Heat 2 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Welcome back to night number 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival as it rolls on, and I reckon we've seen one of the most remarkable performances maybe of Melbourne Cup heat history tonight. Sunset Frazier setting a new midsection record, running 18:35, quicker than the great Fernando Bale, who many mark as the greatest greyhound of all time. He pays around $3.50 and $1.04 with Sportsbet on the local tote, $1.50 excavation. Hector Fawley back to form into third, and Bagman up for 4th placing, but Sunset Frazier makes an awesome statement in heat number 2 of the Melbourne Cup, and we're joined by his trainer at the moment, Jeffrey Britton. Jeffrey, talk to me about that. A mind-boggling performance from a greyhound who's always promised so much, but that was out of this world.
Yeah, look, he shocked me a little bit, and I know his first 2 splits can be exceptional, and conditions are very good tonight, and so we're going to find out a little bit more after a few more heats go by, because, as I say, the conditions are fantastic.
18:35, irrelevant of conditions being fantastic. Let's not be humble. That was bloody awesome stuff, Jeffrey.
Yeah, look, it's I can remember going over for the sand groper, and he was just running flying times over there. He led the sand groper over there, and Hector Fawley picked him up. And but just the as I say, the conditions tonight, there was nothing going to pick him up if you run that sort of time.
And just going through his form, when he was in WA, he was showing that breathtaking early speed. He went up to Brisbane, to Sydney, won the Blacktop with Michelle Sultana. Then you get the call to take him down here. And I reckon his last 4, 5, 6 starts, he probably hadn't pinged the lids, where tonight he absolutely put it all together, and that's what he's capable of. That was the complete package.
Well, that's just by accident because, you know, I think it's because he's had box 1 and when he was here last week and he had box 6, I think it was, and he just blew the start terribly, and he did all his work trying to get to the front, which he won a prelude, but he did a lot of work to get to the front. So tonight, if he's just pinged the lids and he's jumped on the bunny and as I say, good conditions, and he's got home.
Hey, on a side note, Jimmy Boy, he's had 5 wins off box 6, this dog, and he's come out tonight and absolutely obliterated him off box 1. I want to ask Jeff the question, as someone that's heavily involved with the greyhound, obviously we just sit here on the sidelines and analyse the race the way it's going to go. What were your thoughts going down the back? Obviously Excavation, the Adelaide Cup winner, the Top Gun winner, sitting right on your hammer. Were you quietly confident that you could hold him off, or were you worried based on the fact that how strong the dog is that was behind you?
Yeah, look, I obviously thought he was going to get picked up, and because he was too close. And but when the time comes up and you sort of look at it that way, it's there's not many dogs going to pick you up breaking 29.
No, we are still absolutely in awe of what we've just seen on the track. And
so much so, Mitchie, I kicked Gareth off the set and I said, Hawley, I want to chat to Jeff after this because I reckon it was one of the all-time great performances. I just want to make a mention too. You popped the greyhound into your kennel on the 23rd of October. He doesn't race here for a couple of weeks. Is that just getting him ready for the Melbourne Cup, a trial at the track? And I guess did he show that he might be capable of doing what he's done tonight in those first couple of weeks you had him?
Well, Dave obviously sent him over here because he's a very fast dog, and he's gone, as you say, he's gone to Queensland, he's gone to New South Wales for all the big races, and he probably can't travel. I'd say he's got too much on his plate. And but
it's a good thing for you.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, and I just get the phone call, can you take Sunset Fraser? And I said, yeah, you bet, straight away, because I had his grandfather, Mapunga Blazer, and it's always, you know, when you've got your own breeding and things like that, or Barry Smith's breeding, I just wanted to have a go at him. And when he did come down, I trialled him, and he went round Meadows and he didn't go that well. And because I was trying to get him ready for he said there might be a slight chance he could get in the Top Gun with his form. And it didn't work out, so I thought I'd better concentrate on Sandown now. And I gave him a hand slip. He flew in the hand slip because he didn't have to come out of boxes. And
how quick are we talking? Are we able to mention times?
He went 22.89.
It's quick.
Yeah.
Very quick. Riding was on the wall.
Yeah. But that was without coming out of a box.
Yeah.
And a 400, you can imagine what he can do. You know. So, but I think if he had a hand slip tonight, I'd like to see what he'd run.
Yeah, 100%.
Because it'll be a lot faster again.
What does he need to draw to win the Melbourne Cup? He's a week away from potentially claiming the greatest race, the holy grail of greyhound racing. Is it just a matter of replicating what he did tonight, give you the red, and he might even go quicker?
Well, after that, you just want box 1 again, and because I really feel it's very hard to draw wide. If the conditions are like this, it's very hard to draw wide and win the race. You need help. You need something to rail hard for you to win the race.
Now, Mitchie, we've had a couple of guests on tonight, and they've all looked down the barrel up there. I know it's about the Melbourne Cup right now, but he's made a statement tonight that I'm feeling might have a few Phoenix slot holders suggesting that...
I think I can hear his phone ringing already.
Is it?
No, I'm only joking.
What would you say to the slot holders out there, Jeffrey? What would you say to them?
Oh, look, well, if he jumps it, you got the leader. And
got the leader.
So if you got the leader, well, you're halfway home.
Yeah, well, I would be absolutely bedazzled if there's not a couple of phone calls coming to either you or David in the next half an hour after breaking maybe the greatest greyhound of all time's midsection record at the track that he ran a runners-up in the Melbourne Cup at as well, Fernando Bale. Extraordinary story tonight. We hope it rolls on to next week, Jeff. Thanks for joining us on the set, mate. It's I still don't know what to say. A phenomenal performance, so well done to you.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, James. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Jeff Britton, ladies and gentlemen, after a scintillating performance. But let's head upstairs to another man who is producing a few scintillating performances of a different type. Felix, what's going on up there, mate?
Oh, we finally had our first wheel spinner. Ken came up here, and I'll tell you what, he ripped the wheel so hard I thought the next race was going to jump by the time it finally made there. But he got it to 500, which is the second best you can get here. So it's not the 25,000, but the second best. The room was alight. It was a fantastic atmosphere. So that's the first that's down. We got another 3 to go, and we're going to get it on live so you can watch it all. So 3 more lucky people. Hopefully, someone can take away the 25,000.
Love your work, Felix von Hoff. You've been absolutely dominating proceedings tonight. Jeff Britton, he's a cool, calm...
Very humble.
Yeah. He's a cool, calm man, Jeffrey Britton. And the Britton family, like Linda and Robert, they're just legends of this game. And they can produce their dog on a big night as well. But I love that interview, lads, because you're in disbelief. And he just thought, well, lads, I thought he possibly could do that. But he did make a good point. It is perfect conditions to run fast time.
100%.
Hot, humid, and still.
But he still had to produce it, though, didn't he?
Well, when we asked him, like before we were waiting off set, said, mate, what were your thoughts down the back? And he goes, I thought we were getting gobbled up.
Yeah.
I thought Excavation was just going to just.
I think to be fair, if he ran 29.30 and he went 18.50 off the bat, we'd say, yeah, he's capable of that. But to go 18.35, I mean, we've only seen 2 heats of the Cup. Let's see what plays out a bit later on. Maybe Explicit might match it, but he has to go close to leading every race. He's in on that.
So if he draws box 1, does he start favourite now?
You'd have to go close.
Yeah, we've got to see what a few of the others got to do tonight. But if he goes that time, what's Explicit going to do if he jumps?
I don't think he could go any quicker, though, to be like.
Whoa.
You reckon?
I don't think he can. We're surely not going to see 2 greyhounds break the greatest greyhound of all times.
The track's obviously in superb nick.
Yeah, I don't think it's that crazy quick. First heat, 29.60 for Buddy Manelli. I reckon that performance there was just completely extraordinary.
I'm dumbfounded, mate.
I am.
I love it when you
put that in perspective, Hawley, without getting too far ahead.
You know what saved you again?
What's that?
The Sportsbet promo.
I know, it's not a good thing though.
I know, but I'm saying.
The dogs will be coming.
Race 7 on the program. This is staggering stuff. Smooth Plane, $2 into $1.60. That is rock bottom for it. Joey the Jet's gone the other way. Drawn box 8, $3.90 out to $6. Tell you what, switch those draws around and Joey the Jet does not start $6. Champagne Cuddles 7 out to 10. Mapunga Award $6.50 out to $10. Shimmer Current is 11 out to 17. 4 Make No Promise $8.50 out to $20. Paul Kramer 27s gets a run off box number 3, and Willa Bale 81 into 34. Chances are you're about to lose for free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. Don't forget the special. Bet returns all races. Run second, Sandown Park. Get your money back in bonus bets. Such a great promo. It saved us a bit tonight. And
I got $30 worth of them now.
Yes. Let's head to Jason Adams catching up with the handlers before Heat 3 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Thanks, Gareth, and great to hear the words of Jeff Britton after that incredible performance of Sunset Fraser. First up, let's chat to Ned McDonald with Shimmer Current. Now, we had a brief chat before the race last week. Didn't go to plan. Box 6 tonight, what do you reckon?
It's not going to be easy. The red's going to be very hard to beat, but I like the draw. The dog's got speed. Hopefully get to the front and see how we go.
All we can ask for, mate. Good luck.
That's it. Thanks, mate.
Ned McDonald there. Let's get down to the other end of the parade yard again. My hamstrings will be screaming after the last. I want to have a chat to Luke Thompson, who's got Joey the Jet. And Luke, earlier on, I'm sure your whole team would have been disappointed with a lot of the draws tonight. Excavation used it very well in the previous. The change of mindset about this boy from the pink?
Oh, not really. He had a pretty kind box out. He had a couple of inside runners on his inside and he began brilliantly, did everything right. Just unfortunately ran into one better, but it's a tougher task for him tonight. He's got to do everything right. He's given away a lot of experience and box 8 never helps as well, so just fingers crossed he can do everything right.
And before I let you go, you're a guru. Sunset Fraser, 18.35. Wasn't that unbelievable?
Just crazy. I don't think anyone would have thought. You know, I think Fernando held the record at around 38 or 39 or so, and to run 18.35, especially 5:01, he didn't break 5 seconds, just shows the elite turn of flow that he possesses, and when your dog's running times like that out in front, you just, too good.
You're getting called into line, mate. Go and get him.
All good. Thanks, Jace.
Luke Thompson there with Joey the Jet. Boys, ahead of the next heat of the Melbourne Cup. Sparks flew in the previous. Let's see what's in front of us for this one.
All right, tips here, James Vandermeer.
I'm one smooth playing from 5, 8 and 7, but I'm having a small each way on Make No Promise because he was beaten 3/4 to Sunset Fraser, and suddenly that form line looks awesome, Mitchy.
I'll tell you what, Smooth Plane is the one to beat here, but not at $1.60 for me. I want to steer clear of that. If I'm having a play in the race, I think Shimmer Current gets a lovely run off box number 6, has the speed to lead, and could well be back after running 29.44 3 starts ago. So I think can lead the 6. I reckon it can run a nice little each-way play, especially with the Sportsbet promo.
So quickly, how quick has Sunset Fraser gone then Buddy Manali?
10 lengths.
10 lengths.
Yep. Shows you how good excavation was.
Yeah.
The brutal nature, though, of the
Melbourne Cup.
Melbourne Cup, correct.
That's why it's so hard to win. It's preliminary and final weekend. You've got to kick those goals when you get that opportunity.
Like the Lions, mate.
Yes. Race 7, third heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. There'll be heartbreak, but there'll be overwhelming joy. And one of these dogs, for their connections, wins their way into the greatest race of all when it comes to greyhound racing. Here's Dan Hibbert.
Hunger reward, but he is drawn out wide on the track. They're moving in for heat number 3 of the night. It's already been a stunning start to the series. We've got a runner that was in the final last year. We've seen a second split record. What are we going to see here? Heat 3, set, ready, racing. Smooth Plane wasn't great to begin. He's going to get crossed by Champagne Cuddle and also Joey the Jet. Joey the Jet up on the outside of Champagne Cuddle. Paul Kramer goes through on the inside from Shimmer Current. Deeper out was Mapunga Reward. Next in the field was Smooth Plane with it all to do. Make No Promise, Willa Bale. Joey took the lead. Joey the Jet got clear by 3. Then came Champagne Cuddle. Running on was Mapunga Reward. Joey the Jet in front, trying to get it. Mapunga Reward. Joey the Jet, what an effort. 3 lengths on the line over Mapunga Reward, Champagne Cuddle, and Smooth Plane has made up many lengths for 4th. Clear then on Make No Promise, Willa Bale. Further back, Paul Kramer, and it was one of the last across the line with Shimmer Current. And there is another stunning performance, 29 and 19.
Jeez, don't worry about this wide draw stuff. 8 and 7 gone 1-2 in this heat of the Melbourne Cup. Luke Thompson, Joey the Jet, talk us through that race from your point of view.
Just pinged the start right. He wanted to carve across, and probably Champagne Cuddle helped out as well, getting across the inside division. And once he lobbed in that kind of spot, thought he was going to be pretty hard to beat. And then I seen Mapunga Reward start winding up, and he's as strong as an ox. But no, he did everything right tonight, and he's just getting better and better with each start.
It was great last week in Aprilia. You expected him to improve this week. Have you got more improvement than what you thought you'd get?
Yeah, he did. For box 8, we didn't give him no hope, but it was going to be really hard tonight with the way the draw was. But he's just a really classy dog and on the improve, and just, the world's his oyster if he keeps on doing what he's doing.
What's the perfect draw for him in a cup final?
I'll probably the same draw will be for the other 8 dogs to be box 1. So, but look, for a dog of his age and experience to do what he did tonight on box 8, it just takes a massive effort, and they're very, very pleased with him.
Well, your family's had an incredible record in the Cup. You've got your first one through. Good job, mate.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jace.
Luke Thompson there after Joey the Jet, boys, from the pink. Wet crack in this heat of the Melbourne Cup.
Who says why box draws are no good in the heats of a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup? Excavation's gone out of this world to finish second behind Sunset Fraser. And then Jimmy Boy. He was superb, wasn't he? Joey, I should say. Joey the Jet.
Yeah, Joey the Jet. My mum messaged. She said, well done to Joey. Her name's Jo, so she was happy to see Joey the Jet win. But this greyhound was in the care of Andy Lord. Started off at Goulburn, won the big Goulburn Maid, and Andy Lord made a pretty big statement saying he's one of the next big things along that line. So no surprise to see him do what he did tonight. He went 5:09. 18.67 last week.
Yeah.
Tonight he's gone nearly 1 whole length quicker early, 5:04, 18.66, but he had to work. So it tells me the track's not crazy quick. They are getting that soft double tailwind too, which is obviously going to improve them overall. But if anything, it just shows how quick Sunset Fraser went down the back, Hawley. If you put them into parallel with each other, Sunset Fraser's 5 lengths in front of Joey the Jet off the back.
Amazing stuff.
I've got a question for you. Have a think about this.
I've got to go to a break. Yeah, go.
All Thompson's runners tonight, where would have he ranked as winning chances opposed to the other on the list? Explicit, Excavation, Tim Zoo, Joey the Jet.
They've drawn some tough draws, haven't they? He'd probably be the last one. Yeah, probably. Explicit number 1, Excavation 2. He may be 3 for Tim Zoo, I'd say.
Okay. There's Joey the Jet. Jason Thompson gets his first runner into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Mapunk Reward second, Champagne Cuddle third, Smooth Plane fourth. They are running time. There's been some astonishing performances tonight. And there always is, isn't there, for the heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We'll come back and preview the 4th heat straight after this. This is night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival. Thanks to Sportsbet, we've had 3 heats already for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Buddy Manelli, the greyhound that didn't break in, not once but twice, is now into his 2nd Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Sunset Fraser's done the unthinkable and defeated Fernando Bale's back straight record.
Yeah, and probably beats him overall, to be fair, too.
Which is unheard of, which is unthinkable, really. If I asked you at the start of the night, you would have said, Gareth, you completely lost the plot.
Yep.
And then Joey the Jet from box 8 has run time 29.19 to book his place into the Melbourne Cup, defeating Mapunk Reward. Who knows what's going to happen for the rest of the night? We've still got Explicit. I'd ask you this question. If Fraser, my man Fraser, Sunset Fraser can break 29 seconds. What's Explicit going to do tonight if he jumps on speed? I know you say that he can't go much quicker, or he can't go quicker than Sunset Fraser. But Sunset Fraser's, he's improved out of sight. That's what you're telling me. How many lengths has he improved?
I reckon he's probably found 4 or 5 lengths, but maybe it's the draw. Box 1, he was able to accelerate out. I reckon the run of Joey the Jet was big then. From box 8, you see, he wanted the fence. He wasn't really happy out there in box number 8. So to do what he did, handle a Melbourne Cup heat field the way that he did from a draw, he wasn't completely content with. And let's not forget, that was his 9th career start. He is an absolute baby. The old method in greyhound training, they say the old school trainers would often say, don't even worry about the first 15 starts. That's when they're learning their craft, they're working their way through a field, and yet you see him start number 9 from box 8, handle himself like a true professional.
I know we asked a question about half an hour ago. Who's going to be the most successful trainer tonight at the heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup? Jason Thompson, 2nd and a 1st. Anthony has a party you think could be a danger.
Not now.
Not now.
No. With a 2nd and it. If this was a jockey challenge, you're betting live, you're backing Team Thompson.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Explicit should be winning later on in the card.
He's got a quarter of the field.
But I don't see how inconspicuous gets in that race. The one where you said Anthony has a party.
No, I'm just saying I think he's got strong hands.
He does have strong,
Fast dogs in those
races.
races.
Where's this wheel?
No, it's going on now. We'll play it live to you in just a moment. So right now, after 3 heats, who's the dog that you want to be on?
Sunset Fraser.
Depending, it's purely for me, it's box draw dependent. Because if you put Fraser out in 6 and you put Joey the Jet in 1, even though he went 18.35, I'd probably back Joey the Jet.
Really?
But I'm 0 winners from 8 or something tonight, so...
But, and I'm not knocking any other greyhounds, but if you're just saying statistically wise, numbers wise, if you were repeating the track from this week to next week, you can't say anything other than Sunset Fraser.
Do you believe in your heart of hearts he can do it again?
Well,
knowing the dog?
I think he can,
yeah. Greyhounds, if they trial 29 seconds, they'll run within a length or so of it.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's improving.
He does.
He's enjoying the track.
But when a greyhound like Excavation can't pick him up, then it's saying how good he's gone, and he's won 5 times off box 6.
Yeah.
So I don't think the draw. I think the draw's irrelevant in a sense that if he can step just clean,
he's a good dog to back because he'll probably lead.
So that's his 33rd start today, Sunset Fraser. We continue to talk about this dog because he's just produced one of the greatest ever performances in their history on any track of this wonderful sports, but going on for close to 70-odd years.
Hawley, he'll be in the Phoenix before the Melbourne Cup runs next week. He'll be locked away.
So, are we seeing greatness tonight? Could he have just this is just all click for him now after his 33rd start? That's 16 wins.
I feel like we're probably being a little bit harsh because his ability when he was sent over from WA, explosive, but he couldn't really run out 500 metres. Tonight, I reckon he won the black top, so he has got still Group 1 form over 500, but he never really found the line. We saw that in the Sandgroper when Hector went straight past him. But tonight, to stave off Excavation on the big stage in the lead-up to a Melbourne Cup, Scary, scary stuff, and I think he's gone to that next level. And Jeff Britton, as he said, he trained the grandpa, so maybe he's doing the same thing with this boy, that the same, I guess, techniques that he used for Mapunga Blazer, and he was a superstar as well.
I think the big thing is that, as Jeff said, that the track's in tip-top order. That the track is it's beautiful conditions now for running quick times. There is a slight breeze which is going to aid him down the. I think it's blowing back towards us now.
I reckon it's turned, to be honest.
Around. So it was blowing down the straight, like behind him, tailwind, but I think it's turned around now. So
hopefully Hawley didn't let one slip. It's actually a tailwind
that
still.
was just James taking his shoes off.
No, possibly, yeah.
I've been fasting for 48 hours. You won't have a problem. Hey, race number 7 we're up to now, which is the 4th heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup as we get back on track. In fact, it's race 8, I should say.
Well, let's do race 7 again, and I'll give you the winner.
Yeah.
I reckon Joey the Jet might get up.
Let's have a look at the market here. Go through this Sportsbet market update for us, mate.
Yeah, Orly Bale 360 into 330. If you jump on the app, there's a new section on there called previews. You'll get to see my ugly mug on there.
No one will click on that.
No, you won't. You're right. No one will. But you can see that I've gone ahead and tipped Orly Bale to get it to win this heat of the Cup. Flying Zulus 290 out to 330 for Jason Thompson. Epitomise 550 into 460. Colac Kid 6 out to 850. Seagull Rock $9 and firm. Zipping Menage doubled its quote almost 9 out to 17. Mackinaw Peach $19. Where's Poppy $20. Favourite now Orly Bale 320. Chances are about to lose. Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number on the screen. And all races tonight run second. Get a bonus bet back.
Yep. All right, then let's head upstairs to Felix Van Hoff, who's been dominating proceedings, and he's got a very, very special guest for us, Felix.
I do. There is 2 furry critters here, and it's not Evie. It's me and this little pooch right here. Now, Evie, you are with Toongabbie Lodge, and Tessie is, of course, an ex-racing greyhound. What exactly is it that you do with Toongabbie Lodge, and what do they do?
Tessie comes here, and people can see what greyhounds are like and how placid and everything they are, and we just drum up business to rehome.
And if people are looking, of course, greyhounds, you said they're great couch pets, they're very, very friendly. You look at this, dogs don't usually warm to me, but Tessie, she's come right to me here, which is a good sign. She'll love anyone. How do they go about potentially getting involved in adopting a ex-racing greyhound or even one that hasn't made it to the track?
Well, they ring through, or they can go up to Toongabbie, and if they've got a dog already, they can take the dog with them to to see if they're compatible, and they can have a look at what dogs are up there and spend as much time as they like. And there's no obligation to take them. If they find that it doesn't work out, they just bring them back.
Thank you.
That doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen. And greyhounds are actually some of the most intelligent. Tessie, your thoughts on the climate crisis? We're not getting much. He's a little bit shy at the moment. Back to you, Gareth.
Yes. He's a man of the people, Felix. He's definitely not the man of the greyhound because
I reckon Felix will work out. You can't pop a microphone in a dog's mouth and expect them to talk. They can do plenty of things.
Felix thinks he can do anything these days.
These dogs, he's probably impressed by how quick they run and probably thinks that they can talk, but they can't. Although I wouldn't be surprised if Sunset Fraser could talk after tonight's run.
I think you're right. And Felix is used to sticking microphones in front of basketball players. Montrezl Harrell.
Yeah.
Big fella from, I think he's from the 36ers.
Yeah, let's have a look at I'm not quite up to my basket. I only know Bryce Cotton these days. Let's have a look at the speed map here for the 4th heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Take it away, James.
Well, I'm going to back the speed map in because we look at it in a couple of different ways. Epitomise, a real star on the rise. He won the Great Chase, box 5. He was unlucky last week. Tried to carve across from box 8. Does he get the lead from box number 5? If he does, I think he'll go a long way to winning. Seagull Rock off box number 1. I think the draw brings him out and he'll probably be a little bit further forward than what the speed map is suggesting. And Orly Bale number 2, if you put him out in box 8 with that kind of beginning, he's right back in the awkward position where from box number 2, he'll slot in behind Seagull Rock. He'll get a run through, and if he's there at the right time, he can run well. Check out this run.
He's off the map.
Yeah, box number 6 here, Orly Bale. He's chasing Deadly Avenger and Field Day, who are 2 supremely quick greyhounds. We've seen Field Day race with no luck tonight and Deadly Avenger still to come, but I just like the way he began well. He handled an awkward draw. He got himself into a position. I think the draw tonight's kinder than what it was here, and his run was good. The time was ridiculous. Running third, he went 29.24 here, which is within half a length of what Joey the Jet just ran. So his time capability is there. He just needs to get the right run at the right time and he'll be in the finish.
And he's trained by one of my favourites, Corey Grenfell. Of course, trained Tig-Along Tonk.
He did.
One of the great dogs of all time, Tonk. He didn't win a Melbourne Cup.
He was a bit of the old Tom Melbourne Tig-Along Tonk when it comes to racing against Simon Told Hellen. Kept running second to him. I think he might have beaten him
A-list
once.
to Black Caviar.
That's
except
exactly
for that
right.
match race at Warrnambool during Cup Week.
There's been some awkward match races.
There has been. I'd love to see one on Cup night. Would they do one?
I think so.
They did it last year, didn't they?
There used to be a Cup
Well,
night.
they should have excavation take on someone.
Well, it
for a
could be.
match race.
Imagine explicit doesn't get through, and you could have explicit.
No, don't say that. Jason Thompson will be watching at home. He'll be turning us off.
Hey, I tell you what, Orly Bale.
I'm hoping he gets through.
Orly Bale's off the charts here. 360 into 290.
It's home. That's why. Inside box.
Hang on. We haven't even
Jeez,
spoke
Tom,
about
his
Flying
earpiece has
Zulu
come
yet.
out.
We haven't even spoke
Yes.
about Flying Zulu. Team Thompson, we actually forgot about this runner tonight, to be fair. We spoke about...
Meadows 29.55.
We completely forgot about him. We mentioned 4 of Thompson's runners. Here's number 5, and not a bad one to forget about. Jace, I want you to go straight to Team Thompson here. Number 6, Holly Thompson, Flying Zulu. We almost forgot about him. They've got that many in tonight. Can he get the job done?
Well, I'll find out right now, James. Holly Thompson, Flying Zulu. You've already got one through in Joey the Jet in the previous. What's the expectation for this boy?
I just hope he comes out. That's all I'm hoping for, and gets a clear run. He doesn't have to go too much, as much as close to the fence as Joey did. So, yeah, I just hope he just comes out.
Do you guys consider him a good beginner?
He can be when he wants to be. He's a bit hit and miss. He used to be shocking at the beginning. He used to sit down in the boxes, but now he's... it's just, you never know what he's going to do, but... I mean, if he's out front and he's got a clear lead, I'll be pretty excited.
He's fast enough, we know that. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Holly Thompson there on Flying Zulu. There's hopefully something you can take from that, Jim. Let's have a chat to Bradley Greeno, who's got epitomised. Brad, this boy is one of the youngest and least experienced greyhounds in this series. What gives you the confidence that he's ready to rock in a Melbourne Cup heat?
Well, look, mate, it's probably throwing him in the deep end a bit. He's going to have to do everything right and begin. Look, mate, I think he can handle it, but we'll have to see.
Is 5 okay, given the sort of pathway of which he runs early?
I think so. He does enjoy the middle. He doesn't sway out right, or he doesn't really hug the rail too hard, so I think he'll be okay there.
Bit of Wowshies fast about him. Same time of their career going through a Melbourne Cup series?
Oh, I think that's going early crow, isn't it?
Bit of a stretch?
A little bit.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Brad Greeno there with epitomise, and he's my on-top selection in this race, guys. I love the confidence of the camp for one like him, of the experience, of the class. Although he's a group winner, it come in restricted company, as we know. This is different gravy, but I think he's good enough to stand up.
Love it, Jace. Dominating proceedings, catching up with the major players before they get ready to try and win themselves into a Bold Trees final, or now a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup final. Let's get the tips. James Vandermaat, or we'll go Mitchia Bayer first.
I'm with Orly Bale, and I tell you what, with Sportsbet, he is the 2-flamer into $2.50. Could you believe that he was $3.60 earlier in the week and now $2.50? I would have never have imagined he would have started this price.
Yes, James Vandermaat.
Look, I was originally Orly Bale, but I think he's too short. I'm going to jump ship, go the value of epitomise. I've mentioned him as maybe the all-in play.
That's your undoing.
That could be, but I just think he could be the greyhound that does what Joey the Jet Sunset Fraser did. And look, I've watched him from day one in the lead up to his Hillsville debut, and he's always been ridiculously quick. So happy to be with one of the stars on the rise. I'm going 5 now, ahead of the 2 from the 6 and the 3, in what looks an interesting Melbourne Cup heat, as they often are.
What a night it's been so far. It's had it all. It rarely disappoints. In fact, it never really disappoints this night. It's the best night of greyhound racing. We've seen some unbelievable performances. We've heard some wonderful stories unfold tonight. Let's see what the next chapter will provide. This is race 8, the 4th heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Let's hear from Daniel Hibbert once again.
Alrighty, can we have 1, 3, 5, 7?
So it's Orly Bale, the favourite, at 2.70.
The other line, please. Coles leads
Epitomise
off.
at 5 and Flying Zulu at 5. 7.54 Seagull Rock.
Front row move in.
So we're about to get set for heat number 4. And a stunning night so far. And the favourite Orly Bale is coming through the Wagga Cup and ran second in that series. Last start was a winner of its heat before that, but did run third behind Deadly Avenger 3 runs ago. Heat 4 of the Melbourne Cup, they're set. Racing slow to go with Seagull Rock. Their speed in the centre. Epitomise is going to fire out and lead. Where's Poppy trying to get over on the inside? Zipping Menage. Flying Zulu trying to burst through the middle. And then came Orly Bale from Seagull Rock, Mackinaw Peach. And then came Where's Poppy? It is Epitomise. 4 lengths in front of Zipping Menage. Trying to run on now is Flying Zulu. It is Epitomise. Flying Zulu is starting to charge. Flying Zulu in front. Epitomise is holding on. Epitomise. Another young one's going through. Flying Zulu ran second, third Orly Bale, fourth in Seagull Rock. Next in was Mackinaw Peach ahead of Zipping Menage. Where's Poppy and Orly Bale, rather at the rear of the field, Mackinaw Peach, 29 and 27 the time.
Faultless, speed. Brad Greeno has begun beautifully. Your boy Epitomise, and the time that he's put on the board must fill you with pride.
It did, mate. It really did. He needed to do that. He needed to come out like that. He needed to begin. That was his race, and he did it. So I'm very proud of him, yeah, absolutely.
You guys would have a lot of young greyhounds come through your kennel, a lot with good ability. You know better than anyone, few step up this sort of class. How long have you known with this boy that he's capable of it?
He's shown very early signs. I mean, his brother Zeus Thunderbolt, there's not much between them, but since they've been young, mate, they've just been showing everything, and he's just done no wrong tonight. It's been great.
And for the team to get through to a Melbourne Cup final, I mean, you've had a great run of success over recent years, and it's sort of been one that, I guess, escaped you with ones like Wow, She's Fast. How much does it mean to get through to a race like this?
It's an incredible feeling, Jace. I mean, obviously, I've never been to a Melbourne Cup before, but my family has, and I think it. I mean, this really is the biggest race. You know, it's like it's the most prestigious. It's just got that name to it, the Melbourne Cup, doesn't it? So, no, it's great.
Sounds good, mate. Sounds even better that you're through to the final. Good job.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, Jace.
Brad Greeno there on behalf of the whole Greeno family. We know they've been an absolute powerhouse of this game for a long period of time, and now they've got a leading chance in a Melbourne Cup final.
Epitomise leads all of the way. That was his 8 starts, 7 wins.
We are unveiling some future superstars,
Correct.
aren't we? 100%. Yep. Joey the Jet, start 9, start 8 for Epitomise, who's only been beaten once, and it was from the outside draw here at Sandown, and the numbers, the stats are against you. One of the all-time great changes at the last minute, the substitute I like to call it, Mitch. I'm a big believer, never ever sway away from your original tip, but for me, Orly Bale got in too short. I've always had an opinion of Epitomise, and I sort of, as a punter, normally go with my head, and this time I went with the heart.
Yes.
And it worked.
It hasn't worked for me in 20 years. But you got to love it, Mitchie Bay, because Epitomise was sensational. Lightly raced greyhound, and Bradley Greeno, which is the grandson to the great Greenos.
Very well
Cal
bred.
and Jack, and Cal's become the Brett Lee of greyhound racing. He just keeps on siring champions.
He does.
From,
even their daughter, Ange, trained Bobby Boucher to a Sandown Cup success a few years ago. So it's a racing royal family, really, isn't it? The Greenos. And credit to Brad. He's a young man who's taken up the collar and lead.
And he's got a bit of ink on him too.
He's got a bit of swagger, the boy.
There's the tats.
Who hasn't got ink these days in the greyhound world since I come back to the greyhounds?
Yeah, do you want me to get it out?
No.
Epitomise.
Where it is.
Epitomise too strong. Race 8. At Sandown, which was Heat 4 of the Melbourne Cup. The Sportsbet Melbourne Cup will come back. Coming up next, the all-in pre-post favourite before the heats tonight, Explicit, the superstar. He'll go around from box 2. He's been called the best dog in the land, but to be the best dog in the land, you've got to stand up and be counted for on a big stage like the Melbourne Cup. We'll see what he can do straight after this. This is night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival, the best greyhounds in the world doing battle over a 6-week period here in Melbourne town. And this is the best night of greyhound racing. Heats of the Sportsbet Bold Trease and the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Halfway through the night now with the heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup and Epitomise for the famous Greeno family. This time Bradley Greeno preparing that greyhound. And only his 8th start books his place into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Flying Zulu was brave. Orly Bale 3rd. Seagull Rock was 4th. So epitomised too strong there, Michi Abaya. We're about to go back upstairs because Felix Van Hoff has been in sensational form all night. He's loving covering the greyhounds. He said, Gareth, I would give away this NBL caper any day if I could come back here every Saturday night. So you take it away again, Felix Van Hoff.
I did say that I'd only do that if you were hosting, Gareth, so make sure that we're a package deal on that one. But Christiana, she's been drawn and she's ready to spin. What would you do with the 25,000 if you won?
I'd get my car down from Queensland. I'd put it in the bank.
Okay, so the car's been stolen and someone's got it in Queensland, so we need to get it back. So we need 25,000. Christiana, spin away. Possibly the hardest spin of the evening so far. Let's go. $25, we're alive, we're alive. Come on, give us the 300. Oh, there we go. 300. Wasn't quite the 25. Now, is it possible that we can get the car back from Queensland with $300?
I have seen quotes for $300, so yeah, that'd be good.
I hate to break it to you, but you probably won't end up with the car if you go that route. So anyway, Christina, going home with $300.
Oh, you're too good, Felix. Well done to Christina. Congratulations, $300. Nothing.
Hey, you come to the greyhounds with nothing. You expect to walk away with $300.
100%.
Take it every day of the week.
Now, the communication manager here at Sandown is a young man called Ethan Christian, who they tell me is a dead set superstar, one of the great entertainers, and knows his dogs pretty well. Ethan, welcome to our coverage.
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to get behind the camera for once.
Yeah, you're looking good. I love the moustache.
Yeah, I was about to say
November.
No,
you think it looks good?
This is 23 years of consistent growth. I couldn't do November. It would take a long time for it to grow back, unfortunately.
Well, it looks good anyway, brother. What have you made of the night so far?
Oh, it's been fantastic. It's been really good to get a large crowd out on course. It's always great to have people at the greyhounds, and the racing action's been really interesting. Look, hasn't been straightforward, that's for sure. There's been some dogs get up that we've been surprised by, but that's all part of the fun, isn't it? You come here and not everything's straightforward. So it's been a fantastic night so far.
I was having a chat to the great man not too long ago and said Excavation, I thought was about to reel in Sunset Fraser. And he said, it was my number one player of the night, Excavation, and if you give me that race 100 times over, I will not change the way I'd pictured it.
Nope, wouldn't change the way I mapped it out, wouldn't change the bet, wouldn't change a thing. It's just one of those things in greyhound racing, and the Britain camp have done an unbelievable job to get Sunset Fraser back to his best and probably beyond his best as well. That was a rip and run.
It's like playing cricket and you haven't missed the middle all day. You're batting like Donald Bradman, and then all of a sudden you get run out, basically, and it's not your fault.
Yeah, absolutely. Your old mate down at the non-strikers then done you in, and it's no fault of your own, but that's the way it goes sometimes, isn't it?
He's just smashed one back, the bowler's got a hand on it, just taken the middle peg out, and unfortunate.
But then you get Sunset Fraser that's just produced one of the greatest performances in the history. And we're not just making this up and we're not blowing it out of proportion because we're living in the moment, but when you look back at times in history, he's just delivered one of the greatest performances of all time in the sport's greatest race.
Well, it takes a really special greyhound to break that 29-second barrier, but it's not even just the overall time. That split down the back, that's done old Fernando Bale.
Yes.
And he is a champion of champions, right? So that's not, it's a superlative that we don't throw around all that easily, and he's very deserving. That's a seriously fast run.
I'll tell you what, G, this man here follows his greyhounds just as much as anyone else, or more than others, but at Ethan Christian on Twitter or X, then you'll see some speed maps, you'll see data, you'll see it all. Previews for the big races in town, Sandown and the Meadows. If you've got social media, go and follow him.
Not tonight. It's not been a great night tonight, but that's the way the Melbourne Cup goes. But otherwise,
that's exactly right. Yeah, a lot of people would say it's not the easiest night to bet into. But as I just asked you in the last race, who'd you like? You said stayed out of it, didn't like anything, thought it was a hard race. So, for those that want to follow, you can go and check it out on socials. And that's what we need. We need more people in the game looking at greyhound racing, analysing greyhound racing, and what happens is they get a following and then people jump on them and follow our great sport.
All right, we'll put you to the test, Ethan. We're about to show you the speed map here for the upcoming heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We're up to heat number 5, which is race 9 on the program. And we've got Explicit drawn box 2. Sunset Fraser can do what he did tonight. What are you expecting from Explicit?
Well, if you'd have asked me before the night, Explicit should be going a fair way quicker than Sunset Fraser. But, when Sunset and Fraser Frazier's improved by 5 or so lengths like he has, it's hard to know. Look, I think there's a lot of speed in this race, and as you see, the 6 can get out, and that's Mapungatully, and it goes to its left. Read the Rooms really quick early. It's had 2 starts here in the last week or 2, and it's been really fast early. So we know Explicit is a dog that likes to get out on the arm. It's not going to be easy for him to get out there, but I'll tell you what, if he does, the price that he's at's justified because he beats him if he gets on the arm.
All right, who are you tipping, mate?
Explicit probably picks himself, so we're going to run with it. Not diving in with heaps of confidence, but it's hard to go against him.
Who wins the Melbourne Cup before we let you go?
Oh, goodness. Box draw dependent.
From the runners that have qualified so far?
From the runners that have qualified so far, I've got to take Sunset Fraser off the back of that run. It was outstanding.
You're a star, mate. Thanks for joining us, the communication manager at Sandown. Love the Mo. Keep on dominating. We'll be following you on X, mate, and enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you, gents. Cheers.
There we go. Ethan Christian, the communication manager at Sandown. We'll give you an update now with the sports bet market for heat number 5 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Would you take $1.55 explicit? You said $1.60 was value before.
Yeah, I still, look, to be honest, $1.55, I think he wins the race, so yes, I would. I wouldn't be absolutely piling in, but depending on what kind of night you've had, obviously gamble responsibly, chance you're about to lose. Mapungatully, $4.50 out to $5.50. Fernando Phil, $8 out to $9. Fred Rose probably represents a bit of value, could camp on him, and he loves to chase the fast ones out in front, $15 into $12. Past the buck, $9.50 out to 14s. Understandably, with the speed drawn inside, it's going to be hard to cross. Read the Room, $18 into 17. Something I need to do a little bit. Nangar Jim, 19 out to 23. And Motion Sensor, the greyhound we mentioned earlier, who did it lead, Jim? Motion Sensor? Kangaroo class in that video.
Correct.
So he's $61. But don't forget the Sportsbet promo, run second, get a bonus bet back.
Tell you what, this wind's a bit annoying, isn't it?
It's straight into the greyhound's face.
It's coming from Gareth for you now. 100%.
Don't complain about the winners, just giving us a little bit of a relief from the heat today.
It's actually nice.
Yes. Yes.
With the wind, can we touch on one thing then? $4.97. Could he go quicker? Because
100%.
that wind has been
100%.
When that race was on.
All right,
94 early. And
let's have a competition. What time will Explicit go tonight?
4.95, 18.45, 28.88.
Hey.
4.90.
Go quicker than Sunset Fraser.
Overall, yeah, I think he will overall.
Yeah.
He won't go quicker off the back.
Right, okay. I would be 5.03, 18.50, 29.06.
Yep. The headwind will hold him back a little bit, but let's take a look at a replay anyway while we're talking.
I've just jotted those times down.
Let's have a look at Explicit. Last time he jumped beautifully. Box number 3. This is what he can do, but you'll even notice there he needed that little bit of room for the first 2 or 3 hops, and then once he finds his rhythm and his gear, he just takes off. Warm Cockles did a really good job to stick onto him here, but they were never going to beat him, were they? Draws away.
Good job to try and stick on. He's
They've
absolutely
got
humming it.
28.97 here too. Like, it is a phenomenal run. Look at the GPS data too. Swings for home at 62 kilometres an hour. There's no stopping him. He's running 500 as strong as I reckon he ever has, Explicit. That's the scary fact. And 18.51 down the back. I reckon right now, Hawley, if he gets clean air,
will he get clear air? Does it set up nicely?
As long as he beats the 3 out, he does.
Yep.
He'll cross the red, I don't think, without any concern. Maybe not without any concern, but I think he'll cross the red by the corner. If he then only goes 18.50, well, it shows how good Sunset Fraser was earlier tonight.
Yeah. I just love how Sunset Fraser's just completely put all you form experts on the floor tonight. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Explicit can do, because Jason Thompson, I've interviewed him a few times, he believes this could be one of the best ever athletes.
The best ever, he said.
The best ever, he said.
Yep, in Sydney.
He said the best ever.
29.19 after missing the kick at Wentworth Park, and he made the statement with, I think, Simon Cowley or with the team up there straight away.
Yes.
This is the best dog he's ever trained.
Well, he wanted to be winning a Melbourne Cup, you would imagine then.
Well, I think he's been a victim of circumstance with awkward draws. So tonight there's no excuses. He's drawn box number 2.
Yeah.
It's the perfect draw, really, for him just to show what he's made of. And we've seen Sunset Fraser, the difference of drawing box 6, then going into box 1, what they're capable of doing. If anything's capable of doing something extraordinary, this is the greyhound right.
And to put everything into perspective, we've seen how great of a night Jason Thompson's had with the winner in a couple of seconds. He locked this greyhound Explicit up for his own slot for the Phoenix about a month ago, as we head to Jason Adams, who's about to catch up with, of course,
Lukey Thompson.
Lukey Thompson's ready to go, one of the superstars of the game.
Indeed, Luke, Explicit. He was pretty good in the Top Gun. What's he done since in preparation for tonight?
He's just had a hit out of Bendigo during the week, went as good as he could do, and yeah, he's run it in the top game. We were very pleased with it. Just in those races when you can't lead, you got a good dog out in front, running time, it's just too hard, and we're really pleased with his effort, and yeah, hopefully he can go well tonight.
And the speed map of how this race looks, how do you expect his path to look in the first few strides?
It depends on the dogs around him. They can show speed. The one's run 5 dead this last 2 starts. Fernando Phil's been jumping a bit better of late as well. So it all comes, if he can step with them and show his customary turn of foot, yeah, just hopefully he can do that tonight.
And probably when he broke 29 seconds just a few weeks ago, better conditions tonight. We could see something better if he's a get clear.
Oh, look, if you could do that tonight, it would be super. But this week it's all about qualifying. It doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you can be first past the post in your heat, you're into next week, and yeah, anything can happen.
That's it, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, Chase.
Luke Thompson there with Explicit, clearly the big dog in this heat of the Melbourne Cup. Let's go and have a chat to Karen Pitch. He's got Read the Room. Karen, terrific form coming into tonight. Box 1, live chance?
No, not
no.
Look, if she gets around safe and she somehow can hold the lead early, like, I'd just be wrapped just to be here. So anything else is just a privilege. But tonight, they're just going to be a bit too fast for her.
All right, all the best.
Thank you.
Love to get a chat with Anthony Azzopardi. He's right down the ends of the parade yard. Let's get Nick Britton quickly. Nick, Mapunga Tully, very good last week. Is she a type to back it up 2 weeks in a row, or was it a peak from a performance point of view last week?
Well, I sure hope she can, but we did draw against the best dog in Australia, so it's going to be tough to beat.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have it, boys. The latest from the parade yard, Explicit. Too hard to beat from my point of view. He's so fast, and if he gets clear, I mean, he's going to put similar numbers to what we saw from Sunset Fraser on the board.
Yes, looking forward to see what he can do tonight, Jason. Explicit, he was the biggest name and the favourite with all of the all-in markets with Sportsbet before the race at $6.50. He's $1.50 now with Sportsbet.
I've got to play for you.
Okay.
Right? Same race multi. I know you like to sit.
I do. I love a same race multi.
You like the splinters every now and then. Explicit to run top 2. If he doesn't lead, I still think he runs second, but I think he wins the race. Fred Rose, top 4, $2.50.
Yep, I like it. I like a bit of cover in an SRM.
You can go back in the win?
Yeah.
And have
a little SRM as well. I'm 2 on top from the 4, Fred Rose, who I marked as my value place bet of the night. He might just suck through behind the speed and run well. 2, 4, 1, 7 my numbers, but keen on this dog, and I reckon he's going to make a huge statement, and he'll be favourite for the Melbourne Cup next week after this. Sub 29.
Let's see what he does. Explicit from box 2. Watch him. He's a jet. Here's Dan Hibbert for the call of the 15th of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
So this is the 5th heat of the Cup, and the nominal favourite for the overall series, Explicit. We've seen some stunning performances already, and this guy is the favourite for the series. Comes off a 4th in the Top Gun, and he was a short price favourite in the $1 million chase, but he gets a decent draw tonight, and he is the odds-on favourite for heat number 5. The green light is turned on, and the lure is on the roll. Ready to run. Set. Racing. Explicit jumped well, got clear air. He will lead. Explicit gets across, Read the Room, and then came Fernando Phil, and they all jammed up behind them. Nangar Jim was next, further back to Fred Rose. He went 4.97 to the first mark. Past the Buck was next, then Motion Sensor and Fred Rose at the rear. Explicit is motoring off the back. He went 18.48. He's 5 in front. Fernando Phil tries hard, then came Read the Room. He is the best. Explicit won by 6 and beat Fernando Phil, Read the Room, and third in was Mapunga Tully. Next in was Past the Buck, and then came Nangar Jim and Motion Sensor. 29.04 the run.
Statement made. That is the real Explicit. That is exactly what he's made of, and he makes his way through to a Melbourne Cup final. And Luke Thompson, easy watch, wasn't it?
Oh, well, it That's the best he's jumped for a fair while, and 4.97. We knew he could pull that off, and to do it tonight in a Melbourne Cup age is very, very pleasing.
In our code and in any sport, people mark the champions harshly. They've done so with him. Do you feel that sort of monkey on his back, given he hasn't won a major in his last few attempts? Do you sort of feel that at all with him?
Oh, we do a little bit. Just it hasn't been gone his way. He hasn't been drawn well, and when he did draw well in the Brisbane Cup, he jumped well and just pulled up with an injury, unfortunately. But on the other occasions, he's just drawn awkwardly, not got the start right. And in these big races, you can't afford to make mistakes, especially from bad boxes. But fingers crossed next week we can draw a box, and we can see the real explicit.
They're hard to win. Don't worry about that. But your family's made a habit of winning Melbourne Cups. You've now got two through to the final next week, and here's the leading hope. Good luck.
Thanks, Jace. Beautiful.
Luke Thompson there. Boys, after explicit, that is a real explicit. 29.05, lethal speed, and that is the sort of turn of foot that win Melbourne's Cups.
We were watching the clock as explicit jumped. He had that clear galloping room that we all wanted him to see or to have in the early part of this race. He's gone 4.97. There he is, that first sectional. And he hasn't broken 28, but he's gone 29.05, the amended time, James Vandermeer.
It's a fast run, and to be fair, there's that little bit of a headwind that I don't reckon we had earlier, but he in my opinion, is the quickest dog in the country right now, has been for a while, and yet Sunset Fraser has beaten him off the back straight by almost 2 lengths.
Yes.
But he did run into a headwind early, so...
Who's gone bigger tonight?
Sunset Fraser.
No, who's gone bigger, Excavation or Explicit?
I'd say...
A dead heat.
Oh, no, I'd say Explicit, because it's a bit gusty right now. There is a bit of a breeze.
Yeah, good point.
He's run into a serious breeze.
Yeah. I reckon this could nearly be one of the all-time great Melbourne Cups, because I don't think we've seen a Melbourne Cup, Hawley, where there is this much speed. And Sunset Fraser wasn't a runner we expected to get through. I know he was only a $3.90 chance, but now he gets into it running 5 dead, 18.30s off the back. It is shaping up to be an extraordinary final.
He's had to prove them wrong all throughout his career, Buddy Manelli, but I'm feeling a little sorry for him come next Saturday night. What a Melbourne Cup he's found himself in.
He'll get a clear run, because he won't be with them early.
Explicit $1.60. Fernando Phil back in second, $1.30. Read the Room, $3.40. Mapunga Telly was fourth. There is a superstar. He is a very fast greyhound. James says he's the quickest in the land. He gets himself into a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. That is Explicit for the Thompsons. We'll take a break. We'll come back. There's still 3 more spots left in our great race. This is night 2 of the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival. The all-in favourite for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup before the first heat tonight was Explicit. And he started $1.50 in his heat. He jumped beautifully. He's run time 29.05. And he is now into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And I would imagine right now he would just be the favourite. With the greyhounds that are qualified, despite, of course, Sunset Fraser smashing the clock and breaking 29 tonight. Fernando Phil's second, Read the Room third, and Mapunga Tally was fourth. Champion trainer Jason Thompson has now got 2 runners in the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. He's also been close with a couple of runner-ups tonight. Now, Felix Van Hoff has been a very, very busy man. He's been dominating. He's been owning the microphone right around the grounds here at Sandown Park tonight, and he is upstairs once again. What are you doing this time, Felix?
Thank you, Gareth. Here we go with it. Chuen Chow here. Who? What are you going to do with the 25,000 if you won?
It's right here.
Yeah. What are you going to do? If you win the 25,000, what are you going to do?
For my kids or education.
Smart. I want you to win now. Give it one touch for luck. One touch for luck. There we go. Spin it up. Come on, here we go. The last one. Next week, it's for $1 million. This week, it's 25,000. Come on. Here we go. Where are we? So much promise. 400? Come on, one more. There we go. Second. Now, it's not quite 25,000, but what would you do with 300?
maybe a dinner or something.
What?
A dinner.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Okay, there we go. There we go. $300. Nice. We'll roll with that. Back to you, Gareth.
Oh, working beautifully there, Felix, tonight. I thought the $25,000 was in play there.
So did I. I
Yeah.
thought it was looking good, but I couldn't see the whole wheel. But
No.
I don't know what Felix thought the guy thought he said.
No, I don't want to even know.
Neither do
what he
I.
was thinking. Anyway, we've had 5 races down for the heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We've had a fascinating night so far. The big guns have all made it, basically. So we're going to have one hell of a final. Mitchie Abaya.
Yeah, if Excavation had been in there, it would have been some sort of race.
Yep.
But Sunset Frazier's thrown the spanner in the works with the time-wise, and I think it's created some sort of talking point. So it's fantastic, the field we've got so far.
Man that loves the plasma is James Van der Martin. Let's cross back to him next to the plasma once again, Jimmy.
I love the plasma, but I also love a little bit of me time in front of the camera as well, I must be honest. Just on my own, not without you to my left and also Mitchie to my right. But here we are once again. And, well, there's only one greyhound I want to look at. It's the greyhound who has completely blown our mind tonight, Sunset Frazier, and just what he was able to do from the inside draw. We're going to hit play on the replay. Jump from box number 1. Here's Excavation out in box number 8. Now, let's have a good look at them going toe-to-toe to the first corner. As clean a racing as you could possibly see. Sunset Frazier turns out 2 lengths in front of Excavation and then just accelerates. He gaps him at this point of the race. Now, to put this in perspective, right here, Explicit would be about there. It's explosive speed, it's brutal speed. And then what I like, Excavation's coming off the Group 1 Top Gun. He's rock hard fit, he pulls to the outside. Frazier says, no, no, no. I'm going into the Melbourne Cup and I'm a big chance of leading that race next week. One of the all-time great runs, 5:01. 18:35. Right there is a new split record. Then goes 29 flat, the fastest of the Melbourne Cup heats tonight. Yes, I'd love to see Excavation somehow find his way into the field. Maybe there'll be a scratching and he'll make his way in. But this boy tonight, Sunset Frazier, he was completely out of this world. It will be run of the night in my book, and it may well be run of the year. It may well be run of a lifetime. What a performance, boys. That was extraordinary stuff here at Sandown Park.
So it's the greatest run that we've seen this year because he's done what he's able to do. Was it a bigger run than Big Energy last week?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think there's expectation as to what greyhounds can run on their day. We know Big Energy can break 29 seconds, but no one would have ever thought Sunset Frazier's going to run 28.99 and run 18.35 off the back. So I think putting it into perspective, things that'd be like me coming out and making 150 in cricket when really the chances are you just want to get to 20.
Yeah. So Buddy Manali went 29.50 and he's in the Melbourne Cup final.
Yeah.
And then you got Sunset Frazier that broke 29 or 29 flat. Joey the Jet went like a jet tonight from box 8, ran time 29.16 around that.
Yep.
And then you've got Epitomise that went 29.16 around that time anyway, and that's flying. And then Explicit turned up and he nearly breaks 29 himself. He goes 29.05 after breaking 5 into that first section. And he'll start favourite, I think, for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. If he draws the inside, he'll be odds on.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah, definitely. And don't forget, we've still got Lakeview Emily coming up in the next, who is blessed with speed. Last time out at the Meadows, 4.99, went 29.60. So the greyhound, this could be one of the fastest Melbourne Cups we've seen in a long time for early speed.
Let's have a look at the market now for race number 10, heat number 6 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Lakeview Emily's at $1.90. The greyhound that I like, Miss Envy, at $5. Grand Tour is at $6, and our thoughts of two with the family of
Stephen Bruce.
Yeah, Stephen Bruce, because we lost Stephen Bruce. He used to train this greyhound a couple of months ago. He was a great man, James.
He was. He actually grew up with my old man, funnily enough. Yeah. So sadly passed away from an illness, a fast illness too, and he was training Grand Tour at the time. And it's sad, and it's. I guess the one positive we take is how well this dog's going at the moment, and I'm sure Stephen Bruce would be so proud to see his boy doing what he's doing and now in a Melbourne Cup heat, because that would have been his dream, no doubt about it.
Yep.
So thoughts are with obviously Steve's family.
He'll have a few wings, I reckon, tonight, Grand Tour, with Steve watching from above. So we're thinking of the Bruce family.
It was a big run last time out too, Grand Tour.
He's been going super.
Yep.
If he didn't step right, he'd nearly be one of the best greyhounds in the game.
Timmy Zoo's one of the big-time players going around. He loves this big stage. He's looking to get into another Sportsbet Melbourne Cup,
The price of warm cockles is extraordinary.
It is, considering.
Look at the run last start.
Well, yeah, and there's not a lot of speed drawn around. So
3 1/4 lengths behind Explicit, who is going to run favourite probably in next week's Melbourne Cup.
He'd be your same race multi-dog, Jimmy.
Just hope for a bit of luck, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So many good stories here. Lakeview Emily, we heard from Harley Will and the boy from Meetung. He's living his dream tonight by having a runner in a Melbourne Cup or a heat. And he says, well, you can't win Melbourne Cups if you can't win the heat of a Melbourne Cup, which made complete sense at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can't win a prelim if you don't win the grand final. Yeah, 100%.
Let's have a look at the speed map here, and I think everybody's got the Red Dog leading here, kicking up.
The reason being Grand Toura will take a hard step right. Now, he did that in the Silver Bullet, and he checked Morton really severely. So that's the concern for the 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, let's make a case where Inconspicuous beats out Grand Toura. It then brings Matlock, Miss Envy across to get onto the rail and chase Lakeview Emily. But on what Lakeview Emily can do, if she bounces from the inside draw, she is going to take a whole heap of beating. I've had to go back to the 21st of March this year, so 8 months ago when she last had the red here at Sandown Park over 500. Didn't begin brilliantly, but she accelerated nicely through the corner. And what I wanted to show here is I reckon she was vulnerable in the first 30, 40, 50 metres. If you haven't got to her by here, I don't think you're going to run her down. She went 5:08, 18:80, 29:31 on this occasion. I think from memory it was a semi of the launching pad. It was. So if she can stretch away like that and hold the lead early, she'll be mighty hard to beat. But I am a tiny bit concerned that if Grand Toura steps out but doesn't make contact with Inconspicuous, Inconspicuous might burn Grand Toura off, and I just have a funny feeling they're all going to burn across. They're going to burn across, but she couldn't have drawn any better, Lakeview Emily.
And that means it's all over. That happens because Miss Envy for WA will get the job done for
Or Matlock, or Michelle Mallier and Matty Field would be tuning in.
Legend.
Or Tim Zoo, could he do the impossible?
Well, if Warm Cockles cards him into the race, then yes.
I think Tim Zoo right now is in the top 8 greyhounds in the country. People think I've gone bananas, but he is just having absolutely no luck. His last 4 starts, he's had 6, 8, 8, 7, and now he's drawn box number 8. He won the Australian Cup from box number 1 in March. If you put him off the inside, I'd be backing him in this.
What did Jason Thompson do with the? Is it computerised these draws? He must have. No,
he would have been happy with the draws.
He would have been. Imagine if he got better draws. He could have had 4 in it.
Well, he had half the field in the Top Gun. I reckon he'll have close to half the field in the Phoenix.
If you look numerically, I understand where you're coming from. I've got no knock on Tim Zoo. He's as fast a dog as any going around. But numerically, you look at that and you say you could not have him in your top 8 grade.
100%, yeah.
Like on numbers that he's producing,
hasn't won for a long while. Yep.
You could not. Like, I kind of get where he's coming from, but data-wise, you would have to have other greyhounds ahead of him.
I just think in greyhound racing you can't look at the numerical numbers. I think, for example, when I was doing form interstate many moons ago, we used to watch every replay and we'd put what we called a capable time. So you could run last and run 30.05 or 31.05, but you might say, I think that greyhound's capable of running 29.60. Tim Zoo can run 29.10 without a doubt here, without a doubt.
I'm amazing looking at the best times tonight. And their previous best time.
Yep.
Sunset Frazier, what was his best time before?
29.60, 59.
Yes.
I know. And you wonder why we're gone that.
So that's how many lengths is that? He's
10 lengths. He's gone like Buddy Manelli last week, and now he's gone like Sunset Frazier this week.
He's like Frazier turned up to fight Muhammad Ali and just knocked everybody out.
Jeff did make the statement that he missed the kick a little bit last week, and maybe box 1 brought him out, and he was able to show what he could do.
He's only gone a length quicker this week than what he did last week. A length to the first split.
Yeah, and then gone 10 lengths quicker overall. And I don't buy into the fact the track's quick. I think that is absolute bullschlazen. I think too many people get in and they go, Melbourne Cup night, the track's on fire. I think tonight the track's in perfect condition because of the weather, because of the things that are conducive to running quick time. So you've got a good surface, nice weather, warm night, few boxes being ticked, but I don't think the track's any quicker than normal. Explicit sort of proved that. He went 18.51 last week, 18.48 this week. I'd argue the track's in perfect condition and Sunset Frazier's just one hell of a dog.
Hey, G, I tell you what, just quickly, I know race 10 hasn't been run yet, but Jimmy, I know he went from the plasma before, but he went and did a lap of the track from the 500-metre boxes. And have a look what he's trialled up there. 28.70 JVDM has gone.
Yes.
If only we could zoom in on that, eh?
With no shoes.
What's the track record?
That is explicit.
Track record for me, or
no? The clock doesn't go that.
Is it 28?
Oh, come on, mate. You've been rude to me.
No, I haven't.
Am I right in saying 28.79?
28.79.
Yeah, I think
Aston
it is.
Rupee it is, and I think it was called by a really good caller.
Yes.
It must be you.
Yeah, James Vandermeer.
I think. Yeah. No, it was actually me. I think.
Jason. Yes, Jason Adams is ready to go. Jason, who are you catching up with here?
I'm with Harley Willian. Familiar face, familiar voice. Harley, you've got her out of the kennels. How does she feel?
Nah, as good as ever. So, nah, it's all up to her now.
Did she change at all in her demeanour pre-race from time to time?
Nah, she's always just bouncing around and all that, just her normal self. So, nah, she's come out well and she's full of herself. So hopefully she can put it on the track.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Harley Whelan with Lakeview Emily, who's clearly the most well-drawn greyhound in this field. I want to chat to Steve Shinners, who's got Miss Envy. It's already been such a colourful night for racing in Western Australia, given Sunset Fraser and also Buddy Manelli through to a Melbourne Cup final. And who knows what this girl is capable of in Miss Envy. Steve Shinners, box 5. Grand Tour is going to cause some issues, as we know. How can she overcome it?
Yeah, well, she's got to jump, I think, and hopefully Matlock can give her a card into the race. And, yeah, the one will be hard to beat. Obviously got the box. So, yeah, we haven't been blessed with good boxes, the visitors' boxes again. But, look, she's a little star and she'll put herself in the picture wherever she ends up. So,
fair night for racing Western Australia as well. Sunset Fraser, Buddy Manelli. Might be your turn, mate.
Fingers crossed, mate.
Good luck.
Thanks, buddy.
Steve Shinners there with Buddy Manelli. I've got a quick comment from Kelly Bravo with Grand Tour, and he's just... Geez, he's been good for a period of time now. Kelly, box 2, there's a lot of discussion about him giving Lakeview Emily the run of the race. Do you think he can avoid that in any way and sort of run his own race with clear air, which he didn't get the chance to do in the Silver Bullet?
No, he didn't. He, it's no secret that he does like a little bit of room early. But if he gets clear, he'll sort of hold his line. But, yeah, we'll see how he goes. But, yeah, he probably will make a nice race for the red.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Kelly Bravo there with Grand Tour. Dave Burnett with Warm Cockles. Dave, he's an enormous price in the market. Do you agree with that? Because he's got heaps of ability.
He's got ability, but he's got to put it together consistently. That's all he's got to do. Hopefully tonight he can.
Draw makes it hard, or you think it's okay?
No, I think it's okay. Again, he likes box 7, likes to be out wide, so just got to do everything right in these quality races.
Get on with it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Getting called into line now and heading to the boxes, guys, for this next heat of the Melbourne Cup. And as we know, all about Lakeview Emily. She should get in the room. And if she chooses to begin, go straight to the top, shouldn't be beaten.
David Burnett just does that interview that gets into a trot. Great to see David back on the big stage, of course. Simon told Alan he trained that late great greyhound a few years back.
Yeah, absolute superstar, and his brother as well, who told Stevie they staged one of the great memorable brother clashes in the Great Chase, but they went one too many moons ago.
Who called that one?
Another good caller.
Who are you tipping here, lads?
I'm 1-2-8-5, but I'm having a sneaky each way bet on Tim Zoo. He's out to about double figures. I can't leave him alone because I reckon he's airborne. And sometimes Melbourne Cups are won by greyhounds, especially the heats. Who can do it? Lakeview Emily's drawn to win, however. 1-2-8-5 my numbers, but I think there's an each way price available for Timmy Zoo. Over to you.
I'm with the red. I'm with Lakeview Emily.
All right, then you just watch something special tonight. Miss Envy, the pride of WA. Go straight to the front, get the job done. This is a great race. So many terrific stories here. Let's head upstairs to Dan Hibbert for Heat 6 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Of the Melbourne Cup. Lakeview Emily, the favourite from the red, but it is a very competitive heat. Favourite will go $1.90 Lakeview Emily. The green light turned on. Heat 6 of the Melbourne Cup. They're ready. Racing, Lakeview Emily jumped pretty well. There was good speed out from Matlock trying to get across. Matlock will lead. Miss Envy couldn't have asked for a better run, and she sailed to the lead. Miss Envy got across and went clear from Matlock and Warm Cockles. Next on the inside was Grand Tour. Out deeper was Tim Zoo. Well back now, Lakeview Emily, and then came Werris Bale at the rear. Miss Envy leads out by 3. Warm Cockles is again running a really good race, but Miss Envy clear, and it's another WA runner in. Miss Envy by 3, beat Warm Cockles, Tim Zoo at Bottler, and then Grand Tour and Matlock. Further back to Werris Bale, Inconspicuous and Lakeview Emily, and 29 and 15 the gallop. Number 5, Miss
Westie's
Envy.
best once again. Sunset Fraser, Buddy Manelli, and now Miss Envy. Steve Shinners, how good was that? Thumbs up to the crowd. She was awesome.
Mate, it was panned out how we hoped. That Matlock gave her the card into the race and just worked out perfect. And yeah, look, she's just a little star chaser and couldn't be proud of her. And Cal and Jackie and Bradley, they've been staying there for the week, and amazing that, yeah, he's been my mentor, and yeah, just so proud we're all in the race. It's going to be an amazing experience.
As far as I know, you once called Victoria home. Have you had a Melbourne Cup finalist over the years?
No, her great-grandmother, Obie Have, almost made the final, got skittled on the first corner, got beat a nose and come out and won the the consolation as it was back then in a lot quicker time. And so they're very hard to get into, as you know. And just absolutely stoked. And Crystal's here and the family here, so it's just a great experience.
We know it's the greatest race on the planet, so what does it mean to now be a part of it?
Oh, look, mate, when you're young, it's just one of those races that you come out year after year and you want to get in it. And as you know, it's hard. We've had some very quick dogs over the time. And, just see her out in front is just a bit surreal. And, just absolutely stoked.
And on her and her class and also her maturity, I mean, she goes into this series, although she's won big races and gone on the road and taken her good form to different tracks. She's still limited in her experience, but she's always raced so professionally, hasn't she?
Yeah, look, from day dot, she beat one of my good race dogs out of the first litter called Runaway to Mars and beat him 2 or 3 lengths when she was about 17 months old. And we thought there was something wrong with him, and there was nothing wrong with him. She was just been a gun since day one. And, she just gives her all the time, and you couldn't be more proud of her.
Go and give her a kiss, mate. You're through a Melbourne Cup. Good
Thanks,
job.
buddy.
Steve Shinner's there, guys, and Miss Envy. As Steve said, I mean, she goes into this series as still with limited experience, but since day's dot, she has raced with so much class, and here she is, through to a Melbourne Cup final.
Love that. Steve Shinners gives his girl a kiss and says, we've still got one more to go, but we're in the big dance. She pays $5.20 at the end of the day, $29.15. She went 5.04. Lakeview Emily just couldn't kick up enough and got checked. And once that happened, Matlock came and did that to the favourite. Miss Envy got the fly and she was off and gone down the back. And you could hear the cheer from Cannington.
There was the middle pack that wanted the rail. If they crossed Lakeview Emily, there could have been...
Yeah.
It was going to be an interesting race. And once she hesitated just a shade off the red, she was in trouble. Grand Tour didn't come out as hard to the outside. And Miss Envy, the West Australian wonders, I'm going to call them at the moment. Buddy Manelli, as Jay suggested, Miss Envy, and of course Sunset Fraser. They're making such a mark, and to be honest, I reckon it's nearly, with Victoria, the strongest state for greyhounds. They continue to produce top line runners, and credit to the Shinners camp too to make the journey across from WA. I think she's in the care of the Greenos at the moment.
Correct.
And to come out and win a heat of the Melbourne Cup, that's a monumental task, and they've done it absolutely beautifully. So a credit to them. 5, 7, 8 for those numbers. I just wanted to mention Warm Cockles, 80 to 1.
Oh, you mentioned that. Yeah.
I said that was the same race.
We gave him a plug, and you know what I did? Nice little place bet on Tim Zoo, and I'm telling you, get Tim Zoo in the Phoenix. If I had a slot, I'm picking him.
You picked 100 dogs tonight. There's only 8 in the field.
Hang on, you two.
Hang on. Hotel Whiskey won.
Security.
A slot in the Phoenix. So James has got...
You know what the funny thing is?
Funny you got 2 slots.
James, you're consulting for everybody, aren't you?
My Phoenix field at the moment is 20. Okay, that's where I'm going wrong.
Yeah, that's about right.
He should be in the top 20.
I tipped anyone that wanted to listen. I interviewed Steve Shinners during the week on Giddy Up, and he said, Gareth, tonight will be our night. And Miss Envy wins at 5.20. The gum trees will be blowing in the background at Cannington. Peter O'Neill will be up and about.
What about this? Crystal Shinners bends down, picks up the collar and lead. Contend she can do no more.
On that note, we'll take a break. We're live here at Sandown for Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heat Night. A big cheerio to you there, Peter O'Neill from the West. Welcome back to night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival. This is Melbourne Cup Heat Night and Bold Trease Night when it comes to the heats. It's the best night of greyhound racing in this country for the year, and I reckon it's exceeded expectations. That's how good it's been. We've got 6 runners now in the Melbourne Cup. Buddy Manelli, Sunset Fraser that smashed the clock. Joey the Jet epitomised. Explicit was superb. The all-in favourite before the heats, and now the pride of WA, Miss Envy, has won her way into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. It's been one of those nights. We've been blown away by some of the performances. In some aspects, we've been left speechless. And Dan Hibbert, thank God you haven't been left speechless. The broadcaster here tonight, mate. First of all, Sunset Fraser, when you're calling that race and you're looking at the clock down the back, you thinking that the clock's stuffed up?
Well, hello, Gareth. I didn't actually look at it during the race, but it wasn't until I looked at the board when they crossed the line and saw that time. I thought, and that was right. The first thing I thought was that might be a malfunction because I've called so many races here, and you see that split a lot of times, and it might be 1850, 1860, 1870. But to see something like that was quite remarkable. And the heats that we've had, like
wow,
the field that we've already got, and we've still got 2 real good seeds to come. The race on next week is just going to be incredible. It is an incredible final.
We mentioned this at the start of the night. Not necessarily the quickest dogs get into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. You need a tough dog. You need a dog that gets the luck at the right time. But this year, when you have a look at the times and the dogs that are qualified, James, as you pointed out just before, and as Dan just pointed out, this could be one of the greatest Sportsbet Melbourne Cups in the history of this wonderful race.
I know it's so hard to align the strength of a Melbourne Cup with other races, but for pure speed, Dan, I don't think we've seen a Melbourne Cup where realistically 70%, 80% of the field can probably break 5 to the first mark. Like, the Sandown Club are going to have the fire brigade on call just because there are going to be sparks flying at the start of this Melbourne Cup next week.
We've had 2 runners break 5, and we've had another that have gone 5:01, I think 5:04 or something crazy like that. So, I mean, the box draw is going to be awfully important at the end of the night, and it's just going to be it is going to be a mad charge to that first corner next week.
It might be like dodgem cars in that first bend if they're going that quick, and they're that evenly matched into that first bend. Let's have a look at the other Group 1 tonight that they needed to qualify, and this is for the stays, the Bold Trees. Talk us through this draw in your eyes, Dan Hibbert.
I think Kangaroo Class is drawn perfectly, but I do think the danger is obviously Black Silencer because he was massive. He gave him a big start. And it felt a bit weird actually watching Kangaroo Class because he was in front and I didn't think he was really running time. And it wasn't until, again, he crossed the line and you look at the board and he's gone 41.50 and you think, well, he's just gone 2 tenths quicker than everything else on Heats night. But Black Silencer was pulling ground off him at the end. So for him to draw the red and be following that speed, it's going to be, he's going to want to improve a bit more, I think, Kangaroo Class.
When you have a look at the speed in the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, geez, if you put him in box 2 in the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Kangaroo Class, and if they go lickety split, which we expect them to do, he could have been the one finishing over the top.
To be honest, I reckon the Melbourne Cup will really help shape the Phoenix this year. And I reckon there will be slot holders out there, and I know I've selected 35 greyhounds now to make the Phoenix, but
there's only 8.
Yeah, I know. I realise that, but there will be reserves. But Kangaroo Class, like he's the greyhound. There's going to be helter-skelter speed. Like I think Sunset Fraser will get picked. I think a lot of these greyhounds tonight that are explicit's already in there. They're genuine front runners. If you pick Kangaroo Class, the way the draw's done's a little bit different, where the trainers get drawn out and they get to pick their box. So Jess Hopkins will sit there and go, well, I'm content 1 to 4. I missed the kick with Kangaroo Class against sprinters, drop into the rail and just try and suck through at the first corner. And if he happens to come out second or third down the back, not convinced he'll definitely win the race, but he'll be in the finish. So I think he's a Phoenix contender, Kangaroo Class.
I think that you want something that might not have a lot of speed drawn 4 and 5 because there's going to be they're all going to want 1, 2, 3. If you just flop out of the boxes and go to the rail, who knows what might happen on that first corner.
I think sometimes in these slot races, it doesn't matter what code you follow, that if you're a slot holder and maybe you miss out on the dog that you want to get, that it might be best if you just weigh up the option and you've got someone like James Vandermaat or Dan Hibbert in your corner helping you select your dog.
As long as they're paying enough.
I know, but you might go last because then you can work out what dogs are in the field, what dog this race might be missing, and from a point of difference, do the percentages and work out, well, this is how I think the race might work out, and this is the best dog for that race. If you go early, then they might pick dogs around it that just don't suit your dog.
But I think at the end of the day, everybody wants the leader because chances are that the dog who leads will win the Melbourne Cup and win the Phoenix as well. So I just feel with the Phoenix, though, you want that point of difference, and maybe that's what Kangaroo Class can bring. And if he gets the right run through, he can definitely go close. But you, mate, you've absolutely adored a few greyhounds. You love Wow, She's Fast. Like I've never seen a race called I Love a Dog.
Yeah, so
and then along came Hector Fawley.
Yeah.
Sunset Fraser, Kangaroo Class, Enormous Tonight, Explicit Extraordinary. Who's the favourite in your eyes right now? Who's your favourite dog?
My favourite dog?
Right now.
Oh, it's still Hector.
Still Hector?
Yeah,
I thought he was really good tonight.
Hector Fawley.
I thought he was really good tonight, and he was making ground at the end of that hot run.
When they run 18.35 off the back, though, Daniel, do you start to get a soft spot for Sunset Fraser?
Oh, look, he was very impressive. Well, we know he's always had that ability. He's always had that early speed, but that was that was so far out of left field it wasn't funny. And he's got to be able to back that up next week. And again, if he draws to advantage, it's game on for him.
I've got a request for next week's final. As the former race caller of the race, we know Pete O'Neill from WA, he'll often say as they're about to move in, for example, Crystal Shitters, she leans down, picks up the collar and lead.
Contends she can do no more.
Everybody knows it. Imagine, let's say, a Buddy Manelli, a Sunset Fraser, or a Miss Envy turn in front, and it's, as they turn for home, it's Miss Envy well clear. She picks up the collar and lead. Content she can do no more. She's won the Melbourne Cup.
That'd be very interesting if she could do that. But
and Pete would love that.
She would love that. But
I think that's impossible. But
probably is, yes. Yeah. But the WA have done a really good job so far, and they've got one more left to go later on too.
They've done very well.
Well, we better let you get up to learn these dogs for heat number 7. Only 2 spots left.
Yes, and $1 million chase winner in this, and then the shootout winner in Big Energy in the last. So, you know,
another favourite of yours.
He is. I can't believe what he's done in the last 2 starts. As I think I heard you earlier in the night say that I nearly fell out of the box when he ran here 2 runs ago. That was literally what happened, because I said before the race he needed to do something special to even be considered for the shootout.
We'll organise a harness for you tonight, all right?
Well, there's nothing holding me out of that window either. So
just before we let you go, this time last year, your favourite dog, Hector Fawley, in the last race, we all thought he won.
Yep.
It was one of the most devastating defeats in your history, and definitely in my time following greyhound racing. He missed the final. It was like getting beat by your worst possible football side that you can't cop. Beat your team after the siren in a prelim, and you missed the grand final.
It was heartbreaking to see him lose by such a narrow margin, but I think they would have felt pretty happy that they won the Sandgroper a little bit later on, so I think it would have softened the blow a little bit.
We better let you go, because you might do a Jimmy Jakes if you race up to the commentary box.
I know a bit of time.
Who wins, before we let you go, who wins the Melbourne Cup next week, right?
Oh, look, I still think Explicit's the best dog in the race, and I know he didn't break 29 tonight, but I think Team Thompson will have him cherry ripe next week.
Dan, great stuff.
Beautifully done, Daniel.
Just before you let you go, I'm only joking, go now.
Actually, hang on.
Don't hold me up.
There's Dan Hibbert there. Let's have a look at the market for the second last heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Here's Mitchie Abaya. Well, we did have Mitchie. I reckon
We've got to let Daniel's son go anyway.
Yes.
That's important to let him go.
I've got a microphone. I can speak now. 330 into $280 million chase winner, Blue Camaro, Mapunga Smoky. Heard a little whisper, this greyhound might be cherry ripe for tonight. $4.20 out to $5, back into $4.80. Good odds Cobber, $3.90 out the gate to $6. Zipping Kai coming off some good Meadows form, $5.50 out to $6. Scalacci, after winning the Phoenix last year, $12 into $8. Succeed, the greyhound I reckon is well overs, $12 into $10, and probably still Value Master. Pablo's 10 out to 16 for Team Thompson, and Utrillo Bale 26 out to 41. Chances are you're about to lose for free and confidential support. Call the number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. And the promo, Sandown Park tonight, next week, and the Phoenix on the 21st of December. All races run second. Get a bonus bet back. It's such a great promo. Why wouldn't you want to be a part of it and have a play here at Sandown Park?
100% Mitchie Abaya. Let's have a look at the speed map here. And talking about the Phoenix, last year's Phoenix champion Scalacci is engaged here. He's probably not in that form that we saw him win the...
I reckon he could be.
Oh, could he? Because he surprised a few. He was the first dog selected by Ladbrokes in last year's Phoenix, and then he was given no hope, and then he jumped and won.
Yeah, well,
it surprised everyone.
I reckon his numerical form lies a little bit like what it's doing at the moment with Tim Zhu. Last week he was sort of matching Epitomise early, and he came out jet-propelled earlier. But speed map suggesting good odds Cobber to go forward. I think Mapunga Smoky will just slot in on the rails, succeed or miss it a little bit. I reckon Blue Camaro gets a beautiful run straight across. If the $1 million chase champion can hold his place, kick up underneath of good odds Cobber, I think he'll be hard to beat. Watch him here from box 7 in the shootout. We've seen this race a few times. He's charging across. The only thing that costs him is its big energy, Vincent Bale keeping him off the rail. Tonight he's only got Succeed, Mapunga Smoky. They're nowhere near the speed factor of those two that held him out last week. So I'm fairly bullish. He'll cross, he'll lead, he'll make a statement. We do the Green Light on podcast, and we make a top 8 for the Phoenix, and we got absolutely blasted that this dog isn't in the top 8 seeds for the Phoenix.
Who blasted you?
Oh, a lot of people.
Really?
Yeah, they all reckon Blue Camaro this, Blue Camaro that. So make a statement, Blue Camaro tonight, which I think he will.
He's a $1 million chase winner.
I heard
he is, and he was second in the Top Gun, so they've got a case to argue.
Well, there were some people that were close to connections that were surprised he might have made the Top Gun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, it's a funny game because I honestly think races like that, there's probably 20 to 25. You could probably put maybe 10 to 15 in the actual field. You start off with about 25. So
where's in the hub?
He actually injured at the moment, so there'll be no in the hub, I reckon, for the next at least the next short period. But yeah, thoughts are with the Crawford.
There's a greyhound going around here, right? I reckon this thing is one of the fastest dogs on the planet.
Yes.
But doesn't get not much luck. It's just racing pattern doesn't really favour it. That's been Succeed. I'm keen to see what it does here tonight with a map that's not too bad.
I've been copying it off the text line. People messaging me saying you've got more than 8 dogs in the Phoenix, mate. Work
100%. Well, keep getting stuck into James Vandermaat. He needs to get his Phoenix size down to field size down to weight. But Jason Adams is ready to go. Who's he going to catch up with here? I don't know. Who's he catching up with? Joshy Formosa. Take it away, Jace.
I am with Jay Formosa, your boy Blue Camaro. Good in the Top Gun, obviously $1 Million Chase form was sublime. How's he feeling tonight?
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Why do you say that?
Oh, he's in good form. He's drawn well. It's a winnable race. He's just got to step on terms, and I think he should go well.
Although he ran third in last week's shootout, it was still a good performance. I'm sure you believe he couldn't have done much more.
Yeah, it was just a good little top-up run for this. Got a lot of room, split 504. If he drew inside Big Energy, it could have been a different story. He just didn't like being outside him, and he's drawn low tonight, so he should go well.
And speaking on behalf of Team Daly as well, Zipping Kai, what impact can she have on this race?
Well, in her head of the Hume Cup, we seem like she can run, so if she finds the front, I don't think anything will catch her, but it's just if she can get there. She's not so reliable over 500, but she should go all right too.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Always difficult, as we know, in the circumstances of Zipping Kai to drop back from 600-metre racing to 500 and perform, particularly in a heat of the Melbourne Cup. My man Talge with Scalacci. Talge was a big finish to last year, as we know. How do you judge the way your boy is going into tonight?
Oh, he's going much better than last year, but just need luck out of the boxes, Jason. We'll see what can happen today.
Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
There's Talge with the mighty Scalacci. The second last chance for greyhounds to qualify for the world's greatest greyhound race, being the Melbourne Cup. A great contest it is, boys, but I think Blue Camaro can get the job done.
I reckon it'd be great if Blue Camaro does get into this Melbourne Cup field. The dog purchased for $10,000 at the start of the year. He's won now $867,000.
More.
I thought he would be past $1 million after
$1,094,000, Gareth. We need to send you back to school, mate. But
where is it?
Right.
Oh, there you go, $1,094,000.
Who were you looking at, Gareth?
I don't know.
No, it's down the bottom there.
That's age prize money.
Sorry. Yeah, I apologise for that.
Suggested numbers here, 3, 2, 1, 4, but I'm still keen on Scalacci.
I'm with Succeed. Succeed each way is a really good play.
Well, I'm with Blue Camaro. I think he's the bet, but I also think I'm going to have something on Scalacci. He's well and truly double figures. He was unlucky last week. He's the reigning Phoenix champion. I had Jihad Talji on the Green Light On podcast this week, and he said to me, this dog is going better than last year. So you have to read into that.
I love it when Talji. Let's head upstairs. Here's Stan Hibbert for the second last of the night. This is the second last chance, of course, for a greyhound to get into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
41, 2 of 10 over this trip. Starting signal.
Front row move in.
Moving into the boxes for race number 11, heat number 7 of what already is a stunning field for the Melbourne Cup final next week. 2 spots remain. One of them is about to be filled, and it is a very competitive race because Blue Camaro will go the favourite at $3.20. Set to run. Race 11. Racing, Blue Camaro jumped well. There's good speed out from Scalacci coming across, and Mapunga Smokey pushes through. Scalacci's across and leads. Scalacci's in front of Blue Camaro, who got dragged out by Good Odds Cobber. Scalacci is a mile in front, but Mapunga Smokey was next. Out wide, Succeed. Then came Utrillo Bale and Zipping Kai, but it's Scalacci 10 lengths in front. He's going to wind back the clock like it's 2023. Scalacci by 9 lengths second home, Blue Camaro, third in Succeed. Next across the line was Good Odds Cobber, ahead of Mapunga Smokey, Utrillo Bale and Zipping Kai, and he's gone time as well, 29.22.
It's been a big year for the Phoenix champ, and he hasn't yet recreated that form of which he won the $1.65 million race last December. But Talge, you must feel a lot of relief after that.
There's been a lot of pressure, Jace, I'll be honest with you, mate. You know, when you got a dog as good as him. He's just, every time you bring him out, he's got to perform. And I said all along, this dog's going better than last year. And it just needs luck out of the box. And we checked some things with him during the week, and we did some box work, and thank God. I'm in the Melbourne Cup, mate. I can't believe I'm going to cry, serious.
I was just about to say, you've won at Phoenix, which is obviously fairly new from a race. The Melbourne Cup carries a lot of history. You've been involved in this game for decades. What does it mean to get through to a race like this?
I did an interview on Green Light On with James Vandermeer, and he said to me, what race do you want to win? And I said, the Melbourne Cup, the Melbourne Cup. But yeah, we're there now, mate. I can't believe it, mate. I really can't.
And in terms of next week, I mean, the challenge for him recently has been getting out. He's done that tonight. Do you think that's going to roll into next week?
I hope so. Just draw a good box. I like him in the odd box because it gives him time to settle in there, where if he's in an even box, the lure comes quickly and he's sort of not settled. But yeah, hopefully we get an inside draw, an odd box. Doesn't matter whether it's 3, 5 or 7 or 1. Just as long as it's an odd box, and he'll show his best.
Mate, there was doubters going into the Phoenix last year. There would have been doubters going into tonight. You proved them wrong. Good job.
Thanks, Jace. Appreciate it, mate. Good man.
There's Tal Scalacci through to the Melbourne Cup final.
He's the greatest pizza man in the history of greyhound training, and now he's got a superstar greyhound called Scalacci that arrived on the scene last year with big raps on him. He didn't make it into a Melbourne Cup field. He won a Phoenix after everyone wrote him off, and he paid a big price that night. And James Vandermeer, just before they jumped, said, you've got to have something on Scalacci. And Jihad Telji has been able to work another masterpiece, basically,
Look, to be honest,
with this dog.
I know Telji very, very well. I did not like the draw for him tonight. I thought box 7 was his undoing.
Yeah.
When he gets out to $12.60 on the local toad, for a dog of his ilk, you have to have something on. And I had Jihad Telji on the podcast this week, and he said to me, Jim, I said what we've been saying tonight to the trainers, look down the barrel and have a chat to the Phoenix slot holders. What would you say? And you know what he did? He looked down the barrel of his Zoom link in his pizza shop, and he said, this dog is going better than what he was this time 12 months ago.
Well,
and I love the
Ladbrokes
call.
have to go with him.
I love the call from Daniel Hibbard, winding back the clock like it's 2023. That's a majestically good call. I think Ladbrokes have to. I think he's a Phoenix contender because...
Well, he'll be in the Phoenix now after winning that
What about
Melbourne
the story
Cup,
of wow, she's fast? Like, written off really after her first win. Sportsbet, they stuck fat, and then she comes out and wins it. I think Ladbrokes almost have to go with Scalacci because they had the success last year. And imagine that if the Phoenix had 4 runnings and only 2 winners.
So there's Scalacci. You see the kiss from Jihad. He's got a great bond with this dog. It's changing his life, Scalacci, for him and his family. He's living his dream. Now he's into the race that he's always wanted to win since he's been involved in this sport, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. He was double figures today. It was hard to believe after what he produced last year that you get $12.60 for Scalacci in a Melbourne Cup. But he bounces back to his best.
He did.
And Blue Camaro was unlucky.
He was, but I don't think he would have beat Scalacci once he crossed him. But Scalacci did break the track record in a trial at Sale a couple of weeks ago, about a month and a half ago. So 23.90s around there. So I believe what Telji was saying. I just wish he had box 1, 2 or 3 tonight because I would have had a much firmer opinion of him. But that's the overs betting there. If you're getting $12, $13 on a dog like him, you have to have something small on.
The stories keep rolling on here for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Buddy Manelli won. Sunset Fraser was the second dog through. Then Joey the Jet, Epitomise, Explicit, Miss Envy, and Scalacci's now into the Melbourne Cup final. Who will be the final dog? Will it be Big Energy or Deadly Avenger? We're about to find out straight after this. Welcome back to night 2 of the Dream Chasers Festival. We've had 7 heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and we've only got 1 spot left. Will it be Big Energy or Deadly Avenger or Hotel Whiskey 1, James Vandermeer's dog? What a final heat that promises to be. But look at Scalacci. As Dan Hibbert said, turn back the clock there with a sensational victory. in heat number 7. He paid $12.64.90. Blue Camaro was second. Succeed third. Mapunga Smoky was fourth. James Vandermart, there's been so many great stories, but you could hear the roar from WA when Miss Envy went to the front in her heat, which was heat number 6, race number 10 on the card. Trained by Crystal Shinners. Steve Shinners joins us on the set here after his favourite greyhound. I guess these days Miss Envy was able to get through and book her place in the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. How are you feeling now, Steve, after about half an hour ago, realising that you've got a runner in a Melbourne Cup?
Yeah, look, it's just an amazing feeling. We've tried plenty of times when we used to live here, and to do it from WA and have my great mate Cal and Jackie Greeno helping out, it's just it's just amazing. And to have the family here too, it's just big, massive thrill. And Luke, my daughter's partner, his dad passed away probably about 6 months ago, unfortunately, and his name was Gary, and her name's Gary, and I think someone's looking down with a bit of divine intervention, I think. So
it's a big night for WA as well. 2 greyhounds through to the Melbourne Cup. Buddy Manelli's in it again, and then your girl to do what she did. Did she surprise you today? What were your confident levels going into this contest?
No, look, I think we were hoping, like we're having Matlock next to us, that he'd give her the card into the race, and obviously the one was obviously going to be difficult to beat if it stepped out, and we obviously had to miss the 2 early heading off. So it's just from behind the box. I've only seen the replay once. It looked like it panned out how we'd hoped, and she just got the clear run, and off she went.
Mate, I must put my hand up and say I reckon she's going better than even I thought she might be going, to be honest. You go through her form. 2 starts back here on your home deck at Sandown Park, a former Melbourne man. 29.26, she goes 5.05, 5.06 tonight, 29.16. Do you have a little bit of confidence she could go 1/10 again quicker next week, go 29.05 and claim the most prestigious greyhound race in the world?
We can only hope. Look, she's showed a lot of potential since she started, and we've had a few little setbacks along the way, and then being reserved in the Top Gun was a bit hard because then we couldn't work it too hard. We had to make the decision whether to travel over early or not, and then she basically only had a 350-metre hand slip the week before, and then Cal had to work her at home. I left her after I flew back home, and Cal just give her a couple of runs, and I said she'll strip a fair bit fitter, and she probably might strip maybe a length quicker on the run home next week, but she's going to have to, and I think the box draw is just going to play a massive part.
Hey mate, she's obviously, you mentioned, showed enormous ability from an early age, beating some of your fastest greyhounds when she was 17 months of age, but the decision to represent your state now, WA, and have a go at the Nationals at such an early point in her career, I think she might have only just been ticking on 2 years of age, was that an easy decision to make, or was it something that you had to tread carefully on knowing she was still young, or just talk to us about the journey to start there?
Yeah, well look, it was a big call because we actually lost a few races with our grading system over in WA, but we knew how good she was, and we thought, Rob, we've got to give her a go at travelling and the experience away, and so to make the final at home, it was a massive effort because we had some 4 or 5 real good dogs in our home final to win that, and I think actually Transcendent was the favourite off the inside.
Downtown Northam too.
Yeah, downtown Northam. And she's nearly broke the record a couple of times up there, which has stood for 10 years. So yeah, she's been going really good. So this is probably well documented. We had a couple of horror trips over and back, and she took a bit of an ill effect, and it was only literally 2 days before the Nationals that we actually decided to go back because she'd had a real bad flight back, and then Crystal, my daughter, was over there, and we had a litter of pups that were getting whelped down, and she said, Dad, look, just go, and Crystal was away on a work stint, and we made the decision to get over there, and we had a bad flight back over, and I thought I should have stayed at home, and so the confidence levels weren't great, but it just shows you what she's made of to be able to come through that and win it under duress. And she's come home, and we've had a few little issues along the way with her, and she couldn't be more proud of her.
And the last one before we let you leave, what would it mean to you and your family to win a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup?
Oh, look, I think it's what we dream of, and James would know. When you're younger and you come out here every year and you dream of getting one in the final, and I know there's races worth $1 million, but the Melbourne Cup's like the pinnacle. And Cal, my mentor, he's had a lot of them in there as well, and they're bloody hard to win, as we know. So it would be a massive thrill, and especially to share it with Cal and his family, and that would be just, and all our kids that are here, and and Crystal, it'd be just, it'd be unbelievable.
Hey, just before we let him go, 2 things. Phoenix bound. Will there be a slot holder, you reckon, calling after tonight's run?
Yeah, so you'd have to, look, she's just a gun little chaser, so she always gives the best, and that's all you can ask. Like, she's not the quickest trial dog, but you don't get paid for trialling fast, and put her in a race, and she's just an absolute professional dog, and just, yeah, that's why we're sort of disappointed in the Top Gun, but might be a silver lining, as they say. It might be a Melbourne Cup. Who knows?
And secondly, the great Pete O'Neill, race caller in WA, as you're loading her into the boxes in the Melbourne Cup, if he was calling, do you know what he'd say?
I think Denny can do no more.
Hey, Stevie, congratulations,
Yeah, good
mate.
on you, mate. Well done.
You're a
Good
Western
luck next week.
Australian now, and we wish you the best of luck this week, mate. And you go and get them.
Socks on, we'll be right.
Yeah, well done, mate.
No
there we
worries.
go.
Thanks,
Steve
well
Shinners,
done.
well done to Crystal Shinners as well. They're into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup with Miss Envy. What hope do you give her? Can she win the Melbourne Cup? What
She's
needs to
probably
go her way?
Another one that needs the right draw, but she's going really well. And to be honest, I haven't really rated her as high as I reckon I should have, because even hearing from Steve and knowing now that she had that ordinary flight, yet she was still able to win the Nationals, she's obviously got a whole heap of class. Just a greyhound that's got a big motor. Let's get out to Mitchie with the market for the all-important last chance to qualify for the Melbourne Cup.
Jimmy G, race 12, last race on the program, 7 minutes away. Big Energy out the gate. Well, not out the gate, 210 out to 250. Deadly Avengers, 280 out to 320. The money's come. I think it must be Mr. JVDM, $6.50 into 480. Hotel Whiskey 1. The Phoenix slot for Jimmy Vandermatt. Stormy Day, 850 out to 9s. Ethanol Volume was a good run last week, 16 into 12. Zipping Hopkins, 12 out to $14. Paul Oswald's 51. And Bo Rhapsody at $81. But Big Energy is your favourite, should start your favourite. Don't forget all races tonight, next week, and Phoenix night. Run second, get a bonus bet back. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Thank you, Mitch. So let's have a look at the speed map here. And this is an all-important speed map here for the final heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, because Big Energy needs some clear galloping room. If he does, he can smash the clock.
Yeah.
But can he get that tonight, James Vandermeer?
I would love to know, wouldn't I?
Yes.
Speed map suggests no, he doesn't, because the 1 and 2 are going to hold him out. I think Stormy Day, I reckon he's going better than his form suggests. I like him from the inside draw. Deadly Avenger was breathtaking last time, went 5.07 to the mark. And Big Energy, well, hasn't he been airborne this campaign? The back-to-back shootout winner, and he's now heading toward a Melbourne Cup, looking to make another Melbourne Cup final. Here he is from box 7. Look, if he begins like that and he carves across and he wants...
What section was that day?
That was 2 starts ago, and he went 5.09, 28.90, 90, then went 5.02 in the shootout. It just sort of shows, though, he's gone a length and a half quicker in the shootout, I reckon, because of the better draw.
Yes.
Because there he began as good as he can, carved across with clean air. I just think if Deadly Avenger holds him out, that's the devil's advocate to his chances.
Yeah.
But if he crosses the 2 early, it is curtains. You want Big Energy in this Melbourne Cup, because I reckon if he makes it, may just about be the greatest Melbourne Cup of all time.
Okay. So Big Energy, what price would you take Mitchell Bayer?
I'd take the 250. I think he's flying at the moment. If he steps as well as we know he can, there's not really a stack of speed drawn in for Zipping Hopkins. Deadly Avenger, yes, can step, but I think he can only go 5.07. So I think if Big Energy can hit the button, 5.02. 250 is a great play.
It could be one of the... Like, we've had so many highlights tonight, but Deadly Avenger's gone 29.07. If they lock horns down the back, this place might explode.
To be honest, I'd like to see them lock horns, because I reckon we'll learn a little bit more about Big Energy if that's the case.
Would you like to go to war with him? Would you like to be in the trenches with him?
With him? Yeah,
Yes.
I would, because he's a back-to-back shootout winner and he's going for a Melbourne Cup.
Yes.
But, yeah, look, I just think it's probably not so much he doesn't handle the pressure. When the heat goes on in these types of races and you're just a little bit hesitant early to accelerate, it can bring you undone, and I reckon that's the issue with Big Energy. But if he steps like he can, crosses, finds the rail, it'll be curtains. There's no doubt about that.
Who are the dangers, Mitchie? Talk us through this race in your eyes. Deadly Avenger, Big Energy. Only a couple of weeks ago, James Vandermeer was announcing that Hotel Whiskey 1 would be the greatest dog since Brett Lee.
Sliced bread.
Since Fernando Val, and Fernando's been knocked over.
Let me have a look.
Look, if Hotel Whiskey 1 steps,
yes,
he could bring Ethanol Volume into the race. Could be that strength in the race if there's any trouble on the inside with Deadly Avenger looking to push off the track. Big Energy might not like a bit of the heat, so Look, ethanol volume is probably the each way sort of type that I would be looking at taking, but yeah, I'm with Big Energy.
Watch
here.
this, Orly. Watch this. Ready? What am I doing?
You're turning.
I'm doing a full swivel.
Full circle.
I'm going to change my numbers.
Oh, no.
I was walking. Everyone's having a giggle at me, thinking, what am I doing?
Mitchie Bay didn't even know
Listen
what
to
numbers
this.
he'd chose in the first race.
No, I know. What I did before, I went to the
James
toilet,
is-
right, and I went up the stairs and I saw Jason Adams, and it was the race where the Greeno runner, Brad Greeno's epitomised,
Yep.
jumped to the front and won. And I said, mate, I've been going with my head the whole night of Melbourne Cup heats. And he said, Jimmy, go with your heart.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I went with my heart, epitomised. I changed to
That's on that
Scalacci.
side. That's on that
No,
side.
mine beats all over the joint, mate.
Big heart.
And anyway, big heart. That's right, like Farlap.
Yes.
And then I went from that to having a little play on Scalacci at the price. And right now I'm thinking, Jimmy, stop it. And back Hotel Whiskey One, because you said he's the best dog in the country right now.
Anyway,
Did you say before you went to the toilet and you went like that over?
No.
Hey, let's get my team members are losing the plot, so let's get straight
long
to Jason
night.
Adams.
I'm
here
wondering what
tonight.
Jimmy's on.
Save me, Jason.
I'll join him, G. Don't worry. Joe Borg, Deadly Avenger. He was sensational in his last start. It was a prelude to the Melbourne Cup. It's now a number of weeks ago. What have you done with him since?
Just a couple of trials and freshened him up.
And how'd he go?
Brilliant. Very happy
I know you were
with his trial.
frustrated with the run of box draws prior to his prelude win. Box 2 tonight, given the field that he's in, how's your confidence levels?
Oh, look, in these type of races, you can't be too confident. But no, he's a good dog, an up-and-coming dog, and we'll see how he goes tonight.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
There's Joe Borg. I want to have a quick chat to Dylan Sharp with Stormy Day. Dylan, people can forget this boy is a Group 1 winner.
Yes, that's it.
Here at the track. How do you think he's going? Because box 1's going to be really important for him, isn't it?
It's hard to tell with this dog. He's just like it's whatever dog shows up on the night sort of thing.
There's a lot of chat about Big Energy and Deadly Avenger and the times they can run. This boy's not far away.
No, never. So if he can get out in front of a little bit of trouble behind him, he could be clear. So let's hope for that.
Hit or miss, but for your sake, mate, hopefully hits tonight. Good luck to the whole Sharp team with Deadly Avenger. Let's go on our bike. Who have we got? Jackie Greeno with Big Energy. We've got Anthony as a party with Hotel Whiskey One. I think we're going to get the most out of Ant. So let's go and get a quick word from him about Hotel Whiskey One. Anthony has a party. This boy here, a lot of expectation on him last week. You found some hard luck in a race full of early speed. Were you disappointed by the run, or was it purely just a bad luck?
Nah, not really. Like I said before his race, he was a little bit flat from that Saturday run. It was a bit of a gut buster for him, and just hope he can bring the show on tonight.
How does he feel for you tonight?
No, I'm happy with him tonight, so I'm hoping he can put it together. We'll see what happens. A hard race, so we'll just see.
Get in the queue, mate. On the way to the boxes. Good luck to Ant and Hotel Whiskey One, and of course, the Vincent family being his owners. So here we go, boys. The last chance for qualify for what could be touted to be one of the best Melbourne Cup fields we've ever seen.
Well, Jason Adams said throughout the week, throughout his numerous media commitments, this was the greatest ever night of greyhound racing in his time, Mitchie Abaya. Depth-wise, the class of greyhounds that would do battle tonight here at Sandown Park. And now James and Jason say if a Big Energy wins tonight, this will be the greatest ever field the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup's ever seen.
Well, it could well be. If Big Energy makes it, well...
We might have to ask Neil Brown, he's been around a little longer than us.
You've got the museum right in front of us here. Look, I'm originally 3-2-4-6, but I'm going to throw Hotel Whiskey One out of the woodwork, and he's going to win it, number 5. And he's going to throw more speed into what is already a hectic Melbourne Cup field. So my top 5 now, 5 from the 3-2-4-6, Mitchie.
I'm with the 3, and I'm having the 6 as a little saver play at the odds.
Love this shot. The final words from the handlers to their dogs to say, come on, girl or boy, do it for me. Give me one big effort here and get yourself into a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Here's Dan Hibbert for the call.
This week, and it is a cracking field already through. One last spot remains. The green light is turned on and the lure rolls for Heat 8 of the Cup. They're set. Racing, Big Energy began very well. There was speed from Stormy Day pushing through. Stormy Day will lead. Hotel Whiskey one up on the outside. Big Energy back to the rail. Getting checked, Deadly Avenger. Next in the field was Poor Oswald. Clear then on Zipping Hopkins and Ethanol Volume at the rear of the field. Stormy Day led. Big Energy's a length away and he's closing. Hotel Whiskey one was next and then came Deadly Avenger. Stormy Day, Big Energy up on the outside. Goes up. Benny is the Jets. Big Energy won it. He beat Deadly Avenger, who's charged home, and Stormy Day ran third. Fourth home was Zipping Hopkins ahead of Hotel Whiskey 1. Then came Ethanol Volume, Poor Oswald, and Bow Rhapsody in 29 and 13. Number 3.
The
Big
last
Energy
piece of the
wins.
puzzle on what is an incredible Melbourne Cup field. Jackie Greeno, a month ago, did you think this boy could be in a Melbourne Cup final?
Yep, I did. Yes, that's why he kept going.
A lot of people doubted him, and he's proved them wrong significantly over the past couple of weeks. And you've also had epitomised through to the final earlier on tonight. So for your team, who is often regarded as quite boutique, to get through to the final must be something you're very proud of.
I'm extremely proud, and also Miss Envy, if you can put her in.
Correct.
She's in the kennel as well, so, you know, it's been a really good night.
And where's Cal tonight?
He's watching on television. He doesn't come anymore.
Well, make sure you smile down the camera and wave to Cal, because hopefully we'll see him here next Saturday night, because he got through to the biggest race on the calendar. So congratulations on tonight, and best of luck for the box draw after the last.
Well, we all need luck with the box draw because it is a hot field. Yep.
Jackie Greeno there after the win of Big Energy. This is a field, boys. The box draw, of course, will take place in about 10 minutes' time, but this is one hell of a contest, and the importance on the draw is absolutely huge.
Good on you, Jace. What a field it promises. What a field it is. I reckon if we rocked up tonight and said, all right, then pick the best 8 dogs to go into a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, I reckon we would have went pretty close.
Excavation's the only one.
Yeah.
I reckon. I don't know, absolutely no knock on Buddy Manelli, but if you replace Buddy Manelli with Excavation somehow, it is the greatest Melbourne Cup by the length of the straight.
Yeah.
Still an extraordinary field.
But here's a remarkable story, Buddy Manelli, who,
isn't he?
As Lynn Smith said, he didn't want to be broken in the first time. He didn't want to be broken in the second time. They nearly retired him to gap.
And you know what's funny?
Yes.
Made the Melbourne Cup last year.
Correct.
He tumbled. That's not funny, but he was
No.
okay. Maybe doesn't get broken in the first time, doesn't get broken in the second time,
Yes.
but causes one of the all-time biggest upsets in his second Melbourne Cup. And how's this?
Yes, I love this shot. We've seen it throughout the night where the trainers will go and talk to their dogs. Jackie's just said, I love you, to Big Energy.
And look,
they haven't won a Melbourne Cup, the Greenos.
And he's going for back-to-back too.
Yeah.
Back-to-back runs in the Melbourne Cup.
Do you know the part that I love the most is when Patch Adams, Jace, goes, a month ago, did you think this bloke could be here on the big stage tonight? And she goes, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And because the
Never
majority of
doubted him.
people said, no, I don't think he's...
Well, to be
would have
honest,
been here."
as a trainer, you often think your dogs, you know how they're going. And whether or not they're getting the luck. And I feel like Jason Thompson with Tim Zoo would be sitting at home going, I reckon this dog's going as quick as he ever has, hasn't got the draws. So you're not going to get the luck in running. Scalacci's a prime example. And I think when we sit there now, and I know it's easy to say at the end of the night, but this field is absolutely awesome because those dogs have found a way to get through.
And do you know what you've got to take into consideration? I know we're going to get to a break and there's Big Energy about to get a drink. Is I remember I was here for the final last year and we're right in front of the start for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. They had a band. There was thousands of people there yelling at their dogs, going, "Get up, Big Energy," and the like. It's a different ball game, and that lure is hard to hear when this place is packed. It'll be a lot different. Yeah, there was a light show, so it'll be a lot different than it was tonight.
Do you look at the 2 dogs that have been there last year? Buddy Manelli's going to be 100 to 1 next week, especially if he doesn't draw near the inside.
Well,
Do you look at Big Energy? Who
I think you just need a lot of luck because you need your dog just to time, and maybe sometimes they might fluke it.
I tell you what, he's a nice cut of a dog, isn't he? Big
Yeah.
boy.
And we've got to go to a break, and then I think we've got the box draw coming up straight after this. And you might not win the Melbourne Cup at the box draw, but you definitely could lose it.
Yeah.
Very well said.
Let's take a break. We'll come back with the box draw of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. What a field it promises to be. What a race it promises to be. 8 superstar athletes will do battle for the sport's greatest race next Saturday night. Welcome back to the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Night 2, live at Sandown. It's always promises to be the best night of greyhound racing anywhere in the country for the year, with the heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup and the Sportsbet Bold Trease. But boy, it hasn't let us down tonight. We've had performances that have left us speechless. We've had stories that we'll be telling our friends all week that have established throughout this night. And now Big Energy caps off one of the best ever fields that we'll ever see in a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. He broke 29 seconds last week. He goes 29.14 to overcome a good enough start, but he did get cross, and then he had to earn his victory over Deadly Avenger and Stormy Day. And now it sets up for a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup that we will be talking about all week with so much anticipation. And as I go through the field, Buddy Manelli 1, Sunset Frazier 2. He smashed the clock. He improved 10 lengths basically on his best ever winning time here at Sandown. That performance left these two speechless. They still can't believe it. Joey the Jet was superb. Epitomised for the Greenos 1 Heat 4. Explicit turned up, and he was sensational. The all-in favourite before the heats. Miss Envy was sensational for WA and the Shinners family. Scalacci turned back the clock, the old boy. He won, of course, the Phoenix last year, and now he's into a Melbourne Cup. And then Big Energy. He loves this time of the year. He was able to get the job done in the final heat. And that, my friend, sets up for a Melbourne Cup that we won't ever forget.
An extraordinary Melbourne Cup field, and I like the fact that Big Energy had to do it the hard way tonight.
Yes.
Didn't get it all his own way, still went 29.15. I reckon the camp would probably be more content with the fact he's had to work through the field and get the job done. So that was impressive. Just wanted to make a bit of a sad mention to Excavation. He was the equal second quickest dog of any dog here tonight, and he sits on as the reserve next week. So that is the brutal nature of this. And the Hillsville Greyhound Racing Club came up with an idea, the Emerald Series, where they run their heats and the 8 quickest dogs get through to the final. So it's irrelevant of whether you run second, third, fourth. I think it's good to have a point of difference. I like the Melbourne Cup for what it is, but I think it's good we've got that race. Because if you have the fast dog, you can say, well, I'm gonna put him in that series. I'd like to see something like that on the circle as well.
But the thing is, and look, to be fair, with the Emerald, it's a great series, great concept. But if you know you're Jason Thompson and you've got explicit Excavation, you're going there and you'll scare a lot of people off because their dog just cannot run the time you've got.
But then you still need luck in running, so...
You do.
And I love the fact that the Melbourne Cup is a knockout series because you have to win, and it means every moment throughout the 29 seconds that they run in the heats is so important and so vital.
It creates stories, it creates fairy tales.
Yeah, it does.
You have to earn it as well.
Yeah.
Like you win grand finals in any sport. You win gold medals by winning heats and semi-finals, so you have to be at your best longer than just the big dads.
Yep.
And we saw that even in the first heat with Buddy Manelli. He's gone 29.50. Now, you're lucky to win a race on a Sunday afternoon run.
Yeah, that's right. But to be honest, Sunset Frazier's just gone so good. So he's beaten Excavation hands down. But
if he draws box 1, does he start favourite?
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does. Do you agree?
No.
Very close to it.
No, Explicit will start favourite.
Yeah.
Who draws box 1? I want a prediction.
Last year, the last box to
Joey
be
the Jet
drawn
in the red
was Buddy Manelli, who drew box 1. We had to wait all box draw for box number 1 to come out.
I reckon Joey the Jet's going to get the red and win the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
Something a bit left of centre.
Yeah, look, I think let's go back through them. Joey the Jet, Big Energy, Explicit, Miss Envy, Scalacci. Geez, wouldn't that be a story if he draws the red?
If he draws the red, what price does he start?
This is the quickest Melbourne Cup we've ever had early.
Do you want to draw the red when there's that much speed?
Yeah, because you want to hold them. You just want to hold them.
Yeah, because you had a few runners like a Lakeview Emily that
she
got
missed
crossed.
it. Yeah, she missed the kick. And I think in a Melbourne Cup, if you come out, like, for example, Aston DB, the father of Miss Envy, for example, he won a Melbourne Cup from box number 1, just jumping, using that inside draw. Let's say Explicit draws the red. He only has to go 5 flat. If something goes 4.97 to his outside, it doesn't cross him. So he holds his place. He's hard to beat. But we're joined now on set, Gareth, by absolute racing royalty when it comes to greyhound racing. The boss almost of the vet next door, Mel Tockner here. Mel, hello. Welcome along.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Mel. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been a great night.
What a great night. I know.
Amazing night.
I'm affiliated with the Scalacci slot, so I'm pretty
okay.
happy. The footy club I play for, yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
They've got the Scalacci slot for next week.
And
so.
they'd be pretty proud of what
They
he
are
did
so
tonight.
happy.
Now,
Amazing.
you work next door here at the vet alongside Alistair Smith and Anita and the team over there. You'd get to see a lot of these superstar canines wander in on the regular. What's it like when you see a Scalacci or a greyhound like that wander into the kennel?
Yeah, I'm
You know,
always fangirling all the time. I mean, the professional athletes walking in the door of that calibre, unbelievable. Yeah, never get sick of it.
There's been a couple of other professional athletes that have gone around on this track in the past. You ran what they called the Pup Cup.
Yes.
Now, can you elaborate a little bit on the Pup Cup and what exactly that was here at
Yes.
Sandown Park?
Yes. So
Maybe not the Melbourne Cup.
Not the Melbourne Cup. So we ran a Chihuahua race at the Sandown Cup called the Pup Cup for charity to raise money for greyhound welfare, and I think it was more successful than the Cup that night. We got that much good feedback, yeah.
So who's your favourite dog that you've ever come across?
So probably Fernando Bale,
Yeah.
Uphill Jill, and While She's
There's
Fast.
been a few.
Probably. I mean,
Yeah, they're a pretty good
it's
three.
Endless, yeah.
They're a pretty good three.
Yeah.
Can you believe Fernando Bale's back straight section 2 record got beat tonight?
I heard.
Sunset Frazier.
I know, I know.
New Fernando Bale,
The
they're
new
calling him.
Fernando Bale.
Yes.
Hey, next week, they tell me you've got something very, very
Yep.
special planned. Can you tell me about
Yes, I've had an idea for a while that I
Yep.
wanted to do a parade of champions.
that? Yeah.
And the club got on board and have supported me, of course, as they always do. So I've got 12 amazing former champions who've all jumped on board and are so excited to do it, to parade down the straight next week.
Love that. See the legends
Yeah.
of the sport.
Yeah.
Just before we let you go very, very quickly, you created a song about all the champions of greyhound racing in the past to the beat of...
We didn't start the fire.
Can you
by-
give us a little bit of that as we let you go?
Yes.
You.
Come on,
We'll
Mel.
do
No,
it.
I don't- I
Yes,
don't
come
know.
on, James.
Yeah,
Take it
yeah,
away.
ready?
1, 2, 3.
Fernando Bale, Brett Lee, Baldry, Stanley.
She's got it.
Yes.
She's good, Mel. Very
I
good.
love it. Well done, Mel.
Good on
Thanks
you,
for
Mel.
joining us.
Thank you.
Well done.
Geez, you've been doing race call. This was his opportunity, Mel, and he froze.
No,
To be your singing
I
opportunity.
couldn't remember the lyrics.
Let's head upstairs to Jason Adams because this all-important box draw for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup is about to get underway. Jace?
Indeed it is. The all-important Melbourne Cup box draw. We've spoken all night about how good this field is that we've got in front of us on Saturday night. It's one of the greatest races in the world. Its history is unmatched. And another superstar will join the honour roll next Saturday night. The box draw's about to get under the way. We've got the head honchos from a stewarding point of view here at Sandown Park. So the way the draw works, these greyhounds are ordered through a random draw, which a number will be brought out through this barrel, and then one of the connections will come up, pick up one of these miniature trophies, and hopefully we don't have to do a second draw, as has been seen in recent months. But let's get underway. Adrian Scott, the CEO here at Sandown Park, will give the barrel a tumble. And Max will reveal which greyhounds and connection will have the first opportunity to select one of these miniature trophies, which will reveal their draw for next week's Group 1 final. Miss Envy, the first name that's been drawn out. Steve Shinners. Is he in the room? His wife Crystal's coming over. Big decision to make. And she's picked up box number 5. Crystal, 5 tonight, 5 next week. What are your initial thoughts?
I think we wanted inside 5. But look, she can win from anywhere. She's a champion bitch, and I think she's going to do her absolute best, so I'm excited. It's just an honour to be in this race at all.
She's a star. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Crystal Shinners there. Miss Envy, the first one drawn. Box number 5. We know she's one of the least experienced greyhounds in this field, but her form to date has been sensational. Already a Group 1 winner, having won the national sprint in Adelaide, and who knows what's possible next Saturday night. Buddy Manelli, trained by Lynn Smith. Of course, one of 2 greyhounds in this field that competed in the race in 2023, along with Big Energy. And up comes Holly Thompson to represent Lynn Smith and has picked up box number 8. You had one job, Holly.
I mean, it could be to her advantage. I don't know. I'm happy that she's on her drive home.
Holly Thompson there representing Lynn Smith. Buddy Manelli jumping from box 8 in the big one next Saturday night. Of course, had no luck whatsoever in the big one last year, so looking for redemption. However, on face value, although there's only 2 greyhounds drawn, it's going to be awfully difficult for him in the big one next Saturday night. Max is having a bit of drama opening this. This could be a problem. So Miss Envy and Buddy Manelli are the 2 drawn so far, having drawn box 5 and 8. Relief as the barrel opens back up, and the next greyhound is Sunset Frazier, the new back split record holder here at Sandown Park, going 18.35, eclipsing Fernando Bale's record of 18.36, and he will jump from box 4. Jeff Britton, Miss Envy on your outside. I know it's hard to know without runners drawn in 1, 2 and 3, but how does 4 look for you?
Oh, look, it's such a speed race. I wanted to draw inside, and yeah, he's just hoping. But 4 is better than 6, 7 and 8. So.
Indeed, good luck.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Of course, Sunset Frazier, one of 3 greyhounds who has Western Australian origins, and they've been the first 3 drawn out in the box draw here. Of course, trained in WA by David Hobby, one of the giants from a participant point of view over in the West, but not only just in the West, but across Australia, with greyhounds like Buddy Manelli having an impact all around the country. The next greyhound drawn out to determine their box for the 2024 Melbourne Cup, and it's Scalacci. Up comes Gio Talgi and his son Jackson. Big applause from the crowd. The pressure's on. 5 boxes remain, and Jackson selected box number 3. Inside of Sunset Frazier, fair, but you're happy to be on the inside.
I'm happy to be in an odd box, yeah. She just steps better from an odd box than an even box, so box 3 is good. Just got to hope the 4 misses it and we get a clear run.
Enjoy the week, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Telgi, the trainer of Scalacci, of course, the fairy tale of last year's Phoenix, the pizza shop owner who recently added a Scalacci with the lot to his menu, and hopefully, if he's the salute, Scalacci's with the lot all round. The next greyhound drawn out, Big Energy. He's out for redemption. The favourite of last year's edition. It didn't all go to plan for him, so he will jump from box 7. Box 7 for Big Energy. Brad Greeno, what do you reckon?
I like him inside, mate. I don't like him out wide, but he'll do his best as he always does, mate.
That he will. Good job, mate.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Big Energy to jump from box 7 makes it difficult, but I tell you what, there are few greyhounds across the country that are in as good a form as what he is at this point in time. Back-to-back shootouts, and now a back-to-back Melbourne Cup finalist, and will he make it a much better results as he came up with last year? Explicit. Speaking of greyhounds in form, this boy has been regarded as Australia's #1 sprinter in recent months. However, there is that monkey on the back. He was unsuccessful in Brisbane. He was unsuccessful in the $1 Million Chase, and he's come up with box number 6. Luke Thompson, probably not ideal.
Oh, it's not ideal, but with the way the draw is, anything can happen. They're all good dogs. What they've shown tonight, they're all super brilliant dogs, and the best dog will win next week.
Good luck, mate. He's a rocket explicit. He will hit the ground running, as we know, but box 6 in such a field that's got unbelievable intensity from an early speed point of view. It's going to be difficult for him. Next up, Joey the Jet. It was just up here, Luke Thompson. Here he is again. And Joey has drawn box number 1. That helps.
Yeah, it helps. Obviously, the red in any race is super crucial, but in these big races, it does, play a big part. But he's a young dog. He's got to use it tonight, use it next week, and just fingers crossed he can.
Good luck, mate. Joey the Jet draws box number 1, and much like Miss Envy, goes into this series having not had a lot of experience when it comes to a career point of view, and here he is drawing box 1 in a Melbourne Cup final. Next up is Epitomise, the second of the Greeno runners, and Brad Greeno makes his way up to make it a formality that he will go into box number 2. That'll do.
That'll do, mate. I'm happy with that. 1 or 2, I was happy with 2. Let's go.
Big Energy, Epitomise after the draw. Who's the better chance?
I still think Big Energy, mate. I really do. That dog's got all the talent in the world. He's, I mean, on his day, he's running, you know, sub 29. So, yeah, let's go. Keen.
Enjoy the week.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Brad Greeno there, and there it is, guys. Joey the Jet 1, Epitomise 2, Scalacci 3, Sunset Frazier 4, Miss Envy 5, Explicit 6, Big Energy 7, and Buddy Manelli in box number 8. Goodness me. Pressure's on. Speed is fierce. This is going to be an unbelievable contest, and we've got 7 days to analyse and predict what's going to happen. But it is a field that's fitting of this race and the status that it has on the calendar. Let the conversation roll. Let the debate roll on. We'll be back here next Saturday night to find out who joins that famous honour roll.
Superb stuff all night once again, Jason Adams. You enjoy your week, mate. Well done tonight. There's Jason Adams there. I wonder if the light show will be back next week.
I don't reckon so.
I don't think so.
I wish it. It added a different dimension because a few of the greyhounds didn't know what was going on.
Hey, what? I'll give you a different dimension. Hopefully, Max, the steward's got a keypad to get in his front door because he can't turn a bloody key.
Come on.
Now, who's the big winner? No, who's the big loser, first of all?
I reckon the big winner's me. I'm not tipping in the Cup next week. I refuse to tip in a race that's that good. I just want to sit back and watch it.
Jeez, you're like fence palings up here.
Yeah, no, I'm going to get personal.
I'll give you the winner.
Plates. I used to have SRM Jim. I'm getting rid of them, and I'm going to get Splinters.
All right, then you just wasted 30 seconds not tipping anything. Give him
Time is money, Hawley.
I'm with you, Epitomise.
Okay.
Yeah,
you know what?
I reckon he can go a bit quicker than 4.97.
Yep.
You know what I said? I just had this funny sort of rumble.
You did.
In the guts.
The Joey the Jet.
Joey the Jet was going to draw the red. I actually had the chipotle sauce yesterday, and that never goes down any good for me. I just had a funny feeling Joey the Jet is going to draw the red, and then he's going to win the Melbourne Cup next week. So I'm going to lean to Joey the Jet, but I'm not keen on having a serious bet because that is an extraordinary race. But the flip side to that is there's going to be value left, right, and centre because there's so many good dogs in it.
I'm just getting the box draw as well for the Bold Trees. Black Silencer 1, Kenya All Class 2, Pass Mark 3, Kenya Amy 4, Ethanol Water 5, Shadows of Blue 6, Ella's Babe 7, Flying Envy 8. Kenya All Class is the dog to beat there.
Kenya All Class, Black Silencer, they're probably the main two, but Ethanol Water's a big hope with luck as well, I think, drawn out wide.
I think so. I think the 1 and 2 are the main plays there.
What a night it was. So much to unpack. I'm with Sunset Frazier to do what he did tonight to win the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Yeah. He just broke Fernando Bale's record down the back. He broke 29.
I'm with him
How could you not be with him?
I'm with him, yeah.
Unless it was a complete and utter fluke.
You know how you said a moment ago we're going to have to unpack this night of racing?
Yes.
Do you know any removalists or anything like that? Because we're going to need help.
Yes.
We are going to need... That is nearly the greatest night of greyhound racing I've ever been.
Why do we need help?
Just enormous.
No, well, you need to have... I listen to your podcast, Green Light On. Yep. And I'll listen to you on SC Track and Giddy Up during the week.
Some help for Mitch. You got a sore finger.
Yes. You got
I'm going to have to go and get it cut off, I think.
Anyway, guys, it's just been a lot of fun. Hey, James.
It has. Thanks.
Well done.
Good fun as always,
Well done to you, Mitchie Abaya.
Thank you, mate.
Bad luck. You nearly made the ton, son. But
it's all right. We won the game at the end of the day. It's not all about me.
No,
Did you win the punt tonight, though?
It is all about you.
Not bad.
Yeah,
buddy. Can he win the cup from box 8?
No.
Poor old buddy.
300.
You never know.
You never know after what happened tonight. Who knows what's going to happen. Good on you, Jim Bob.
Thanks, mate.
Good on you, Mitchie Abaya. It has been a night that we won't ever forget. That's the trophy that everybody wants to win. Next Saturday night, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. It's been a pleasure having your company. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as we did. But for now, it's a good night. We'll catch up with you next Saturday.